Black Oxen by Gertrude Atherton. Chapter 1. Talk, talk, talk. Good lines and no action. Said all. Not even promising first act. Eighth failure and season more than half over. Rather be a playwright and fail than a critic compelled to listen to has-beens and would-be's trying to put over bad plays. Oh, for just one more great first night! If there's a spirit world, why don't the ghosts of dead artists get together and inhibit bad playwrights from tormenting first-nighters? Astral board of immortals sitting in unconscious tweaking strings until gobbets of sclerotics become gibbering idiots every time they put pen to paper. Fewer first nights, but more joy. Also joy of sending producer back to cigar stands. Thank God, no longer a critic. Don't need to come to first nights unless I want. Can't keep away. Habit too strong. Of a columnist must forage. Why did I become a columnist? More money. Money. And I once a rubescent socialist. Best parlour type. Lord, I wish someone would die and leave me $1 million. Clavering opened his weary eyes and glanced over the darkened auditorium, visualizing a mass of bored, resentful discs, a few hopeful, perhaps, the greater number too educated in the theatre not to have recognized the heavy note of incompetence that had boomed like a muffled foghorn since the rise of the curtain. It was a typical first-night audience, assembled to welcome a favourite actress in a new play. All the sophisticates, as Clavering had named them, abandoning intellectuals and intelligentsia to the parlour socialists, were present: authors, playwrights, editors and young editors, columnists, dramatic critics, young publishers, the fashionable illustrators and cartoonists, a few actors, artists, sculptors, hostesses of the eminent, and a sprinkling of Greenwich Village, to give a touch of old Bohemia to what was otherwise almost as brilliant and standardized as a Monday night at the opera. 12 years ago, Clavering, impelled irresistibly from a dilapidated colonial mansion in Louisiana to the cerebrum of the Western world, had arrived in New York and run the usual gamut of the high-powered man from reporter to special writer, although youth rose to eminence less rapidly then than now. Dramatic critic of his newspaper for 3 years, 2 years at the war, an envied, quoted, and omniscient columnist since his return from France. Journalistically, he could rise no higher, and none of the frequent distinguished parties given by the sophisticates was complete without the long lounging body and saturnine countenance of Lee Clavering. As soon as he had set foot upon the ladder of prominence, Mr. Clavering had realized the value of dramatizing himself, and although he was as active of body as of mind, and of an amiable and genial disposition, as his friends sometimes angrily protested, his world, that world of increasing importance in New York, knew him as a cynical, morose, mysterious creature who, at a party, transferred himself from one woman's side to another's by sheer effort of will spurred by boredom. The unmarried women had given him up as a confirmed bachelor, but a few still followed his dark face with longing eyes. He sometimes wondered what rôle he would have adopted if he had been a blonde. As a matter of fact, he was intensely romantic, even after 10 years of newspaper work in New York and 2 of war, and when his steel-blue half-closed eyes roved over a gathering at the moment of entrance, it was with the evergreen hope of discovering the consummate woman. There was no affectation in his idealistic fastidiousness, nor, of late, in his general boredom. Not that he did not still like his work, or possibly pontificating every morning over his famous name to an admiring public, but he was tired of the crowd, the same old faces, tired of the steady grind of bad plays. He, who had such a passionate love of the drama, somewhat tired of himself. He would have liked to tramp the world for a year, but although he had money enough saved, he dare not drop out of New York. One was forgotten overnight, and fashions, especially since the war, changed so quickly, and yet so subtly, that he might be another year readjusting himself on his return, or find himself supplanted by some man younger than himself, whose cursed audacity and dramatized youthfulness would have accustomed the facile public to some new brand of pap flavored with red pepper. The world was marching to the tune of youth. Damn it! Mr. Clavering was beginning to feel elderly at 34. But it was hard to shake out the entrenched. He had his public hypnotized. He could sell 10 copies of a book where a reviewer could sell 1. His word on a play was final, or almost. Personal mention of any of the Sophisticates added a cubit to reputation. 3 mentions made them household words. Neglect caused agonies and visions of extinction. Disparagement was preferable. By publicity shall ye know them. Even public men with rhinocerine hides had been seen to shiver. Cause women courted him. Prize fighters on the dour morn after a triumphant night had howled between fury and tears as Mr. Lee Clavering, once crack reporter of the gentle art, wrote sadly of greater warriors. Lenin had mentioned him as an enemy of the new religion, who dealt not with the truth. Until he grew dull, no grinning skeleton as yet, his public, after hasty or solemn digestion of the news, would turn over to his column with a sigh of relief. But he must hang on, no doubt of that. Fatal to give the public even a hint that it might learn to do without him. He sighed and closed his eyes again. It was not unpleasant to feel himself a slave who had forged his own gilded chains. But he sighed again for his lost simplicities, for his daydreams under the magnolias, when he had believed that if women of his class were not obliged to do their own housework, they would all be young and beautiful and talk only of romance. When he had thought upon the intellectual woman and the woman who "did things" as an anomaly and a horror. Well, the reality was more companionable. He would say that for them. Then he grinned as he recalled the days of his passionate socialism, when he had taken pains, like every socialist he had ever met, to let it be understood that he had been born in the best society. Well, so he had, and he was glad of it, even if the best society of his small southern town had little to live on but its vanished past. He never alluded to his distinguished ancestry, now that he was eminent and comfortable, and he looked back with uneasy scorn upon his former breaches of taste, but he never quite forgot it. No southerner ever does. The play droned on to an end of the interminable first act. Talk, talk, talk. He'd go to sleep, but would be sure to get a crick in his neck. Then he remembered a woman who had come down the aisle just as the lights were lowering, and past his seat. He had not seen her face, but her graceful figure had attracted his attention. And the peculiar shade of her hair, the color of warm ashes. There was no woman of his acquaintance with that rare shade of blonde hair. He opened his eyes. She was sitting 2 seats ahead of him, and the lights of the stage gave a faint halo to a small, well-shaped head defined by the low coil of hair. She had a long throat apparently, but although she had dropped her wrap over the back of the seat, he had no more than a glimpse of a white neck and a suggestion of sloping shoulders. Rather rare those, nowadays. They reminded him, together with the haughty poise of the head, of the family portraits in the old gallery at home. Being dark himself, he admired fair women, although since they had taken to bobbing their hair they looked as much alike as magazine covers. This woman wore her hair in no particular fashion. It was soft and abundant, brushed back from her face, and drawn merely over the tips of the ears. At least, so he inferred. He had not seen even her profile as she passed. Profiles were out of date, but in an old-fashioned corner of his soul he admired them, and he was idly convinced that a woman with so perfectly shaped a head, long and narrow, but not too narrow, must have a profile. Probably her full face would not be so attractive. Women with cendré hair generally had light brows and lashes, and her eyes might be a washed-out blue, or prominent, or her mouth too small. He would bet on the profile, however, and instead of rushing out when that blessed curtain went down, he would wait and look for it. Then he closed his eyes again and forgot her until he was roused by the clapping of many hands. First-nighters always applaud, no matter how perfunctorily. Noblesse oblige. But the difference between the applause of the bored but loyal, and that of the enchanted and quickened, is the difference between a rising breeze and a hurricane. The actors bowed en masse, in threes, in twos, singly. The curtain descended, the lights rose, the audience heaved. Men hurried up the aisle and climbed over patient women. People began to visit, and then the woman 2 seats ahead of Clavering did a singular thing. She rose slowly to her feet, turned her back to the stage, raised her opera glasses, and leisurely surveyed the audience. "I knew it!" Clavering's tongue clicked. "European. No American woman ever did that. Unless, to be sure, she has lived too long abroad to remember our customs." He gazed at her eagerly and felt a slight sensation of annoyance that the entire house was following his example. The opera glasses concealed her eyes, but they rested upon the bridge of an indubitably straight nose. Her forehead was perhaps too high, but it was full, and the thick hair was brushed back from a sharp point. Her eyebrows, thank heaven, were many shades darker than her hair. They were also narrow and glossy. Decidedly they received attention. Possibly they were plucked and darkened. Life had made him sceptical of points. However, Clavering was no lover of unamended nature, holding nature, except in rare moments of inspiration, a bungler of the first water. In spite of its smooth white skin and rounded contours above an undamaged throat, it was, subtly, not a young face. The mouth, rather large, although fresh and red (possibly they had lipsticks in Europe that approximated nature), had none of the girl's soft flexibility. It was full in the centre, and the red of the underlip was more than a visible line, but it was straight at the corners, ending in an almost abrupt sternness. Once she smiled, but it was little more than an amused flicker. The mouth did not relax. The shape of the face bore out the promise of the head, but deflected from its oval at the chin, which was almost square and indented. The figure was very slight, but as subtly mature as the face, possibly because she held it uncompromisingly erect. Apparently she had made no concession to the democratic absence of carriage, the indifferent, almost apologetic mien that had succeeded the limp curves of a few years ago. She wore a dress of white jet, made with the long lines of the present fashion. In dress she was evidently a stickler. The neck was cut in a low square, showing the rise of the bust. Her own lines were long, the arms and hands very slender in the long white gloves. Probably she was the only woman in the house who wore gloves. Life was freer since the war. She wore a triple string of pearls. He waited eagerly until she should drop her glasses. He heard 2 girls gasping and muttering behind him. There was a titter across the house. She lowered the opera glasses and glanced over the rows of upturned faces immediately before her, scrutinizing them casually, as if they were fish in an aquarium. She had dropped her lids slightly before her eyes came to rest on Clavering. He was leaning forward, his eyes hard and focal, doing his best to compel her notice. Her glance did linger on his for a moment before it moved on indifferently, but in that brief interval he experienced a curious ripple along his nerves, almost a note of warning. They were very dark grey eyes, Greek in the curve of the lid, and inconceivably wise, cold, disillusioned. She did not look a day over 28. There were no marks of dissipation on her face. But for its cold regularity she would have looked younger, with her eyes closed. The eyes seemed to gaze down out of an infinitely remote past. Suddenly she seemed to sense the concentrated attention of the audience. She swept it with a hasty glance, evidently appreciated the fact that she alone was standing and facing it, colored slightly, and sat down. But her repose was absolute. She made no little embarrassed gestures as another woman would have done. She did not even affect to read her programme. Chapter 2. Clavering left his chair and wandered up the aisle. He felt none of his usual impatience for the beneficent cigarette. Was he hit? Hardly. Inquisitive, certainly. But he had seen so many provocative shells. Vile trick of nature that, poverty-stricken, unoriginal creature that she was. He glanced over the rows of people as he passed. It was not the play that was animating them. The woman was a godsend. His gaze paused abruptly on the face of Mr. Charles Dinwiddie. Clavering's grand-aunt had married Mr. Dinwiddie's father, and the two men, so far apart in years, were more or less intimate. The older man's inexhaustible gossip of New York society amused Clavering, who in turn had initiated Mr. Dinwiddie into new and strange pleasures, including literary parties and first nights, ignored by the world of fashion. All New York men of the old régime, no matter what their individuality may have been 20 years earlier, look so much alike as they approach 60, and more particularly after they have passed it, that they might be brothers in blood as in caste. Their moustaches, and what little hair they have left, turns the same shade of well-bred white. Their fine old Nordic faces are generally lean and flat of cheek, their expression calm, assured, not always smug. They are impeccably groomed and erect. Stout they may be, but seldom fat, and if not always handsome, they are polished, distinguished, aloof. They no longer wear side-whiskers, and look younger than their fathers did at the same age. Mr. Dinwiddie's countenance, as a rule, was as formal and politely expressionless as became his dignified status, but to-night it was not. It was pallid. The rather prominent eyes were staring, the mouth was relaxed. He was seated next the aisle, and Clavering hastened towards him in alarm. "Ill, old chap?" he asked. "Better come out." Mr. Dinwiddie focused his eyes, then stumbled to his feet and caught Clavering by the arm. "Yes," he muttered. "Get me out of this and take me where I can get a drink. Seen a ghost." Clavering guided him up the aisle, then out of a side exit into an alley, and produced a flask from his hip pocket. Mr. Dinwiddie, without ceremony, raised it to his lips and swallowed twice, gasping a little. He had reached the age of the mild whiskey and soda. Then he stood erect and passed his hand over the shining curve of his head. "Ever seen a ghost, Lee?" he asked. "That woman was there, wasn't she?" "She was there, all right." Clavering's face was no longer cynical and mysterious. It was alive with curiosity. "Do you know who she is?" 30-odd years ago any one of us old chaps would have told you she was Mary Ogden, and like as not raised his hat. She was the beauty and the belle of her day, but she married a Hungarian diplomat, Count Zattiany, when she was 24, and deserted us. Never been in the country since. I never wanted to see her again. Too hard hit. But I caught a glimpse of her at the opera in Paris about 10 years ago. Faded. Always striking, of course, with that style, but withered, changed, skinny where she had been slim, her throat concealed by a dog collar a yard long, her expression sad and apathetic. The dethroned idol of men. God, Mary Ogden. I left the house. It is her daughter, of course. Never had a child. Positive of it. Zattiany title went to a nephew who was killed in the war. No, it must be. Must be. His eyes began to glitter. Clavering knew the symptom. His relative was about to impart interesting gossip. "Well?" he asked impatiently. There were many stories about Mary Ogden, Mary Zattiany, always a notable figure in the capitals of Europe. Her husband was in the diplomatic service until he died some years before I saw her in Paris. She was far too clever, damnably clever, Mary Ogden, and had a reputation for it in European society, as well as for beauty, to get herself compromised. But there were stories. That must be it. She had a daughter and stowed her away somewhere. No two women could be as alike as that, except mother and daughter. Don't see it too often at that. Why, the very way she carries her head! Her style! Wonder where she kept her. That girl has been educated, and has all the air of the best society. Must have got her friends to adopt her. Gad, what a secret chapter! But why on earth does she let the girl run round loose?" "I shouldn't say she was a day under 28. No doubt she looked younger from where you were sitting." 28? Mary must have begun sooner than we heard. But well, we never felt that we knew Mary. That was one of her charms. She kept us guessing, as you young fellows say, and she had the devil's own light in her eyes sometimes." His own orb lit up again. "Wonder if Mary is here. No doubt she's come over to get her property back. She never transferred her investments, and of course it was alienated during the war. But not a soul has heard from her. I am sure of that. We were discussing her the other night at dinner, and wondering if her fortune had been turned over. It was at Jane Oglethorpe's. Jane and a good many of the other women have seen her from time to time abroad, stayed at her castle in Hungary during the first years of her marriage, but then drifted apart as friends do. She must be a wreck, poor thing. She ran a hospital during the war, and was in Buda Pest for some time after the revolution broke out. I hope she had the girl well hidden away." "Perhaps she sent the girl over to look after her affairs." "That's it, beyond a doubt, and I'll find out. Trent is Mary's attorney and trustee. I'll make him open up." "And you call on her?" "Won't I? That is, I'll make Trent take me. I never want to look at poor Mary again, but I'd feel young. Hello! I believe you're hit." Mr. Dinwiddie, having solved his problems, was quite himself again, and alert for one of the little dramas that savoured his rather tasteless days. "I'd like that. I'd introduce you, and give you my blessing. Wrong side of the blanket, though." "Don't care a hang." "That's right. Who cares about anything these days? And you can only be young once." He sighed. "And if she's like her mother, only halfway like her inside, she'll be worth it. Is that a promise? We'll shake on it. I'll see Trent in the morning. Dine with me at the club at 8? Rather." Chapter 3. The critics left after the second act to damn the play at leisure. Clavering remained in his seat. 40 minutes later, while the performers were responding to faint calls and amiable friends were demanding the author of the doomed play, the lady of mystery, who, Clavering reflected cynically, was doubtless merely an unusual-looking person with a commonplace history, most explanations, after wild guesses, were commonplace, left her seat and passed up the aisle. Irresistibly Clavering followed her. As she stood for a moment under the glare of the electric lights at the entrance, he observed her critically. She survived the test. A small car drew up to the curb. She entered it, and he stood in the softly falling snow, feeling somewhat of a fool. As he walked slowly to his rooms in Madison Square, he came definitely to the conclusion that it was merely his old reporter's instinct that burned so fiercely, even when he had prodded Dinwiddie and shaken hands in a glow of anticipation. Certainly there was no fire in his blood. His imagination had not toyed for a moment with the hope that here at last. He did not feel in the least romantic. But what man, especially after Dinwiddie's revelations, wouldn't feel a bit curious, a bit excited? Thank heaven he was young enough for that. He must know who she was. Certainly he would like to talk to her. She knew the world, no doubt of it. With those eyes! European women, given the opportunity, could cram more of life into 10 years than an American woman into 40. She had had her experiences in spite of that Madonna face. He'd bet on it. Well, he wasn't falling in love with a woman who had too heavily underscored in the book of life. But he enjoyed talking to European women of the world. New York had been overrun of late with Russian princesses and other ladies of title come over in the hope of milking the good old American cow, and when he could divert them from their grievances he found them clever, subtle, and interesting. It was likely that this woman had a grievance of that sort, or was looking for a chance to get at the generous but elusive udder. Her pearls might not be real, but her gown was superlatively expensive, her evening wrap of mauve velvet lined with ermine, and her little car perfectly turned out. He'd look like a fortune hunter with his salary of $15,000 a year and a few thousands in bonds. Not if he knew it. But find out who she was, know her, talk to her, learn what he felt was an interesting history, quite another matter. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The next evening when he arrived at the club he found Mr. Dinwiddie fuming. "What do you think?" he exclaimed as he led his guest to his favourite table in the corner. "That old rascal bluffed me. Bluffed me! Said there was no relative of Countess Zattiany in the country that he knew of. Looked blank as a post when I told him of the extraordinary resemblance of that girl to Mary Ogden. Said he never heard of her. Laughed at the idea of a Sub Rosa daughter. Pretended to be angry at such an aspersion on Mary's fair fame. Was in love with her himself, like the rest of us. But he was lying, and he knew that I knew he was lying. What'll you have? Anything. Go ahead. I know by the glitter of your eye that you haven't finished." "You're right, I haven't." He gave his order and leaned forward. "I've done a little prospecting on my own account. Mary inherited the old Ogden house over on Murray Hill. I happen to know that the lease ran out last year and that it hasn't been rented since. Well, I walked past there today, and someone is living in it. Boarding off. Windows open. Fresh curtains. A servant receiving a parcel at the area door. She's there, mark my words." "Not a doubt of it. Why didn't you walk boldly up and send in your card?" "Hadn't the courage. Besides, that girl never heard of me. I hadn't the ghost of an excuse." "Why not put Mrs. Oglethorpe on the scent? She could call. Women are always fertile in excuses." "I can't see what pretext she could trump up. She'd be keen enough, all right, but she hardly could tell this haughty creature with the unmistakable stamp of the great world on her that she knows she must be the left-handed daughter of Mary Ogden. Even Jane hasn't assurance enough for that." "She might assume that this young woman is a member of the Countess Zattiany's family, daughter of a cousin or something. Those extraordinary resemblances do recur in families. That indeed may be the explanation." "Not a bit of it. That girl is Mary's daughter." "I'm inclined to agree with you. But it is understood that you can't hurl it at her. Mrs. Oglethorpe, however, could invent a pretty pretence. Saw her at the theatre. Struck by her likeness to her old friend. Discovered she was living in the family mansion. Felt she must seek her out." That's not quite the sort of thing the New York woman does, and you know it. True, the war has upset them, as it has every one else. They are still restless. I have met 2 opera singers, 2 actresses, 3 of these juvenile editors, and columnists at dinners and musical evenings during the last month alone. I believe they'd lionize Charlie Chaplin if he'd let them, but I understand he's more exclusive than we are. God, what is New York society coming to?" "You like straying outside the sacred preserves yourself occasionally." "I do. But I'm a man. We always did stray a bit. But when I think of the exclusiveness of only a few years ago, why, New York society was a club, the most exclusive club in the world. London society was Bohemia compared to it. It's the democratic flu, that's what. Aristocracy's done for." "I'm not so sure. The reaction may be devastating, but it's a sign of grace that they've at last discovered sufficient intelligence to be bored with their somewhat monotonous selves. And Mrs. Oglethorpe always does exactly as she pleases. Better drop her a hint." "Well, I'll try it. But while Jane may be high-handed, she has certain rigid ideas when it comes to society and who shall enter its gates. So far she's made no concessions. She and a few others still keep a tight rein. They're daughters, though, and granddaughters. Jane's girls are replicas of herself with every atom of her personality left out. But Jim's daughter, Janet, is her grandmother over again, plus modern bad manners, bad habits, and a defiance of every known convention. Wretched little flapper. Gad, what are we coming to?" "Never mind Janet. Why don't you suggest it to Jane? She thinks more of you than of any one else. I doubt if you could ask her anything—" "Not much. She'd twig at once. I've had several hints lately that she has her eye on somebody she wants me to marry. You must do it yourself. And you must." "Well, if she won't, Mrs. Jim might. The younger women would know this girl like a shot if they thought there was any fun in it. Then drop her if she didn't measure up. I don't know that I care to place her in such a position. I've an idea the fair unknown can take care of herself. I don't see her picked up and dropped. Probably it would be the deuce and all to meet her. I think my plan is best. You can rouse any woman's curiosity, and no one has more than Mrs. Oglethorpe. That would be the wedge. You'd meet her, and then you could give her a dinner and invite me." "All right, I'll try it. Something must happen soon. My arteries won't stand the strain." Chapter 5. "Madam is not at home, ma'am." "Is she not? Then I'll wait for her." Mrs. Oglethorpe swept by the butler, and he had the sensation of chaff scattering before a strong wind. In truth, Mrs. Oglethorpe was an impressive figure, and quite 2 inches taller than himself. He could only stare at her in helpless awe, the more so as he had recognized her at once. Leadership might be extinct, but Mrs. Oglethorpe was still a power in New York society, with her terrible outspokenness, her uncompromising standards, her sardonic humor, her great wealth, and her eagle eye for subterfuge. How could a mere servant hope to oppose that formidable will when his betters trembled at her nod? Mrs. Oglethorpe had made her usual careful toilet. Her full long dress of heavy pile black velvet, almost covered with a sable cape, swept the floor. Changing skirts meant nothing to her. Like all women of the old régime in New York, she wore her hair dressed very high, and it was surmounted by a small black hat covered with feathers, ruthlessly exposing her large square face, with its small snapping black eyes and prominent nose. A high-boned collar of net supported what was left of her throat. She wore no jewels, as she clung to the rigorous law of her youth, which had tabooed the vulgar display of anything but pearls in the daytime. As she was too old and yellow for pearls, she compromised on jet earrings and necklace. She carried a cane. Mr. Dinwiddie, to his surprise, had found no difficulty in persuading her to investigate the mysteries of the Ogden mansion, for she had leapt at once to the conclusion that the friend of her youth was in some way menaced by this presumptuous stranger of the fantastic resemblance. There had been a time when, while indignantly repudiating the stories so prevalent for many years after Mary Ogden's marriage to Count Zattiany, she had secretly believed and condoned them, not only because she had loved her devotedly and known something of her heavy disillusionment, but because the wild secret life the exalted Countess Zattiany was believed to be leading fed her own suppressed longings for romance and adventure. With the passage of years, which had taken their toll of Mary's beauty and fascination and brought complete disillusionment to herself, she had almost forgotten that old phase. Moreover, it was many years since she had visited Europe, and correspondence between the two friends, once so intimate, had almost ceased before the war. During that long interval she had heard nothing of her except that she was running a hospital in Buda Pesth, but shortly after the close of the war she had been distressed to learn from a member of one of the various commissions to Vienna that Countess Zattiany was ill in a sanitarium. She had written at once, but received no reply. Now she feared that some adventuress had taken advantage of a superficial resemblance. She dismissed Mr. Dinwiddie's protestations of the exactness of the resemblance as the maunderings of a weakened memory playing about among the ghosts of his youth, to scheme for the Ogden fortune. When told that Judge Trent was evidently shielding the woman her suspicions were redoubled. She had consistently hated Judge Trent for 50 years. If, on the other hand, the creature were really Mary's daughter and could prove it, well, she would make up her mind what course to take when she met her. "I'll wait in the library," she announced, and moved majestically down the hall. Then, at a sound, she paused and glanced towards the stair which rose on the left, opposite the library. A woman was descending, a woman only an inch or two shorter than herself, and no less stately, with ashen blonde hair coiled low on her graceful neck, and wearing a loose gown of pale green crêpe with a silver girdle. "My God!" exclaimed Mrs. Oglethorpe in a loud imperious voice, as if commanding the Almighty to leap from his throne and fly to her assistance. Then she leaned heavily on her cane. The lady came quickly down the stairs and made a peremptory signal to the butler. As he disappeared, she walked forward more slowly and paused within a few feet of her agitated guest. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, her face impassive. Not even those sharp old eyes staring at her guessed that she had been completely taken by surprise and was inwardly quaking. Mrs. Oglethorpe could not speak for a moment. The years had dropped from her. She was once more a young woman, come to spend the day with her favorite friend, or to attend a reception in the stately formal house on Murray Hill. High rooms filled with women wearing tight basques, bustles, full sweeping skirts, small hats or bonnets perched on puffs and braids. Mary, the most radiant and beautiful and enchanting girl in the world, coming forward with hands outstretched, while her more formal mother frowned a little at her enthusiasm. Or were they both risen to haunt the old house? But confusion could reign for only a few seconds in Mrs. Oglethorpe's indomitable soul. She drew herself up to her imposing height, and her voice was harsher than usual as she addressed the vision that had confounded her. "Pardon me. Your likeness to my old friend, Countess Zattiany, startled me. Who are you, may I ask?" "Does it really matter?" And once more Mrs. Oglethorpe started, although the accent was foreign. "Yes, it does matter," she said grimly. "This is what I have come to find out." "Oh!" Again there was a slight lift of the eyebrows. "I had always heard that Americans were unconventional, but hardly that they carried their independence of the conventions so far as to invade the house of a stranger." "I'll not be put off. Are you Mary Zattiany's daughter?" For a second there was an expression of broad amusement on the beautiful cold face opposite, but it passed with a slight shrug of the shoulders. "No," she said evenly. "Then who are you?" "I do not choose to say at present." Her tone was as arrogant as her interlocutor's, and Mrs. Oglethorpe bristled. "What does Trent mean by lying about your presence in this house?" "Judge Trent respects my wishes." "Your wishes! You've made a fool of him. But I am Countess Zattiany's oldest friend, and if she has been imposed upon, if she has come to any harm, if you are after her fortune by pretending on the strength of your singular likeness to be her heir, I shall know how to put a stop to it in spite of Judge Trent. I suppose you have never heard of me. My name is Oglethorpe." "I have heard of Mrs. Oglethorpe from Countess Zattiany, but she failed to prepare me for your excessively bad manners." "Manners be damned! I use what manners I choose, and I've never done anything else. I repeat to you that Countess Zattiany was the most intimate friend of my youth, and for many years after. If she has no one to protect her interests in this country, I shall protect them myself. Don't you suppose I am well aware that if you were in her confidence she would have sent you direct to me? It is the first thing she would have thought of. If you are not an impostor and an adventuress, present your credentials and I will ask your pardon." "Judge Trent has my credentials. Now, if you will excuse me." "I will not excuse you. I will get to the depth of all this mystery. I abominate mystery. It is vulgar and stupid. You will tell me who you are, or I will set the newspapers on your track. They'll soon ferret it out. I've only to say the word." "Ah!" The lady seemed to falter for a moment. She looked speculatively at the indignant old face opposite, then made a vague little gesture toward her hair, and dropped her eyes. "No," she said softly. "Don't, please." She raised her eyes once more and looked straight into Mrs. Oglethorpe's. The two women stood staring at each other for several seconds. Mrs. Oglethorpe's eyes blinked. Her jaw fell. Then she drew herself up in her most impressive manner. "Good day," she said. "Your pardon for the intrusion." And although her voice had trembled, she swept majestically down the hall. The unwilling hostess touched a bell and a footman opened the door. Chapter 6. 3 weeks passed. There were almost twice as many first nights. Mary Ogden, as Clavering called her for want of the truth, was at each. She never rose in her seat again, and, indeed, seemed to seek inconspicuousness, but she was always in the second or third row of the orchestra, and she wore a different gown on each occasion. As she entered after the curtain rose and stole out before it went down for the last time, few but those in the adjacent seats and boxes were edified by any details of those charming creations, although it was noticeable that the visiting of both sexes was most active in her neighborhood. For by this time she was the talk of the town, or of that important and excessively active-minded section of Greater New York represented at first nights. The columnists had commented on her. One had indited 10 lines of free verse in her honor. Another had soared on the wings of 17th century English into a panegyric on her beauty and her halo of mystery. A poet editor wit had clept her the silent drama. Had it been wartime she would inevitably have been set down as a spy, and as it was there were dark inferences that she was a Bolshevik agent who had smuggled vast sums of money into the country and passed it on to the Reds. There were those who opined she was some rich man's mistress, recently imported, snatched from some victim of revolution who could no longer afford her. Blonde Madonnas were always under suspicion unless you knew all about them. Others, more practical, scoffed at these fancy theories and asserted roundly that she was either a Russian refugee who had sound American or English investments, or some American woman educated abroad who knew no one in New York and amused herself at the theatre. Indeed? Why then should an obviously wealthy young woman of as obviously good birth and breeding bring no letters? Something crooked, not a doubt of it. A European girl or young widow of position would never come to America without a chaperon, nor an American brought up abroad. A woman with that air knows what's what. She's simply put herself beyond the pale and doesn't care. Some impoverished woman of the noblesse who has taken up with a rich man. The men would have liked to put a detective on the track of every millionaire in town. Clavering had confided in no one, and Mr. Dinwiddie, although he had attended a party given by one of the most hospitable of the Sophisticates, where the unknown was discussed from cocktail to cocktail, and where, forgetting his arteries, he had befuddled himself at a generous fount, had guarded his tongue. To Clavering he had been unable to extend either hope or information. Mrs. Oglethorpe had turned a bleak and rigid countenance upon the friend of her youth when he had called with an eager ear, and forbidden him tartly ever to mention the subject to her again. "Interview must have been devilish unpleasant to curdle poor old Jane like that," he had commented. "No doubt the girl showed her the door. Gad! Jane! But Mary's daughter could do it, none better." Clavering was deeply disappointed. He turned a scowling back on the gossips rending the topic to tatters. New York must have a new topic every season. This girl had arrived in a season of dearth, and unless she were discovered to be living in an absolute flagrancy, they would throw down the carpet. Some went even further. After all, what about... But there seemed to be not the remotest prospect of meeting her, not even of solving the mystery. She had been seen striding round the reservoir in a short skirt and high-laced boots of soft pale leather. One triumphant woman had stood next to her at a glove counter and overheard her observe to the clerk in a sweet and rather deep voice, with an ineluctably refined and foreign accent, that gloves were cheaper in New York than in Paris. She had been passed several times in her smart little car, and once she had been seen going into the public library. Evidently she was no hermit. Several of the Sophisticates had friends in society and questioned them eagerly, but were rewarded only by questions as eager in return. On the sixth of these first nights, when the unknown slipped quietly from her seat at the end of the last act, she saw the aisle in front of her almost blocked. One after another the rows of seats were hurriedly deserted. Clavering, as usual, was directly behind her. But Mr. Dinwiddie, forced from his chair many aisles back, was swept out with the crowd. When she reached the foyer she found herself surrounded by men and women whose frank interest was of the same well-bred but artless essence as that afforded a famous actress or prima donna exhibiting herself before the footlights. It was evident that she had a sense of humor, for as she made her way slowly toward the entrance a smile twitched her mouth more than once. Clavering thought that she was on the point of laughing outright, but he fumed. "Damn them! They'll scare her off. She'll never come again." One or two women had vowed they'd speak to her. After all, a first night was a club of sorts. But their courage failed them. The crowd made way for her, and she crossed the pavement to wait for her car. Clavering, always hoping that some drunken brute would give him the opportunity to succor her, followed and stood as close as he dared. Her car drove up and she entered. As it started she turned her head and looked straight at him. And then Clavering was sure that she laughed outright. He started recklessly after the car, plunging between automobiles going in 4 different directions, and jumping on the running board of a taxi, told the man to drive like hell toward Park Avenue. There was amused recognition in that glance. She must have, noticed him before tonight. And then he had his chance. To the brave belong the fair. Chapter 7. He dismissed the taxi at the corner of her street and walked rapidly toward the house. He had no definite object, but with the blood of romantic ancestors who had serenaded beneath magnolia trees pounding in his veins, he thought it likely he would take up his stand under the opposite lamp-post and remain there all night. The reportorial news sense died painlessly. Suddenly, to his amazement, he saw her run down the steps of her house and disappear into the area. She was once more at the gate when he hurried up to her. Am I he stammered. "Is anything the matter?" For a moment she had shrunk back in alarm, but the narrow silent street between its ramparts of brown stone was bright with moonlight and she recognized him. "Oh, it is you," she said with a faint smile. "I forgot my key, and I cannot make anyone hear the bell. The servants sleep on the top floor, and, of course, like logs. Yes, you can do something. Are you willing to break a window, crawl in, and find your way up to the front door? Watch me." Clavering forgot that he was saturnine and remote and turning 34. He took the area steps at a bound. Iron gates guarded the basement doors, but the old bars on the windows were easily wrenched out. He lifted his foot, kicked out a pane, found the catch, opened the window, and ran up the narrow dark stairs. There was a light in the spacious hall, and in another moment he had opened the door. He expected to be dismissed with a word of lofty thanks, but she said in a tone of casual hospitality, "There are sandwiches in the library, and I can give you a whisky and soda." She walked with a light swift step down the hall, the narrow tail of her black velvet gown wriggling after her. Clavering followed in a daze, but his trained eye took note of the fine old rugs and carved Italian furniture, two splendid tapestries, and great vases of flowers that filled the air with a drowsy perfume. He had heard of the Ogden house, built and furnished some 50 years ago. The couple that had leased it had been childless, and it showed little wear. The stairs curving on the left had evidently been recarpeted, but in a very dull red that harmonized with the mellow tints of the old house. She opened a door at the end of the hall on the right, and he found himself in a large library, whose walls were covered with books to the ceiling. Dinwiddie had told him that the Ogdens were bookish people, and that Mary's grandfather had been an eminent jurist. The room was as dark in tone as the hall, but the worn chairs and sofas looked very comfortable. A log was burning in the hearth. She took a key from a drawer and handed it to him. "You will find whiskey and a siphon in that cabinet, Mr. Clavering. I keep them for Judge Trent." "Mr. Cla—" He came out of his daze. "You know who I am, then?" "But certainly. I am not as reckless as all that." Her accent was slight but indubious, yet impossible to place. It might be that of a European who spoke many languages, or of an American with a susceptible ear who had lived the greater part of her life abroad. "I was driving one day with Judge Trent and saw you walking with Mr. Dinwiddie." "Trent, ah!" He had his first full look into those wise unfathomable eyes. Standing close to her, she seemed somewhat older than he had guessed her to be, although her face was unlined. Probably it was her remarkable poise, her air of power and security. And those eyes! What had they not looked upon? She smiled and poured broth from a thermos bottle. "You are forgetting your whiskey and soda," she reminded him. He filled his glass, took a sandwich, and sank into the depths of a leather chair. She had seated herself on an upright throne-like chair opposite. Her black velvet gown was like a vase supporting a subtly moulded flower of dazzling fairness. She wore the 3 rows of pearls that had excited almost as much speculation as her mysterious self. As she drank her mild beverage she looked at him over the brim of her cup and once more appeared to be on the verge of laughter. "Will you tell me who you are?" asked Clavering bluntly. "This is hardly fair, you know." "Mr. Dinwiddie really managed to coax nothing from Judge Trent? He called 3 times, I understand." "Not a word." "He had my orders," she said coolly. "I am obliged to pass some time in New York, and I have my reasons for remaining obscure." "Then you should have avoided first nights." "But I understood that Society did not attend first nights. So Judge Trent informed me. I love the play. Judge Trent told me the first nights were very amusing, and that I would be sure to be seen by no one I had ever met in European Society." "Probably not," he said dryly, and feeling decidedly nettled at her calm assumption that nothing but the society of fashion counted. "But the people who do attend them are a long sight more distinguished in the only way that counts these days, and the women are often as well dressed as any in the sacrosanct preserves." "Oh, I noticed that," she said quickly. "Charming intelligent faces, a great variety of types, and many, but many, quite admirable gowns. But who are they, may I ask? I thought there was nothing between New York Society and the poor, but well, the bourgeoisie." He informed her. "Ah. You see, well, I always heard that your people of the artistic and intellectual class were rather eccentric. rather cultivated a pose. Once, maybe. They all make too much money these days. But there are freaks, if you care to look for them. Some of the suddenly prosperous authors and dramatists have rather dizzy-looking wives, and I suppose you saw those two girls from Greenwich Village that sat across the aisle from you tonight." She shuddered. "One merely looked like a Hottentot, but the other, with that thin upper layer of her short black hair dyed a greenish white, and her haggard degenerate green face. What do they do in Greenwich Village? Is it an isolation camp for defectives?" "It was once a colony of real artists, but the big fish left, and the minnows swim slimily about, giving off nothing but their own sickly phosphorescence." "How interesting. A sort of Latin Quarter, although I never saw anything in Paris quite like those dreadful girls." "Probably not. As a race we are prone to exaggeration. But are you not going to tell me your name?" She had finished her supper and was leaning against the high back of her chair, her long slender but oddly powerful looking hands folded lightly on the black velvet of her lap. Once more he was struck by her absolute repose. "But certainly. I am the Countess Zattiany." "The Countess Zattiany?" "The Countess Joseph Zattiany, to be exact. I went to Europe when I was a child, and when I finished school visited my cousin, Mary Zattiany. I belong to the Virginian branch of her mother's family, at her palace in Vienna, and married her cousin's nephew." "Ah, that accounts for the resemblance," exclaimed Clavering. And then, quite abruptly, he did not believe a word of it. "Resemblance?" "Yes, poor old Dinwiddie was completely bowled over when you stood up and surveyed the house that night. Thought he had seen a ghost of his old flame. I had to take him out in the alley and give him a drink." She met his eyes calmly. "That was the cause of his interest? Cousin Mary always said that the likeness to herself as a young woman was rather remarkable, that we might be mother and daughter instead of only third cousins." "Ah yes exactly. Is she with you?" "No, alas. She is in a sanitarium in Vienna and likely to remain there for a long time. When Judge Trent wrote that it would be well for her interests if she came to New York, she asked me to come instead and gave me her power of attorney. As my husband was killed in the first year of the war and I had no other ties, I can assure you I was glad to come." She shivered slightly. "Oh yes, Vienna. To see so much misery and to be able to give so little help. But now that Mary's and my own fortune are restored, I can assure you it gives me the greatest satisfaction of my life to send a large share of our incomes to our agent in Vienna." This time there was an unmistakable ring of truth in her deep tones. And she was human. Clavering had begun to doubt it, notwithstanding her powerful disturbing magnetism. But was he falling in love with her? He was attracted, dazzled, and he still felt romantic. But love! In spite of his suspicions, she seemed to move on a plane infinitely remote. "Shall you stay here?" "Oh, for a time, yes. I cannot see cousin Mary, and even Paris is spoiled. Besides, Judge Trent wishes me to learn something of business. He is growing old and says that women nowadays take an interest in their investments. I certainly find it highly diverting." "No doubt. But surely you will not continue to shut yourself up. You could know any one you choose. Judge Trent has only to give you a dinner. Unfortunately, most of his respectable friends are a great many years older than yourself. I have no desire to know them. In Paris, off and on, I met many of those elderly New York ladies of position. They all have that built-up look, with hats too small and high for their bony old faces, which they do not even soften with powder or the charming accessories of the toilet known to every European woman of fashion. And feathers! Why are they so fond of feathers? Not charming drooping feathers, but a sort of clipped hedge, all of a size, like a garden plot. Sometimes oblong, sometimes round. And why do they never look à la mode, in spite of their expensive furs and materials? That is the sign manual of their intense respectability. The old régime would not compromise with fashion in all its extravagant changes for the world. Moreover, it is their serene belief that they may dress exactly as they choose, and they choose to keep an old tradition alive. Are not English duchesses much the same?" "So. Well, I do not bore myself." "But the younger women?" "They are the smartest in the world. There is not the least necessity you should bore yourself with the elders. Surely you must long for the society of women of your age?" She moved restlessly for the first time. "They were always in Europe before the war. I met many of them. They do not interest me. I hardly knew what they were talking about." "But men! Surely a woman as young and beautiful—" "Oh, men!" Clavering had never heard as profound disillusion in any woman's tones. And then a curious expression of fear flitted through her eyes and she seemed to draw herself together. "What has some brute of a man done to her?" thought Clavering with furious indignation, and feeling more romantic than ever. Could it have been her husband? For a moment he regretted that Count Joseph Zattiany had gone beyond human vengeance. "You are too young to hate men," he stammered, and then he went on with complete banality. "You have never met the right man." "I am older than you perhaps think," she said dryly. "And I have known a great many men, and of a variety. But," she added graciously, "I shall be glad if you will come and see me sometimes. I enjoy your column, and I am sure we shall find a great deal to talk about." Clavering glowed with pride that almost convinced him he was not as blasé as he had hoped. He rose, however. "I'll come as often as you will let me. Make no mistake about that. But I should not have stayed so long. It is very late and you are well, rather unprotected, you know. I think you should have a chaperon." "I certainly shall not. And if I find you interesting enough to talk with until 2 in the morning, I shall do so. Dine with me tomorrow night if you have nothing better to do. And" she hesitated a moment, then added with a curious smile, "bring Mr. Dinwiddie. It is always charitable to lay a ghost. At 8:30?" She walked with him to the front door, and when he held out his hand she lifted hers absently. He was a quick-witted young man and he understood. He raised it lightly to his lips, then let himself out. As he was walking rapidly toward Park Avenue, wondering if he should tramp for hours, he had never felt less like sleeping. He remembered the broken window. The crime wave was terrorizing New York. There was no policeman in sight. To leave her unprotected was unthinkable. He walked back slowly until he reached the lamp post opposite her house. Finally, grinning, he folded his arms and leaned against it. There he stood until a policeman came strolling along some 2 hours later. He stated the case and told the officer that if anything happened to the house he would hold him responsible. The man was inclined to be intensely suspicious until Clavering mentioned his newspaper and followed the threat with a bill. Then he promised to watch the house like a hawk, and Clavering, tired, stiff and very cold, went home to bed. Chapter 8. "Tommy rot. Don't believe a word of it. Mary's mother was one of the Thornhills. Don't believe there ever was a Virginia branch. But I'll soon find out. Also about this Joseph Zattiany. That girl is Mary Ogden's daughter." They were seated in a corner of Mr. Dinwiddie's favorite club, where they had met by appointment. Clavering shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention of communicating his own doubts. "But you'll dine there tonight?" "Won't I? And I'll keep my ears open." Clavering privately thought that the Countess Joseph Zattiany would be more than a match for him, but replied, "After all, what does it matter? She is a beautiful and charming woman, and no doubt you'll have a very good dinner." "That's all very well as far as it goes. But I've never been so interested in my life. Of course, if she's Mary's daughter I'll do anything to befriend her. That is, if she'll be honest enough to admit it. But I don't like all this lying and pretense." "I think your terms are too strong. There have been extraordinary resemblances before in the history of the world. doubles, for instance, where there was no known relationship. Rather remarkable there are enough faces to go round. And she confesses to be of the same family. At all events, you must admit that she has not made use of her alibi to force her way into society." "Probably knows her alibi won't stand the strain. The women would soon ferret out the truth. What I'm afraid of is that she's got this power of attorney out of Mary when the poor girl was too weak to resist, and is over here to corral the entire fortune." "But surely Judge Trent—" "Oh, Trent, he's a fool where women are concerned. Always was, and now he's got to the stage where he can't sit beside a girl without pawing her. They won't have him in the house. Of course this lovely creature's got him under her thumb. I'll see him today and give him a piece of my mind for the lies he's told me. And if this girl has inherited her mother's brains, she's equal to anything." "I thought that your Mary was composite perfection." "Never said anything of the sort. Didn't I tell you she always kept us guessing? I sometimes used to think that if it hadn't been for her breeding and the standards that involves, and her wealth and position, she'd have made a first-class adventuress." "Was she a good liar?" "She was insolently truthful, but I'm certain she wouldn't have hesitated at a whopping lie if it would have served her purpose. She was certainly rusée. Well, the dinner should be highly interesting with all these undercurrents. I'll call for you at 8:15. I must run now and do my column." Clavering, often satirical and ironic, was positively brutal that afternoon. The latest play, book, moving picture, the inefficiency of the New York police, his afflicting correspondence, were hacked to the bone. When he had finished, his jangling nerves were unaccountably soothed. Other nerves would shriek next morning. Let 'em. He'd been honest enough, and if he chose to use a battle axe instead of Toledo steel, that was his privilege. He called down for a messenger boy and strolled to the window to soothe his nerves still further. Dusk had fallen. Every window of the high stone building surrounding Madison Square was an oblong of light. It was a symphony of gray and gold, of which he never tired. It invested business with romance and beauty. The men behind those radiant panels, thinking of nothing less, made their brief contribution to the beauty of the world, transported the rapt spectator to a realm of pure loveliness. A light fall of snow lay on the grass and benches, the statues and trees of the square. Motors were flashing and honking below and over on Fifth Avenue. The roar of the great city came up to him like a flood over a broken dam. Black masses were pouring toward the subways. Life. New York was the epitome of life. He enjoyed forcing his way through those moving masses, but it interested him even more to feel above, aloof, as he did this evening. Those tides swept on as unconscious of the watchers so high above them as of the soaring beauty of the Metropolitan Tower. Groundhogs, most of them, but part of the ever-changing, ever-fascinating metropolitan pageant. The arcade of Madison Square Garden was already packed with men, and he knew that a triple line reached down 26th Street to 4th Avenue. There was to be a prize fight tonight, and the men had stood there since noon, buying apples and peanuts from peddlers. This was Tuesday, and there was no half-holiday. These men appeared to have unbounded leisure while the rest of the city toiled or demanded work. But they were always warmly dressed and indubitably well fed. They belonged to what is vaguely known as the sporting fraternity, and were invariably in funds, although they must have existed with the minimum of work. The army of unemployed was hardly larger, and certainly no bread line was ever half as long. Mounted police rode up and down to avert any anticipation of the night's battle. A loud barking murmur rose and mingled with the roar of the avenues. The great clock of the Metropolitan Tower began to play those sad and sweetly ominous notes preliminary to booming out the hour. They always reminded him of the warning bell on the wild and rocky coast, with something of the Lorelei in its cadences, like a heartless woman's subtle allure, poignantly difficult to resist. There was a knock on the door. Clavering gave his daily stint to the messenger boy. He was hunting for change, when he recaptured his column, sat down at his desk, and running it over hastily, inserted the word "authentic." New York must have its word, even as its topic. Authentic, loosed upon the world by Arnold Bennett, was the rage at present. The little writers hardly dared use it. It was, as it were, the trademark of the Sophisticates. The boy, superior, indifferent, and chewing gum, accepted his tip and departed. Clavering returned to the window. Gone was the symphony of gold and gray. The buildings surrounding the square were a dark and formless mass in the heavy dusk. Only the street lights below shone like globular phosphorescence on a dark and turbulent sea. 2 hours later he left his hotel and walked up Madison Avenue. 26th Street was deserted, and as littered with papers, peanut shells, and various other debris as a picnic train. The mounted police had disappeared. From the great building came the first roar of the thousands assembled, whether in approval or the reverse it would be difficult to determine. They roared upon the slightest pretext, and they would roar steadily until 10:30 or 11, when they would burst out of every exit, rending the night with their yells, while a congested mass of motors and taxicabs shrieked and honked and squealed and coughed, and then abruptly the silence of death would fall upon what is now a business quarter, where only an occasional hotel, or little old brownstone house, sole reminder of a vanished past when Madison Square was the center of fashion, lingered between the towering masses of concrete and steel. Chapter 9. When Clavering and Dinwiddie arrived at the Ogden house, Judge Trent was already there, and mixing cocktails in the library. He was a large man who must have had a superb figure before it grew heavy. He wore the moustache of his generation, and in common with what was left of his hair it glistened like crystal. His black eyes were still very bright, and his full loose mouth wore the slight smirk peculiar to old men whose sex vanity perishes only in the grave. Beside him stood a man some 10 years younger, who was in the graying period, which gave him a somewhat dried and dusty look, but whose figure was still slender, and whose hard outlines of face were as yet unblurred by flesh. They were, of course, faultlessly groomed, but if met in the wilds of Africa, clad in rags and bearded like the jungle, to the initiate they still would have been New Yorkers. "Come in, come in," cried the Judge heartily. "Madame Zattiany will be down in a minute. She prefers to be called Madame Zattiany, by the way. Thinks titles in America are absurd unless wearers were born to them, more particularly since continental titles today are worth about as much as rubles and marks. Mr. Clavering, you know Mr. Osborne? Madame Zattiany kindly permitted me to bring him, as she was having a little party. Family's old friends." Clavering placed 2 fingers in the limp hand extended and met the cold appraising eye calmly. The New York assumption that all other Americans are rank outsiders, that, in short, not to have been born in New York is a social and irremediable crime, had often annoyed him, but never caused him to feel the slightest sense of inferiority. He had his own ancestors, as important in their day as any bewigged old Dutchman, all of whom, he reminded himself, had been but honest burghers in Holland. But he admired their consistency. The rest of the country had been commenting bitterly on the New York attitude since the 18th century, and when you got under their protective armor they were an honorable and loyal lot. Meanwhile it paid to be as rude as themselves. "I am delighted that Madame Zattiany has decided to come out of her shell at last," said Judge Trent, shaking vigorously. "I've been urging it for some time, but she has had a long and harrowing experience, and seemed to want only to rest. I think the stir she made at your first nights, Clavering, had something to do with it. There was a time, you know, when she never appeared without making a sensation, like poor Mary before her. But young as she is, all that seems almost too remote to recall. Of course, if she had been able to live in London or Paris after the war, it would have been different.
but she was stuck in Budapest and Vienna. Ah!" Madame Zattiany had entered the room. She wore pale green chiffon with floating sleeves that left her arms bare. In the subdued light she looked like a girl playing at Undine. Clavering heard Dinwiddie give a sharp hiss. Gad! More like Mary than ever. Nile green was her favourite colour. She greeted the Judge and Clavering with her slight flickering smile, and then turned to the other two men. "This must be Mr. Osborne, as Judge Trent pointed out Mr. Dinwiddie to me one day on Fifth Avenue. It was kind of you both to come in this informal manner. I appreciate it very much." Her manner was a little like that of a princess giving audience, Clavering reflected, a manner enhanced by her slight accent and profound repose, the negligent lifting of her hand to be kissed, and as she stood graciously accepting their expressions of unhoped-for felicity, she looked less American, more European, than ever. But Clavering wondered for the first time if that perfect repose were merely the expression of a profound indifference, almost apathy. But no, she was too young for that. However, the war may have seared her, and she was smiling spontaneously. There was a genuine note of pleasure in her voice as she turned to him. "It was more than kind of you to watch my house until the policeman came," she said in a lower key. "I was really alarmed when I remembered that broken window and all those dreadful stories in the newspapers. But you kept watch beneath my windows like a preux chevalier, and I felt safe." "I felt rather a fool, if the truth be told." Her eyes had a curious exploring look, and Clavering felt unaccountably irritated, in spite of all that her words implied. "I'd have done the same if you had been old and withered. Served me right. I should have thought before I left the house to telephone for a watchman." "Ah, quite so. American men are famous for their gallantry, are they not? Myself, I have always liked them." The smile rose to her wise penetrating eyes, and Clavering colored like a schoolboy. Then it faded, and her face looked suddenly rigid. "I wonder," she muttered, then turned her back abruptly. "You must not forget your cocktail, and dinner has been announced." Mr. Dinwiddie made a pretext of sipping his cocktail as the three raised their glasses simultaneously to their hostess. She had declined to join them, with a little grimace. "Perhaps in time I may become American enough to like your strange concoctions, but so far I think cocktails have a really horrid taste. Shall we go in?" The Judge offered his arm with the formal gallant air he could assume at will, and the other men followed at a discreet distance. Her shimmering gown had a long tail. Mr. Dinwiddie's eyes seemed to bore into that graceful, swaying back, but he was not the man to discuss his hostess until he had left her house, and Clavering could only wonder what conclusions were forming in that avid, cynical old brain. The dining room, long and narrow, was at the back of the hall, and extended along the entire width of the large house. Like the hall, it was panelled and dark, an imposing room hung with family portraits. A small table at the end looked like a fairy oasis. It glittered and gleamed, and the flowers were mauve, matching the tall wand-like candles. "I do hope, Madame Zattiany," said Mr. Osborne, as he took a seat at her left, "that you won't succumb to the prevailing mania for white, and paint out this beautiful old walnut. Too many of our houses look entirely too sanitary. One feels as if he were about to be shown up to a ward, to be received by a hospital nurse with a warning not to speak too loud." There was no chill formality in his mien as he bent over his young and beautiful hostess. "Ah, you forget this is Countess Zattiany's house," she said, smiling. "But I will admit that if it were mine I should make few changes. White was quite à la mode in London long before the war, but myself, I never liked it." Judge Trent sat opposite his hostess at the round table. She had placed Mr. Dinwiddie and Mr. Osborne on either side of her, smiling at Clavering. "I am sorry I do not know any young ladies," she said graciously, although there was a twinkle in her eye. "You look rather lonesome." "Why should he?" growled Dinwiddie. "He is young and you are young. The rest of us are the ones to feel out of it." "Not a bit of it, not a bit of it!" exclaimed Judge Trent. "You forget that Madame Zattiany has lived in Europe since infancy. She talked to elderly statesmen all her life." "Well, we're not statesmen, the Lord knows." Dinwiddie could always be relied on to make the obvious retort, thought Clavering, although it must be admitted that he was seldom with none at all. "But you must have seen more young men than old during the war, Madame Zattiany. I understand that Mary turned her palace in Buda Pesth into a hospital and that you were her chief assistant." "That is quite true, and I had by no means confined myself before that to elderly statesmen. But I had almost forgotten what a young man on his feet looked like before the war finished. Or society, for that matter. My one temptation to enter society here will be the hope of forming a relief organization drive, do you call it? For the starving children of Austria. Russian children are not the only pitiable objects in Europe, and, after all, the children of civilized countries are of more value to the future of the world." "Another drive," Judge Trent groaned. "New York flees to cover at the word. Enter society by all means, but to give your youth its rights. You have been deprived of them too long." "I shall never feel as young as that again. Nor will any girl who was merely 16 at the beginning of the war be the same as your carefree young ladies here. I sit in the restaurants and watch them with amazement, often with anger. What right have they? However, as for myself, I shall not re-enter the world for any but the object I have just mentioned. Luncheons, dinners, balls. I was surfeited before the war, and I have forgotten persiflage, small talk. I am told that Americans avoid serious topics in society. I, alas, have become very serious." She swept her favored guests with a disarming smile. They understood. There was no sting in her words for them. Clavering spoke up eagerly. "Why should you bore yourself with social functions? If you want to raise money for the children, I will not only start a drive in my column, but take you to call on several powerful editors, or bring them here," he added hastily at the look of amazement in her eyes, "and they will be more than willing to help you. They have only to meet you." "That is all very well," interrupted Judge Trent, who, like the other elderly gentleman, was glaring at the famous young columnist who daily laid down the law to his admiring readers. "But to raise money in large amounts you've got to have a committee, and no committee is of any use, for this sort of thing, without the names of fashionable women who are as well known to our democratic public that daily devours the society columns as the queens of the movies." "Well, well, I do not know. I must think. It is not a step to take lightly." Clavering intercepted a flash between her eyes and Judge Trent's, and the old gentleman tightened his lips in a self-conscious smirk as he bent over his fish. "Damn him," thought Clavering. "He knows the whole truth and is laughing at us in his sleeve." Madame Zattiany had turned the subject gracefully to European politics, and he watched her with a detached air. Trent's attitude toward her amused him. It was more deferential and admiring than infatuated. Whatever her charm, she was no longer in her first youth, and only unripe fruit could sting that senescent palate. But the other two. Clavering smiled sardonically. Dinwiddie, hanging on her every word, was hardly eating. He was a very handsome man, in spite of his shining pate and heavy white mustache. His features were fine and regular, his eyes, if rather prominent, were clear and blue, his skin clean, and his figure but little amplified. He was only 62. Osborne, who looked barely 50, was personable and clever enough to attract any woman. He, too, was astonishingly indifferent to the excellent dinner, and both these gentlemen had reached an age where, if wary of excess for reasons of vanity and interior comfort, they derived their sincerest enjoyment at the table. That she possessed sex magnetism in a superlative degree, in spite of her deliberate aloofness, Clavering had, of course, been conscious from the first. Had not every male first nighter been conscious of it? There was a surfeit of beauty in New York. A stranger, even if invested with mystery, must possess the one irresistible magnet, combined with some unusual quality of looks to capture and hold the interest of weary New Yorkers as she had done. Even the dramatic critics, who looked as if they hated everybody, had been seen to gaze upon her with rare approval. But tonight Clavering had a glimpse of something more than magnetism for which she was not responsible and to which she had seemed singularly indifferent. It was quite evident that he was watching charm in action. She was sparkling and exerting herself, talking brilliantly and illuminatingly upon the chaos still known as Europe, and it was patent that her knowledge was not derived from newspapers or drawing-room gossip. Her personal acquaintance of public men had evidently been extensive before the war, and she had as manifestly continued to see those in and out of office in Vienna and Budapest throughout all the later fluctuations. Her detestation of the old German militaristic party was unmitigated, and she spoke of the late ruler of the dual empire and of his yearning heir with no respect whatever. With other intelligent people she believed Bolshevism to be an inevitable phase in a country as backward and ignorant as Russia, but to his surprise she regarded the republican ideal of government as the highest that had yet been evolved from finite minds, still far from their last and highest stages of development. She believed that the only hope of the present civilization was to avert at any cost the successful rise of the proletariat to power until the governing and employing classes had learned sufficient wisdom to conciliate it and treat it with the same impartial justice they now reserved for themselves, and to educate themselves along the lines laid down in the Mind in the Making, interpolated Clavering. Otherwise any victory the masses might achieve would be followed by the same hideous results as in Russia. In other words, the same results that had followed all servile uprisings since the dawn of history. When the underdog, who has never felt anything but the underdog, with all the misery and black injustice the word implies, finds himself on top, he will inevitably torture and murder his former oppressors. He hasn't the intelligence to foresee the ultimate folly of his acts, or that the only hope of the world is equal justice for all classes. He merely gratifies his primitive instincts for vengeance, precisely the same today as during the first servile uprising of Rome. He butchers and slaughters and wrecks, and then sinks with his own weight, while what brains are left reconstruct civilization out of the ruins. The trouble is that the reconstructing brains are never quite good enough, and after a time it is all to do over again. This was by no means a monologue, but evoked in the give and take of argument with Mr. Osborne, who believed in never yielding an inch to the demands of labor, and with Mr. Dinwiddie, who, since his association with the Sophisticates, was looking forward vaguely towards some idealistic regeneration of the social order, although socialism was rather out of date among them, and Bolshevism long since relegated to the attic. But Clavering was not particularly interested in her political views, sound as they were. Foreign women of her class, if not as liberal, always talked intelligently of politics. What interested him keenly was her deliberate, her quite conscious attempt to enslave the two men beside her, and her complete success. Occasionally she threw him a word, and once he fancied she favored him with a glance of secret amused understanding, but he was thankful to be on the outer edge of that glamorous crescent. It was enough to watch at a comparatively safe distance. Would his turn come next, or was she merely bent on so befuddling these old chaps that there could be no place left in their enraptured minds for suspicion or criticism? No doubt he was too rank an outsider. She shot him another glance. Was his to be the rôle of the sympathetic friend? Then she began to draw Dinwiddie and Osborne out, and it struck him that her attitude was not merely that of the accomplished hostess. They both talked well, they were intelligent and well informed, and he was himself interested in what they had to say on the subject of national politics. The judge, who had an unimpaired digestion, was attending strictly to his champagne and his dinner. There was something of anxiety, almost of wistfulness, in her expression as she listened to one or the other doing his admirable best to entertain her. They had the charm of crisp, well-modulated voices, these two men of her own class. She had met no better-bred men in Europe, and their air was as gallant as it had been in their youth. He had a fleeting vision of what gay dogs they must have been. Neither had married, but they had been ardent lovers once, and aging women still spoke of them with tender amusement. And yet only the shell had changed. They had led decent enough lives, and no doubt could fall honestly and romantically in love to-day. In fact, they appeared to be demonstrating the possibility, with the eternal ingenuousness of the male. And yet nature had played them this scurvy trick. The young heart in the old shell. Grown-up boys with a foot in the grave. Dependent upon mind and address alone to win a woman's regard, while the woman dreamed of the man with a thick thatch over his brains and the responsive magnetism of her own years. Poor old fighting cocks! What a jade nature was! Or was it merely the tyranny of an idea, carefully inculcated at the nativity of the social group, with the arbitrary laws in behalf of the race, the fetish of the body, stark materialism? However, it was not as hard on them as on women outgrown their primary function. Theirs, at least, the privilege of approach, and their deathless masculine conceit, when all was said. Nature's supreme gift of compensation never faltered. It crossed Clavering's mind that she was experimenting on her own account, not merely bewildering and enthralling these estimable gentlemen of her mother's generation. But why? Joining casually in the conversation, or quite withdrawn, he watched her with increasing and now quite impersonal interest. He almost fancied she was making an effort to be something more than the polite and amiable hostess, that she was deliberately striving to see them as men who had a perfect right to fascinate a woman of her age and loveliness. Well, it had happened before. Elderly men of charm and character had won and kept women fully 30 years their junior. Possibly she belonged to that distinguished minority who refused to be enslaved by the ancient idea, that iron code devised by forethinking men when earth was young and scantily peopled. Still, why this curious eagerness, this... It was indecipherable. No doubt his lively imagination was playing him tricks. Probably she was merely sympathetic. And then, toward the end of the dinner, her manner changed, although too subtly for any but the detached observer to notice. To Clavering, she seemed to go dead under her still animated face. He saw her eyes wander from Dinwiddie's bald head to Osborne's flattened cheek. Her lip curled. A look of fierce contempt flashed in her eyes before she hastily lowered the lids. He fancied she was glad to rise from the table. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. "Well?" he asked, as he and Dinwiddie were walking away from the house. Osborne had driven off with Judge Trent. "Do you still think her a base impostor?" "Don't know what I think, and don't much care. She can pack me in her trunk, as we boys used to say. She's a great lady and a charming woman. As little doubt about the first as the last. She's like Mary Ogden, and she isn't. I suppose she might be merely a member of the same family, with several thousand ancestors where types must have reappeared again and again. If she wants New York society, especially if she wants money for those starving children, I'll go the limit. But I'm going to find out about her all the same. I'll hunt up Harry Thornhill tomorrow. He's a recluse, but he'll see me. And I'll get on the track of some Hungarian refugee. She can't be the usual rank impostor, that's positive. She has the same blood as Mary in her veins, and if she's Mary's daughter and wishes to keep it dark, that's her business. I'll never give her away. Well, good luck. Glad it went off so well." They parted at the door of Mr. Dinwiddie's rooms, and Clavering walked slowly home in an extremely thoughtful mood. He felt an uneasy distrust of the Countess Joseph Zattiany, and he was not even sure that he liked her. On the following Monday night, however, he was by no means averse from making a notable personal score. As Abbott, a dramatic critic who happened to sit next to Madame Zattiany, made his usual hurried exit at the falling of the first curtain, Clavering slipped into the vacant chair. She smiled a welcome, but it was impossible to talk in the noise. This was a great first night. One of the leading actresses of America had returned in an excellent play, and her admirers, who appeared to be a unit, were clapping and stamping and shouting. Handkerchiefs fluttered all over the house. When the curtain descended after the 15th recall, and the lights went up, and demonstration gave place to excited chatter, Madame Zattiany held out her hand toward Clavering. "See, I have split my glove. I caught the enthusiasm. How generous your people are! I never heard such whole-souled, such unself-conscious response." "Oh, we like to let go sometimes, and the theatre is a safe place. One of the best things that can be said for New York, by the way, is its loyalty to 2 or 3 actresses no longer young. The whole country has gone crazy over youth. The most astonishingly bad books create a furore because from end to end they glorify post-war youth at its worst, and the stage is almost as bad. But New Yorkers are too old and wise in the theatre not to have a very deep appreciation for its art, and they will render tribute to old favorites as long as they produce good plays." "But that is very fine. I go to the matinée a good deal, and I am often very bored. And I have been reading your current novels with the desire to learn as well as to be amused. I wish so much to understand the country in which I was born. I have received much illumination. It is quite remarkable how well most of your authors write, but merely well, that is. So few have individuality of style, and even in the best authors I find nearly all of the heroines too young. I had read many American novels before the war. They came to us in Tauchnitz, and even then I found this quite remarkable preoccupation with youth." "Well, youth is a beautiful thing, is it not?" He smiled into her own beautiful face. "But if you will notice, many of our novelists capable of real psychology carry their heroines over into their second youth, and you can almost hear their sigh of relief when they get them there." "Yes, but they are still behind the European novelists, who find women interesting at any age, and their intelligent readers agree with them. Young women have little psychology. They are too fluid." "Quite right. But I am afraid we are too young a country to tolerate middle-aged heroines. We are steeped in conventionalism for all our fads. We have certain cast-iron formulae for life, and associate love with youth alone. I think we have a vague idea that autumnal love is rather indecent." "And you yourself?" She looked at him speculatively. "Are you too obsessed?" "I? Good Lord, no. I was in love with a woman of 40 when I was 17." His eyes were glowing into hers, and she demanded abruptly, "Do you think I am 40? Rather not." "Well, I am young," she said with a deep sigh of content. "But look, I see nothing, but I see everything." Clavering glanced about him. Every neck in the boxes and neighboring seats was craned. It was evident that the people in front, and no doubt behind, were listening intently, although they could have caught no more than an occasional word of the murmured conversation. Eyes across the aisle, when not distended with surprise, glared at him. He laughed softly. "I am the best hated man in New York tonight." Then he asked abruptly, "If you wish to avoid fashionable society, why not see something of this? It would be quite a new experience and vary the monotony of books and plays." "I may, some time, if you will kindly arrange it. But I am not a stranger to the cognoscenti. In London, of course, they are received, sought after. In Paris, not so much, but one still meets them. The most distinguished. In Berlin the men might go to court, but not the women. In Vienna, well, genius will not give quarterings. But alas, so many gifted people seem to come out of the bourgeoisie, or lower down still. Whether they are received or not depends largely on their table manners." "Oh, I assure you, our cognoscenti have very good table manners indeed." "I am sure of it," she said graciously. "I have an idea that American table manners are the best in the world. Is it true that one never sees toothpicks on the table here?" "Good Lord, yes." "Well, you see them on every aristocratic table in Europe. royalty not accepted. One more reason for revolution. Oh, hang it." The lights had gone out. Clavering half rose, then settled himself back and folded his arms. A man stood over him. "Just take my seat, Billy, will you?" he asked casually of the eminent critic. "It's only two back." The eminent critic gave him a look of hate, emitted a noise that resembled a hiss, hesitated long enough to suggest violence, then with the air of a bloodhound with his tail between his legs slunk up the aisle. "Will you tell me how you always manage to get one of these prize seats?" asked Clavering at the fall of the second curtain. "Nothing in New York is more difficult of attainment than a good seat, any seat, for a first night. All these people, including myself, have a pull of some sort. Know the author, star, manager. Some of us receive notifications long in advance." "Judge Trent has a pull, as you call it." "That explains it. There has been almost as much speculation on that point as about your own mysterious self. Well, this time I suppose I must. But I'm coming back." He gave Mr. Dinwiddie his seat and went out for a cigarette. The foyer was full of people and he was surrounded at once. Who was she? Where had he met her? Dog that he was to keep her to himself. Traitor! He satisfied their curiosity briefly. He happened to know Judge Trent, who was her trustee. His acquaintance with the lady was only a week old. Well, he hadn't thought to mention it to such friends as he had happened to meet. Been too busy digging up matter for that infernal column. Yes, he thought he could manage to introduce them to her later. She had brought no letters, and as she was a Virginian by birth and had gone abroad in her childhood and married a foreigner as soon as she grew up, she knew practically no one in New York and didn't seem to wish to know anyone, but he fancied she was getting rather bored. She had been here for a month, resting, before she even went to the theatre. Oh yes, she could be quite animated, was interested in everything one would expect of a woman of her intelligence, but the war had tired her out. She had seen no one but Judge Trent until the past week. He kept one eye on the still resentful Abbott, who refused to enhance his triumph by joining his temporary court, and slipped away before the beginning of the last act. Dinwiddie resigned his seat with a sigh, but looked flushed and happy. "Poor old codger," thought Clavering as he received a welcoming smile, and then he told her of the excitement in the foyer. "But that is amusing," she said. "How naive people are, after all, even in a great city like New York." "Oh, people as active mentally as this crowd never grow blasé, however they may affect it. But surely you had your triumphs in Europe." "Oh, yes. Once an entire house it was at the opera rose as I entered my box at the end of the first act. But that was 1,000 years ago, like everything else before the war." "That must be an experience a woman never forgets." "It is sometimes sad to remember it. Dinwiddie tells me that your cousin, who was Mary Ogden, once had a similar experience. It certainly must be a sad memory for her." "Yes, Mary was one of the great beauties of Europe in her day, and of a fascination. Men went mad over her, but mad. She took growing old very hard. Her husband was handsome and attractive, but well, fortunately he preferred other women, and was soon too indifferent to Mary to be jealous. He was the sort of man no woman could hold, but Mary soon cared as little about him. And she had her consolations. She could pick and choose. It was a sad day for Mary when the men left her for younger women." "But I thought that European men were not such blind worshippers of youth as we are." "Yes, within reason. Mary was too intellectual, too brilliant, too well informed on every subject that is discussed in salons, not to attract men always. But with a difference. Quite elderly women in Europe have liaisons, but alas! They can no longer send men off their heads. It is technique meeting technique, intellectual companionship blowing on old ashes, or creating passion with the imagination. Life is very sad for the women who have made a cult of men, and the cult of men is the European woman's supreme achievement." The delayed curtain rose and the house was silent. First-nighters, unlike less distinguished audiences, never disgrace themselves by whispering and chattering while the actors are on the stage. At the end of this, The last act, while the audience, now on their feet, were wildly applauding and fairly howling for the author of the first authentic success of the season, Clavering and Madame Zattiany went swiftly up the aisle. A few others also hastened out, less interested in authors than in taxicabs. He handed her into her car and she invited him to enter and return with her for a sandwich and a whiskey and soda. He hesitated a moment. "I'll go with pleasure," he said, "but I think I'll walk. It would be better." "Oh!" A curious expression that for the second it lasted seemed to banish both youth and loveliness spread even to her nostrils. Sardonic amusement hardly described it. Then it vanished and she said sweetly, "You are very considerate. I shall expect you." He did not walk. He took a taxi. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. She opened the door as he ran up the steps. "I never ask my servants to sit up," she said. "Judge Trent warned me that the American servant is as difficult to keep as to get, and must be humored. When I think of the wages I pay these pampered creatures, and the amount of food they consume, and then of my half-starved friends in Austria, it makes me sick. Sick." There being no reply to the axiomatic truth involved in these words, Clavering followed her silently into the library. The log fire was still burning, and he hastily replenished it. They took their little supper standing, and then seated themselves in easy chairs on either side of the hearth. "Why don't you bring over your own servants?" he asked. "Time and democracy might ruin them, but meanwhile you would have comfort. Surely you brought your maid?" "I've had no maid until now, since the beginning of the war. I rarely left the hospital. Heaven knows where my other servants are. The young men were mobilized, and those that returned alive were either killed in the revolution or turned revolutionists themselves. No doubt the new government would have turned Mary's palace in Buda Pesth into a tenement house if it had not still been a hospital. We left during the revolution and lived in Vienna. Servants with the virus of Bolshevism in their veins would be worse than these." "Were you ever in danger?" "Oh, many times," she said indifferently. "Who was not?" "Was that what broke your cousin down?" "That and the hard work in Vienna trying to relieve the distress, while half starved herself. Of course we had almost no money until the United States government restored our properties." "Will she join you here when she is well?" "No, Mary Zattiany will never be seen again." "Ah! As bad as that? Her friends will be distressed. I understand they saw her abroad from time to time before the war, particularly Mrs. Oglethorpe. That old set is very loyal." "Loyal? Oh, yes, they are loyal. Mrs. Oglethorpe was ready to give me over to the police. She seemed to think that I had murdered Mary, no doubt during the revolution, when it would have been quite easy. And she seemed to resent quite bitterly my resemblance to Mary in her youth, as if I had committed a theft." "Probably it made her feel her age. I wonder you saw her." "I was coming down the stairs as she crossed the hall. Be sure I would not have seen her if I could have avoided it." "Why?" He left his seat restlessly and leaned against the mantelshelf. "That sounds impertinent. All my questions have been impertinent, I am afraid. But I should warn you. I gather that both Mr. Dinwiddie and Mrs. Oglethorpe think there is something wrong. That is, unexplained." "Really?" She looked intensely amused. "But that is interesting. Of course I knew of Mr. Dinwiddie's curiosity from Judge Trent, but I rather thought oh, yes, you have floored him completely. But I fancy he's more curious than ever. I wish you would confide in me. I might be able to defend you if the necessity arose." "Don't you believe I am what I represent myself to be?" "It is a terrible thing to say to a woman like you, but " He expected her to rise in her majesty and order him to leave the house, but she merely smiled again and said, "You forget Judge Trent. Do you think if I were an impostor he would vouch for me?"
I believe you could make any man believe what you wished him to believe. Except yourself. Remember that a newspaper man however, I'll only speak for myself." He thrust his hands into his pockets and tried to summon his saturnine expression, but he had an uncomfortable feeling that he looked merely wistful and boyish, and that this highly accomplished woman of the world was laughing at him. "For my own sake I want to know," he blurted out. "I haven't any idea why I suspect you, and it is possible that you are what you say you are. Certainly you are far too clever not to have an alibi if it would be difficult to puncture. But I sensed something that first night, something beyond the fact that you were a European and did a curious thing which, however, I understood immediately. It was something more. I don't think I can put it into words. You were there, and yet you were not there. Somebody else seemed to be looking out of your eyes, even when Dinwiddie thought he had explained the matter." "You mean when he assumed that I was the illegitimate daughter of Mary Zattiany? Poor Mary, she always wanted a daughter. That is, when her own youth was over. That is the reason she was so fond of me. Do you think I am Mary's bastard? I did. I don't now. I don't know what to think. I have never lost that first impression wholly." She stirred slightly. Was it a movement of uneasiness? He was horribly embarrassed, but determined to hold his ground, and he kept his eyes on her face, which retained its expression of mocking amusement. "But you think I am an adventuress of some sort?" "The word does not apply to you. There is no question that you are a great lady." "Of course I might be an actress," she said coolly. "I may have been on the stage in Vienna when the war broke out, become accidentally associated with Countess Zattiany, won her confidence owing to the extraordinary resemblance. Our blood may have met and mingled in Cro-Magnon days. Stolen her papers, led her to talk of her youth. Of course everyone knew Countess Zattiany's record in European society. Forged her power of attorney with the aid of an infatuated clerk, poisoned her, and here I am." He laughed. "Bully plot for the movies. That is the new angle, as they say. I hadn't thought of it. And a good actress can put over anything. I once heard a movie queen, who was the best young aristocrat, in looks and manner, I ever saw on the screen, say to her director, repeating a telephone conversation, 'I says and he says, and then I seen he hadn't heard me.'" For the first time since he had known her she threw back her head and laughed heartily. Even her eyes looked young and her laugh was musical and thrilling. Then she demanded, "And do you think I am an actress who got an education somehow?" "I think you are an actress, but not that sort. Your imaginative flight leaves me cold." "Perhaps you think I have Mary's personality transferred and that it exists side by side with my own here in this accidental shell. There are great scientists in Vienna." "Ah!" He looked at her sharply. "Button, button. I feel a sensation of warmth somewhere." She laughed again, but her eyes contracted and almost closed. "I fear you are a very romantic young man as well as a very curious one." "I deserved that. Well, I am curious, but not so curious as interested." "I hope you are not falling in love with me." Her deep voice had risen to a higher register and was light and gay. "I am half in love with you. I don't know what is going to happen." "And you want to protect yourself by disenchantment?" "Perhaps." "And you think it is my duty Possibly I'd fall in love with you anyway, but I'd like to know where I stand. I have a constitutional hatred of mystery outside of fiction and the drama." "Ah." She gazed into the fire. "Mr. Dinwiddie, no doubt, is making investigations. If he verified my story, would you still disbelieve?" "I should know there was something back of it all." "You must have been a good reporter." "One of the best." "I suppose it is that." "Partly. I don't think that if you were not just what you are, I'd care a hang. Other people's affairs don't excite me. I've outgrown mere inquisitiveness."
That is rather beside the point, isn't it? It all comes back to this, that you are afraid of falling in love with me." "You don't look as if it would do me any good if I did." "Why not let it go at that?" "I think the best thing I can do is to get out altogether." She rose swiftly and came close to him. "Oh, no, I am not going to let you go. You are the only person on this continent who interests me. I shall have your friendship, and you must admit that I have done nothing—" "Oh, no, you have done nothing. You've only to be." He wondered that he felt no desire to touch her. She looked lovely and appealing and very young. But she radiated power, and that chin could not melt. He asked abruptly, "How many men have you had in love with you?" "Oh," she spread out her hands vaguely, "how can one remember?" And that look he most disliked, that look of ancient wisdom, disillusioned and contemptuous, came into her eyes. "You are too young to have had so very many, and the war took a good slice out of your life. I don't suppose you were infatuating smashed up men or even doctors and surgeons." "Certainly not. But when one marries young, and one begins to live early in Europe—" "How often have you loved yourself?" "That question I could answer specifically, but I shall not." He calculated rapidly. 4 years of war, assuming that you are 32, although sometimes you look older and sometimes younger, and that you married at 17, that would leave you, well, 11 years before the war began. I suppose you didn't fall in love once a year?" "Oh, no, I am a faithful soul. Say 3 years and a third to each attack." "You talk at times singularly like an American for one who left here at the age of 2." "Remember that my family went with me. Moreover, Mary and I always talked English together, American if you like. She was intensely proud of being an American. We read all the American novels, as I told you. They are an education in the idiom, permanent and passing. Moreover, I was always meeting Americans." "Were you? Well, the greater number of them must be in New York at the present moment. No doubt they would be glad to relieve your loneliness." "I am not in the least lonely, and I have not the least desire to see any of them. Only one thing would induce me, if I thought it would be possible to raise a large amount of money for the women and children of Austria." "Ah, you would take the risk, then?" "Risk?" "They were the most casual acquaintances. They probably have forgotten me long since. I had not left Hungary for a year before the war, and one rarely meets an American in Pest society. 2 or 3 other American women had married Hungarians, but they preferred Vienna, and I preferred Europeans. I knew them only slightly. Moreover, there are many Zattianys. It is an immense connection." "You mean you believe you would be safe?" He caught her up. "Mon Dieu, you make me feel as if I were on the stand. But yes, quite safe." "And you really believe that any one could ever forget you?" "I am not as vain as you seem to think." "You have every right to be. Suppose that something should occur to rouse the suspicions of the Countess Zattiany's old friends, and they should start investigations in Vienna. They would not see her, nor her emissaries. Dr. Steinach's sanitarium is inviolate." "Steinach. Steinach. Where have I heard that name lately?" Her eyes flew open, but she lowered the lids immediately. Her voice shook slightly as she replied: "He is a very good doctor. He will keep poor Mary's secret as long as she lives, and nobody in Vienna would doubt his word. Investigations would be useless." "She is there, then? I suppose you mean that she is dying of an incurable disease or has lost her mind. But do not imagine that I care to pry further into that. I never had the least idea that you had— Oh, I don't know what to believe. Won't you ever tell me?" "I wonder. No, I think not. No, no!" "There is something, then. Do you know why you still harp on that absurd idea that I am what I am and still am not? Do you know what it is, the simple explanation?" "No, I do not. It is merely that European women, the women who have been raised to the intrigues of courts and the artificialities of what we call the world, who learn the technique of gallantry as soon as they are lancés,
where men make a definite cult of women and women of men, where sincerity in such an atmosphere is more baffling than subtlety and guile. That is the reason your American girl is never understood by foreign men. Where naturalness is despised as gauche and art commands homage, where, in short, the game is everything. That most aristocratic and enthralling of all games, the game of chess, with men and women as kings, queens, pawns. There you have the whole explanation of my apparent riddle. You have never met anyone like me before." "There are a good many women of your class here now." "Yes, with avowed objects, is it not? And they do not happen to possess the combination of qualities that commands your interest." "That is true enough. Perhaps your explanation is the real one. There is certainly something in it. Well, I'll go now. I have kept you up long enough." He was about to raise her hand to his lips when she surprised him by shaking his warmly. "I must get over that habit. It is rather absurd in this country where you have not the custom. But will you come again?" "Oh, yes, I'll come again." Chapter 12. Madame Zattiany adjusted the chain on the front door and returned very slowly to the library. That broad placid brow, not the least of her physical charms, was drawn in a puzzled frown. Instead of turning out the lights, she sat down and stared into the dying fire. Suddenly she began to laugh, a laugh of intense and ironic amusement. But she stopped in mid-course and her eyes expanded with an expression of consternation, almost of panic. She was not alarmed for the peace of mind of the man who was more in love with her than he had so far admitted to himself. She had been loved by too many men, and had regarded their heartaches and balked desires with too profound an indifference to worry over the possible harm she might be inflicting upon the brilliant and ambitious young man who had precipitated himself into her life. That might come later, but not at this moment when she was shaken and appalled. She had dismissed from her mind long ago the hope or the desire that she could ever again feel anything but a keen mental response to the most provocative of men. No woman had ever lived who was more completely disillusioned, more satiated, more scornful of that age-old dream of human happiness, which, stripped to its bones, was merely the blind instinct of the race to survive. Civilization had heaped its fictions over the bare fact of nature's original purpose, imagination lashing generic sexual impulse to impossible demands for the consummate union of mind and body and soul. Mutuality, when man was essentially polygamous and woman essentially the vehicle of the race. When the individual soul had been decreed by the embittered gods eternally to dwell alone, and never yet had been tricked beyond the moment of nervous exaltation into the belief that it had fused into its mate, life itself was futile enough, but that dream of the perfect love between two beings immemorially paired was the most futile and ravaging of all the dreams civilization had imposed upon mankind. The curse of imagination. Only the savages and the ignorant masses understood love for the transitory functional thing it was, and were undisturbed by spiritual unrest, by dreams, mad longings. No one had ever surrendered to the illusion more completely than she. No one had ever hunted with a more passionate determination for that correlative soul that would submerge, exalt, and complete her own aspiring soul. And what had she found? Men, merely men, satiety or disaster, weariness and disgust. She had not an illusion left. She had put all that behind her long since. It seemed to her, as she sat there staring into the last flickerings of the charred log, that it had been countless years since any man had had the power to send a thrill along her nerves, to stir even the ghost of those old fierce desires. No woman had ever had more cause to feel immune. Too contemptuous of life and the spurious illusions man had created for himself while destroying the even balance between matter and mind, even to be rebellious, she had felt a profound gratitude for her complete freedom from the thrall of sex when she had realized that with her gifts of mind and fortune she still had a work to do in the world that would resign her to the supreme boredom of living. During the war man had been but a broken thing to be mended or eased out of life, and she knew that there were no better nurse in Europe. It had always been her pride to do nothing by halves, and before that she had come to look upon men with a certain passive toleration when their minds were responsive to her own. Whatever sex charm they possessed might better have been wasted on the Venus in the Louvre. And tonight she had realized that this young man, so unlike any she had ever known in her European experience, had been more or less in her thoughts since the night he had followed her out of the theatre and stood covertly observing her as she waited for her car. She had been conscious during subsequent nights at the play of his powerful gaze as he sat watching for a turn of the head that would give him a glimpse of something more than the back of her neck, or as she passed him on her way to her seat. She had been even more acutely conscious of him as he left his own seat while the lights were still down and followed her up the aisle. But she had felt merely amusement at the time, possibly a thrill of gratified vanity, accustomed as she was to admiration and homage. But on the night when he had hastened up to her in the deserted street and offered his assistance, standing with his hat in his hand and looking at her with a boyish and diffident gallantry in amusing contrast with his stern and cynical countenance, and she had realized that he had impulsively followed her, something had stirred within her that she had attributed to a superficial recrudescence of her old love of adventure, of her keen desire for novelty at any cost. Amused at both herself and him, she had suddenly decided, while he was effecting an entrance to her house, to invite him into the library and take advantage of this break in the monotonous life she had decreed should be her portion while she remained in New York. She had found him more personally attractive than she had expected. Judge Trent, whom she had deftly drawn out, had told her that he was a young man of whom, according to Dinwiddie, great things were expected in the literary world, his newspaper career, brilliant as it was, being regarded merely as a phase in his progress. He had not yet found himself. After that she had read his column attentively. But she had not been prepared for a powerful and sympathetic personality, that curious mixture of naïveté and hard sophistication, and she had ascribed her interests in him to curiosity in exploring what to her was a completely foreign type. In her own naïveté it had never occurred to her that men outside her class were gentlemen, as she understood the term, and she still supposed Clavering to be an exception owing to his birth and breeding. It had given her a distinct satisfaction, the night of the dinner, to observe that he lost nothing by contact with men who were indubitably of her own world. There was no snobbery in her attitude. She had always been too secure in her own exalted state for snobbery, too protected from climbers to conceive the "I will maintain" impulse, and she had escaped at birth that overpowering sense of superiority that carks the souls of high and low alike. But it was the first time she had ever had the opportunity to judge by any standards but those in which she had been born and passed her life. As for Clavering, he was a gentleman, and that was the end of that phase of the matter as far as she was concerned. It was only tonight that she had been conscious of a certain youthful eagerness as she paced up and down the hall waiting to hear him run up the steps. She had paused once and laughed at herself as she realized that she was acting like a girl expecting her lover, when she was merely a coldly, no longer even bitterly, disillusioned woman, bored with this enforced inaction in New York, welcoming a little adventure to distract her mind from its brooding on the misery she had left behind her in Europe, and on the future to which she had committed herself. And a midnight adventure! She had shrugged her shoulders and laughed again as she had admitted him. But she felt no disposition to laugh as she sat alone in the chilling room. She was both angry and appalled to remember that she had felt a quivering, almost a distension of her nerves as she had sat there with him in the silence and solitude of the night.
that she had felt a warm pleasure in the interest that betrayed him into passive impertinence, and that a sick terror had shaken her when she saw that he was making up his mind not to see her again. She had not betrayed herself for a moment. She was too old a hand in the game of men and women for that, and she had let him go without a sign, secure in the confidence that he was at her beck. But she knew now, and her hands clenched and her face distorted as she admitted it, that if he had suddenly snatched her in his arms she would have flamed into passion and felt herself the incarnation of youth and love. Incredible! Unthinkable! She! What should she do? Flee? She had come to New York for one purpose only, to settle her financial affairs in the briefest possible time and return to the country where her work lay. But she had been detained beyond expectation, for the slow reorganization of one of the companies in which a large portion of her fortune was invested would not be complete without her final signature. There were other important transfers to be made, and moreover Judge Trent had insisted that she become thoroughly acquainted with her business affairs and able to maintain an intelligent correspondence with her trustees when he himself had retired. She had shown a remarkable aptitude for finance, and he was merciless in his insistence, demanding an hour of her time every day. Business! She hated the word. What did it matter? But she knew that it did matter, and supremely. She might have the beauty, the brains, and the sex domination to win men to her way of thinking when she launched herself into the maelstrom of politics, but she was well aware that her large fortune would be half the battle. It furnished the halo and the sinews, and it gave her the power to buy men who could not be persuaded. She had vowed that Austria should be saved at any cost. No, she could not go now. She must remain for another month, 2 months possibly. She was no longer in that undisciplined stage of youth when flight from danger seems the only solution. To wreck the lives of others in order to secure her own peace of mind would make her both ridiculous and contemptible in her own eyes, and she had yet to despise herself. She would stick it out, see it through, to quote the vernacular of these curious American novels she had been reading, trusting that she had merely been suffering from a flurry of the senses. Not so remarkable, perhaps. But her mind drifted back to the past month. Senses? And if it were not that alone, but merely the inevitable accompaniment of far stranger processes, if it were what she had once so long sought and with such disastrous results? She had believed for so many years that it existed somewhere, in some man, that it was every woman's right, even if it could not last forever. But while it lasted! After all, imagination had its uses. It helped to prolong as well as create. She sank back and closed her eyes, succumbing to the ineffable languor. It lasted but a moment. She started up with an exclamation of impatience and disgust, and she shivered from head to foot. The room was bitterly cold. There were only ashes on the hearth. Chapter 13. Clavering turned hot and cold several times during his walk home. He had been atrociously rude, impertinent. If she hadn't ordered him out of the house, it must have been because she was a creature of moods, and he had merely amused her for an hour. No doubt she would wake up in a proper state of indignation and give her servants orders. Or was she sincere when she demanded his friendship, willing to put up with his abominable manners, trusting to her own wit to defeat him, lull his suspicions? Friendship? The best thing for him to do was to avoid her like the plague. He hated to admit it, but he was afraid of her, not so much of falling in love with her and going through tragedy, which was probably what it would come to, as of the terrible force so skilfully hidden in that white and delicate body, of a powerful personality fortified by an unimaginable past. She gave the impression of a woman who had been at grips with life and conquered it, from first to last. Formidable creature! An extraordinary achievement if true, but was it? Women, no matter how beautiful, wealthy, highly placed and powerfully organized, got the worst of it one way or another. When they fell in love they were apt to lose their heads, and with that the game. Technique crumbled. For a moment he imagined her in love, dissolved, helpless, then hastily changed the subject. He liked women to be strong, having long since abandoned his earlier ideal of the supine adorant. But not too strong. Certainly not stronger than himself. He had met a good many "strong" women in the last 12 years, swathed more often than not in disarming femininity. A man hadn't a chance with them, man's strength as a rule being all on the outside. Women grew up and men didn't. That was the infernal truth. For the moment he hated all women and felt only a cowardly but a decidedly boyish impulse to run away. He'd like to wander, lie out in the woods and dream as he had done in his boyhood, before he knew too much of life, reading Shelley and munching chestnuts. Then he remembered that woods were full of snow in winter, and laughed. Well, he'd go and see Gora Dwight. She was in Washington at the moment, but would be home on Friday. She was a tonic, strong if you like, but making no bones about it. No soft feminine seductions there. She, too, had fought life and conquered, in a way, but she showed the scars. Must have had the devil of a time. At all events, a man could spend hours in her stimulating company and know exactly where he stood. No damned sex nonsense about her at all. He knew barely another woman who didn't trail round to sex sooner or later. Psychoanalysis had relieved them of whatever decent inhibitions they might have had in the past. He hated the subject. Some day he'd let go in his column and tell women in general what he thought of them. Remind them that men were their superiors in this at least. They kept sex in its proper place and were capable always of more than one idea at a time. So was Gora Dwight. He believed he'd make a confidante of her, to a certain extent. At all events he'd refresh his soul at that tranquil font. Chapter 14. Gora Dwight, after the fashion of other successful authors, had recently bought a house. It was in East 35th Street, not far from the one at present occupied by Madame Zattiany, but nearer Lexington Avenue. It was one of the old monotonous brownstone houses, but with a southern exposure, and the former owner had removed the front steps and remodelled the lower floor. The dining room, on the left of the entrance, was a long, admirably proportioned room, and the large room above, which embraced the entire floor, Miss Dwight had converted into a library both sumptuous and stately. She had bought her furniture at auction, that it might not look too new, and on the longer walls were bookcases 7 feet high. She had collected a small library before the war, and for the many other books, some of them rare and all highly valued by their present possessor, she had haunted second-hand bookshops. The prevailing tone of the room was brown and gold, enlivened discreetly with red, and the chairs and lounges were deep and comfortable. A large davenport stood before the fireplace, which had been rebuilt for logs. There was a victrola in one corner, for Miss Dwight was amenable if her guest was seized with the desire to jazz, and a grand piano stood near the lower windows. The only evidence of sheer femininity was a tea-table furnished with old pieces of silver she had picked up in France. The dining-room below was a trifle gayer in effect. The walls and curtains were a deep yellow, and there were always flowers on the table. New York knew so much about this new literary planet that it took for granted there was nothing further to be discovered. There are always San Franciscans in the great city, and when she became famous they were obliging with their biographical data. Life had been hard on her at first, for although she came of old revolutionary stock, she grew up in poverty and obscurity. Her father had been a failure, and after the death of her parents she had kept a lodging-house for business women, taking courses at the University of California meanwhile. Later she had studied nursing and made her mark with physicians and surgeons.
Her brother, a good-looking chap with fine manners, but a sort of super-moron, had unexpectedly married into the old aristocracy of San Francisco, and Gora, through her sister-in-law, the lovely Alexina Groome, had seen something of the lighter side of life. During this period she had written a number of short stories that had been published in the best magazines, and one novel of distinction that had made a howling success in San Francisco owing to the unprecedented efforts of the fashionable people led by young Mrs. Mortimer Dwight, but had fallen flat in the East in spite of the reviews. Then had come a long intermission when fictionists were of small account in a world of awful facts. She was quite forgotten, for she made not even a casual contribution to the magazines. Shortly after the war broke out, she offered her services to England, and for long and weary years was one of the most valued nurses in the British armies. At the close of the war she had returned to California, intending to write her new novel at Lake Tahoe, but finding the season in full swing she had gone to some small interior town and written it there. When it was finished she had brought it on to New York and had remained here ever since. So ended the brief biography, which was elaborated in many articles and interviews. As for the novel, it won her instant fame and a small fortune. It was gloomy, pessimistic, excoriating, merciless, drab, sordid, and hideously realistic. Its people hailed from that plebeian end of the vegetable garden devoted to turnips and cabbages. They possessed all the mean vices and weaknesses that detestable humanity has so far begotten. They were all failures, and their pitiful aspirations were treated with biting irony. Futile, futile world! The scene was laid in a small town in California, a microcosm of the stupidities of civilization and of the United States of America in particular. The celebrated "atmosphere" of the state was ignored. The town and the types were American. It would seem that merely some unadmitted tenuous sentiment had set the scene in the state of the author's birth, but there the concession ended. Even the climate was treated with the scorn that all old clichés deserved. Her biographers might have contributed the information that the climate of a California interior town in summer is simply infernal. Naturally, the book created a furore. A few years before it would have expired at birth, even had a publisher been mad enough to offer it to a smug contented world. But the daily catalogue of the horrors and the obscenities of war, the violent dislocations that followed with the menaces of panic and revolution that affected the nerves and the pockets of the entire Commonwealth, the irritable reaction against the war itself, knocked romance, optimism, aspiration, idealism, the sane and balanced judgment of life, to smithereens. More clichés. The world was rotten to the core and the human race so filthy the wonder was that any writer would handle it with tongs. But they plunged to their necks. The public, whose urges, inhibitions, complexes were in a state of ferment but inarticulate, found their release in these novels and stories and wallowed in them. The more insulting, the more ruthless, the more one-sided the disclosure of their irremediable faults and meannesses, the more voluptuous the pleasure. There had been reactions after the Civil War, but on a higher plane. The population had not been maculated by inferior races. The young editors, critics, special writers were enchanted. This was life at last. Moreover, it was democracy. These young and able men, having renounced their earlier socialism, their sense of humor recognizing its disharmony with high salaries and pleasant living, were hot for democracy. Nothing paid like democracy in this heaving world. The democratic wave rose and soared. Symbolic was the violent eruption of small-town fiction, as realistic as the kitchen, as pessimistic as Wall Street. All virtue, all hope, all idealism had gone out of the world. Romance, for that matter, never had existed, and it was high time the stupid world was forcibly purged of its immemorial illusion. Life was, and ever had been, sordid, commonplace, ignoble, vulgar, immedicable. Refinement was a cowardly veneer that was beneath any seeker after truth, and truth was all that mattered. Love was to laugh, happiness was hysteria, and content the delusion of morons, a word now hotly racing authentic. As for those verbal criminals, loyalty and patriotism, fecit vomitare. Their success was colossal. Gora Dwight caught the crest of the wave and sold 300,000 copies of Fools. She immediately signed a contract with one of the woman's magazines for the serial rights of her next novel for $30,000, and received a corresponding advance from her publisher. Her short stories sold for $2,000 apiece, and her first novel was exhumed and had a heavy sale. It was difficult to be pessimistic with $100,000 in bonds and mortgages, and the deed of a house in her strong box, but Gora Dwight was an artist and could always fall back on technique. But although her book was the intellectual expression of wildly distorted complexes owing to the disillusionments of war, the humiliation of her ego in woman's most disastrous adventure, and the consequent repression of all her dearest urges, she deserved her success far more than any of her adolescent rivals. She had formed her style in the days of complete normalcy, and not only was that style distinguished, vigorous and individual, but she was able to convey her extremist realism so subtly and yet so unambiguously that she could afford to disdain the latrinities of the younger school. A marvellous feat. Most of them used the frank vocabulary of the humble home, as alone synonymous with truth. Never before had such words invaded the sacrosanct pages of American letters. Little they recked, as Mr. Lee Clavering, who took the entire school as an obscene joke, pointed out, that they were but taking the shortest cut, advantage of the post-war license affecting all classes, to save themselves the exhausting effort of acquiring a vocabulary and forming a style. The spade as a symbol vanished from fiction. Miss Dwight had her own ideals, little as she permitted her unfortunate characters to have any, and not only was she a consummate master of words and of the art of suggestion, but she had been brought up by finicky parents who held that certain words were not to be used in refined society. The impressions received in plastic years were not to be obliterated by any fad of the hour. No one knew, not even her fellow Californians, that she had had a disastrous love affair which had culminated in an attempt to murder her beautiful sister-in-law. Her book had been a wild revulsion from every standard of her youth, and she loathed love and the bare idea of mutual happiness in fellow mortals as she recently had loathed blood and filth and war and Germans. Success is a great healer. Moreover, she was a woman of strong and indomitable character, and very proud. She consigned the man who, after all, was the author of her phenomenal success, to nethermost oblivion. You cannot sell 300,000 copies of a book, receive hundreds of letters from unknown admirers telling you that you are the greatest novelist living, see your name constantly in the news, be besieged by editors and publishers, and become a popular favorite with sophisticates, and carry around a lacerated heart. The past fades, the present reigns. The future is rosy as the dawn. Gora Dwight was far too arrogant at this period of her career to love any man, even had there been anything left of her heart but a pump. Her life was full to the brim. She was quite aware that the present rage for stark and dour realism would pass. The indications were to be seen in the more moderate but pronounced success of several novels by authors impervious to crazes. But she was too fertile for apprehension on that score. She had many and quite different themes wandering like luminous ghosts about the corridors of a brain singularly free from labyrinths, ready to emerge, full-bodied, when the world was ready for them. The last time Clavering had sat opposite a woman by a log fire both had enjoyed the deep luxury of easy chairs, and his hostess had seemed to melt into the depths until they enfolded her. But Miss Dwight never lounged. Her backbone appeared to be made of cast iron. She sat erect today on a hassock, while he reclined in a chair that exactly fitted his spine, and enjoyed contrasting her with the other woman. Gora Dwight had no beauty, but she never passed unnoticed in a crowd, even if unrecognized. Her oval eyes were a pale clear grey, cold, almost sinister, and she wore her mass of rich brown hair on top of her head and down to her heavy eyebrows. Her mouth was straight and sharply cut, but mobile and capable of relaxing into a charming smile, and she had beautiful teeth. The nose was short and emphatic, the jawbone salient. It was, altogether, a disharmonic type, for the head was long and the face short, broad across the high cheek-bones, and her large light eyes set in her small dark face produced a disconcerting effect on sensitive people, but more often fascinated them. Clavering had been told that in her California days she had possessed a superb bust, but long years of unremitting work in France and England had taken toll of her flesh, and it had never returned. She was very thin, and the squareness of her frame was emphasized by the strong uncompromising bones. But her feet and her brown hands were long and narrow, and the straight lines of the present fashion were very becoming to her. She wore today a gown of dark red velvet trimmed with brown fur, and a touch of gold in the region of the waist. It was known that she got her clothes at the best houses. She was a curious mixture, Clavering reflected, and not the least contradictory thing about her was the way in which her rather sullen face could light up, exactly as if some inner flame leapt suddenly behind those uncanny eyes and shed its light over the very muscles of her cheeks and under her skin. The oddest of her traits was her apparent pleasure in seeing a man comfortable while she looked like a ramrod herself, and she was the easiest of mortals to talk to when she was in the right mood. She was morose at times, but her favorites were seldom inflicted with her moods, and of all her favorites Clavering reigned supreme. This he knew, and took advantage of after the fashion of his sex. He told her all his troubles, his ambitions, which he believed to be futile. He had written plays which his own criticism had damned and no eye but his own and Gora Dwight's had ever seen. And she refreshed and stimulated his mind when his daily column must be written and his brain was stagnant. She also knew of his secret quest of the one woman, and had been the repository of several fleeting hopes. And never for a moment had she thought him saturnine or disillusioned. Not she. Gora Dwight had an extraordinary knowledge of men for a woman to whom men did not make love. But if she had neither beauty nor allure, she had genius, and a father confessor hardly knows more about women than a nurse about men. Moreover, she had her arts, little as men suspected it. Long ago she had read an appraisement of Madame Récamier by Sainte-Beuve. She listens avec séduction. Gora had no intention of practicing seduction in any of its forms, but she listened, and she never betrayed. And her reward was that men sound and whole, and full of man's inherent and technical peculiarities, had confided in her. Altogether, she was well equipped for fiction. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. She was listening now as Clavering told her of his adventurous meeting with Madame Zattiany, of their subsequent conversations, and of his doubts. "Are you sure she is not playing a part deliberately?" she asked. "Having her little fun after those horrible years?" She looks quite equal to it, and a personal drama would have its attractions after an experience during which a nurse felt about as personal as an amputated limb. And while one is still young and beautiful, what a lark!" "No, I don't believe anything of the sort. I fancy that if she didn't happen to be so fond of the theatre, she'd have come and gone and none of us been the wiser. Her secret is sui generis, whatever it is. I've racked my mind in vain. I don't believe she is the Countess Zattiany's daughter, nor a third cousin, nor the Countess Joseph Zattiany. I've tried to recall every mystery story I ever read that would bear on the case, but I'm as much in the dark as ever." "And you've thought of nothing else. Your column has fallen off." "Do you think that?" He sat up. "I've not been too satisfied myself." "You've been filling up with letters from your correspondents after the fashion of more jaded columnists. Even your comments on them have been flat. And as for your description of that prize fight last night, it was about as thrilling as an account of a flower show." He laughed and dropped back. "You are as refreshing as a cold shower, Gora. But after all, even a poor colyumist must be allowed to slump occasionally. However, I'll turn her off hereafter when I sit down to my typewriter. Lord knows a typewriter is no Wagnerian orchestra, and should be warranted to banish sentiment. Sentiment is not the word, though. It is plain, raging curiosity." "Oh, no, it is not," said Miss Dwight coolly, lighting another cigarette, which she carefully fitted into a pair of small gold tongs. Neither ink nor nicotine was ever seen on those long aristocratic fingers. "You are in love with her, my child." "I am not." "Oh, yes, you are. I've never been misled for a moment by your other brief rhapsodies, the classic Anne, the demoniac Marion. But you're landed high and dry this time. The mystery may have something to do with it, but the woman has far more. She is the most beautiful creature I ever beheld, and she looks intelligent and keen in spite of that monumental repose. And what a great lady!" Gora sighed. How she once had longed to be a great lady! She no longer cared a fig about it, and would not have changed her present state for that of a princess in a stable world. But old dreams die hard. There was no one of Madame Zattiany's abundant manifestations of high fortune that she admired more. "Go in and win, Clavey, and without too much loss of time. She'll be drawn into her own world here sooner or later. She confesses to being a widow, so you needn't get tangled up in an intrigue." "You forget she is also a very rich woman. I would look like a fortune hunter." "How old-fashioned of you! And you'd feel like nothing of the sort. The only thing that worries you at present is that you are trying to hide from yourself that you are in love with her." "I wonder. I don't feel any raging desire for her. That I can swear." "You simply haven't got that far. The mystery has possessed your mind and your doubts have acted as a censor. But once you let yourself go—" "And suppose she turned me down, which no doubt she would do. I'm not hunting for tragedy." "I've an idea she won't. While you've been talking I've written out the whole story in my mind. For that matter, I began it last Monday night when I saw you two whispering together. I was in the box just above, if you noticed, and I watched her face. It was something more than politely interested." "Oh, she looked the same when she was talking to Din and Osborne that night at dinner. She is merely a woman of the world who has had scores of men in love with her, and is young enough to be interested in any young man who doesn't bore her, to say nothing of keeping her hand in. But there is something else." He moved restlessly. "She seems to me to be compounded of strength, force, power. She emanates, exudes it. I'm afraid of being afraid of her. I prefer to be stronger than my wife." "Don't flatter yourself. Women are always stronger than their husbands unless they are the complete idiot or man crazy. Neither type would appeal to you. The average woman, all the millions of her, has a moral force and strength of character and certain shrewd mental qualities, however unintellectual, that dominate a man every time. This woman has all that and more, 1,000 times more. A mighty good thing if she would take you in hand. She'd be the making of you, for you'd learn things about men and women and life and yourself that you've never so much as guessed. And then you'd write a play that would set the town on fire. That's all you need. Even if she treated you badly, the result would be the same. Life has been much too kind to you, Clavey, and your little disappointments have been so purely romantic that only your facile emotions have played about like amiable puppies on the roof of your passions. It's time the lava began to boil and the lid blew off. Your creative tract will get a ploughing up and a fertilizing as a natural sequence. Your plays would no longer be mere models of architecture. I am not an amiable altruist. I don't long to see you happy. I'm rather inclined to hate this woman who will end by infatuating you, for of course that would be the last I'd ever see of you. But I'm an artist, and I believe that art is really all that is worth living for. I want you to do great work, and I want you to be a really great figure in New York instead of a merely notable one. You've both taken the conceit out of me and bucked me up, but I want you to meet her, and I don't know how to bring it about. I have an idea that your instinct would get somewhere near the truth. Suppose I give a party, and a day or two before you ask her casually if she would like to come, or put it to her any way you think best. Nobody calls these days, but I have an idea she would. People of that type rarely renounce the formalities. Then, if I'm really clever, I'll make her think she'd like to see me again, and she will be at home when I return her call. Do you think you could work it? It's possible. I've roused her curiosity about our crowd, and I'll plant a few more seeds. Yes, I think she'll come. When will you have it? A week from Saturday. Good. You're a brick, Gora, and don't imagine you'll ever get rid of me. If she is unique, so are you. This fireside will always be a magnet. Miss Dwight merely smiled. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Clavering walked rapidly toward Mr. Dinwiddie's club. He was in no haste to be alone with himself, although he should have been at his desk an hour ago. But it was time Dinwiddie had some news for him. The club was deserted as far as he was concerned, and he went on to Mr. Dinwiddie's rooms on 48th Street. There he found his friend in dressing gown and slippers, one bandaged foot on a stool. "Gout?" he asked with the callousness of youth. "Wondered why I hadn't heard from you. I've tried to get you no less than 4 times on the telephone. When I'm at work I leave orders downstairs to let my telephone alone, and I've been walking a lot." "Well, sit down and smoke. Standing around makes me nervous. You look nervous yourself. Been working too hard?" "Yes. Think of taking a run down to Florida." "Perhaps I'll go with you. But I've something to tell you. That's the reason I called you up." "Well?" "Don't snap my head off. Got a touch of dyspepsia?" "No, I haven't. If you had to turn out a column a day you'd be nervous too. Well, take a vacation." "What have you found out?" "It took me a week to get in touch with Harry Thornhill, but he finally consented to see me. He's lived buried among books for the last 20 years. His wife and 2 children were killed in a railway collision." "What the devil do I care about Harry Thornhill?" "You're a selfish young beggar, but I would have cared as little at your age. Well, a cousin of his, Maynard Thornhill, did move to Virginia some 35 years ago, married and had a family, and moved on to Paris, and remained there until both he and his wife died. Beyond that he could tell me nothing. They weren't on particularly cordial terms, and he never looked the family up when he went over." "Has Madame Zattiany ever said anything about brothers and sisters?" "Not a word. Probably married and settled in Europe somewhere, or wiped out. You might ask her." I'll ask her no more questions." "Been snubbing you?" "On the contrary, she's been uncommonly decent. I got rather strung up the last time I was there, and asked her so many leading questions that she'd have been justified in showing me out of the house." "You impertinent young scamp. But manners have changed since my day. What did she tell you?" "Nothing. I'm as much in the dark as ever." "What have you found out about Joseph Zattiany?" "Something, but not quite enough. I met an Austrian, Countess Loyos, at dinner the other night, and asked her about the Zattianys. She said the family was a large one, with many branches, but she had a vague idea that a Joseph Zattiany was killed in the war. Whether he was married or not, she had no idea." Clavering stood up suddenly and looked down on Mr. Dinwiddie, who was smiling less triumphantly than ruefully. "Well?" he asked sharply. "Well?" "I see you've caught it. It's rather odd, isn't it, that this Austrian lady, who has lived her life in Viennese society, knows nothing, apparently, of any young and beautiful Countess Zattiany? I didn't give her a hint of the truth, for I certainly shall not be the one to loose the bloodhounds on this charming young woman, whoever she may be. Told her that I recalled having met a very young and handsome countess of that name in Europe before the war, and wondered what had become of her. But somebody else may let them loose any moment. A good many people are interested in her already." "Well, they can't do anything to her. She's a right to call herself whatever she likes, and she asks no favors. But I'd like to hypnotize Judge Trent and get the truth out of him. He knows, damn him." "He's laying up trouble for himself if he's passing off an impostor, letting her get possession of Mary's money. I cannot understand Trent. He's a fool about women, but he's the soul of honor, and has one of the keenest legal minds in the state. That she has fooled him is unthinkable. He knows, and is in some way justified. Madame Zattiany must have your friend's power of attorney. That's positive, and there is no doubt that Countess Zattiany, Mary Ogden, is in some sanitarium in Vienna, hopelessly ill. She let that out." "Poor Mary. Is that true?" "I'm afraid it is." "Perhaps. That may be it." "What are you talking about?" "When she was mocking my curiosity, she suggested that she might have been an actress and won the confidence of Countess Zattiany owing to the resemblance. It struck me as fantastic. But who knows? Still, why should she use the name Zattiany, even if your friend did give her the power of attorney? Unless" he recalled Gora's suggestion "she is out for a lark." "Lark? She hasn't tried to meet people. I can't see any point in your idea. Absurd. And that woman is no actress. She is grande dame, born and bred." "I've met some actresses that had very fine manners indeed. And also the entrée." "Well, they don't measure up according to my notion. This girl is the real thing." "Then why, in heaven's name, doesn't your Countess Loyos know anything about her? If Madame Zattiany is what she says she is, they must have met in Viennese society 100 times. In fact, she would have been one of the notable figures at court." "The only explanation I can think of is that Madame Zattiany is all that she claims to be, but that for some reason or other she is not using her own name." "Ah! That is an explanation. But why? Why?" "There you have me. Unless ah!" The familiar glitter came into his eyes, and Clavering waited expectantly. This old bird had a marvelous instinct. "I have it. For some reason she had to get out of Europe. Maybe she's hiding from a man, maybe from the government. Zattiany may be one of her husband's names, or her mother's. Of course Mary would be interested in her, with that resemblance, and help her out. She knew her well enough to trust her, and somebody had to represent her here. Of course Trent knows the truth, and naturally would keep her secret." "Another plot for the movies." "Still, it's a plausible enough explanation. Yes. I shouldn't wonder. But from whom is she hiding?" "Possibly from her husband."
Like as not. Don't murder me. I think you'd better go to Florida and stay there. Better still, marry Anne Goodrich and take her along." Clavering had flung himself out of the room. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. He charged down Madison Avenue, barely escaping disaster at the crossings in the frightful congestion of the hour. He was not only intensely perturbed in mind, but he was in a hurry. His column was unfinished, and an article on the authentic drama for one of the literary reviews must be delivered on the morrow. In the normal course of events it would have been written a week since. He was furious with himself. Passionate, impulsive, and often unreasonable, his mind was singularly well balanced, and never before had it succumbed to obsession. He had taken the war as a normal episode in the history of a world dealing mainly in war. Not as a strictly personal experience designed by a malignant fate to deprive youth of its illusions, embitter and de-idealize it, fill it with a cold and acrid contempt for militarism and governments, convert it to pacifism, and launch it on a confused but strident groping after truth. It was incredible to him that any one who had read history could be guilty of such jejunity, and he attributed it to the bruised but itching egos. After all, it had been a middle-aged man's war. Not a single military reputation had been made by any one of the millions of young fighters, despite promotions, citations, and medals. Statesmen and military men, long past their youth, would alone be mentioned in history. The youth of America was individualism rampant, plus the national self-esteem, and the mass of them today had no family traditions behind them, sprung from God knew what. Their ego had been slapped in the face and compressed into a mold. They were subconsciously trying to rebuild it to its original proportions by feeling older than their fathers and showering their awful contempt upon those ancient and despicable lodestones, loyalty and patriotism. Writers who had remained safely at home had taken the cue and become mildly pacifist. It sounded intellectual, and it certainly was the fashion. Clavering, whose ancestors had fought in every war in American history, had enlisted in 1917 with neither sentimentalism, enthusiasm, nor resentment. It was idle to vent one's wrath and contempt upon statesmen who could not settle their quarrels with their brains, for the centuries that stood between the present and utter barbarism were too few to have accomplished more than the initial stages of a true civilization. No doubt 1,000 years hence these stages would appear as rudimentary as the age of the Neanderthals had seemed to the 20th century. And as man made progress, so did he rarely outstrip it. So far he had done less for himself than for what passed for progress and the higher civilization. Naturally enough, when the Frankenstein monster heaved itself erect and began to run amok with 7-leagued boots, all the pygmies could do was to revert hysterically to Neanderthal methods and use the limited amount of brains the intervening centuries had given them to scheme for victory. 1,000 years hence the Frankenstein might be buried and man's brain gigantic. Then only would civilization be perfected, and the savagery and asininity of war a blot on the history of his race to which no man cared to refer. But that was a long way off. When a man's country was in danger there was nothing to do but fight, noblesse oblige, and fight without growling and whining. Clavering had liked army discipline, sitting in filthy trenches, wounds, hospitals, and killing his fellow men as little as any decent man. But what had these surly grumblers expected? To fight when they felt like it, sleep in feather beds, and shoot at targets? Disillusionment, patriotism murdered by truth. One would think they were fighting the first war in history. It was not the war they took seriously, but themselves. Like other men of his class and traditions, Clavering had emerged from the war hoping it would be the last of his time.
but with his ego unbruised, his point of view of life in general undistorted, and a quick banishment of hideous memories. His chief surviving memory was a hideous boredom. One more war had gone into history. That he had taken an infinitesimal part in it instead of reading an account of it by some accomplished historian was merely the accident of his years. As far as he could see, he was precisely the man he was before he was sent to France, and he had only unmitigated contempt for these war reactions in men sound in limb and with no derangement of the ductless glands. As for the women, when they began to talk intellectual pacifism, he told them that their new doctrine of non-resistance became them ill, but as even the most advanced were still women, consistency was not to be expected, nor desired. Their pacifism, however, when not merely affectation, civility to the fashion of the moment, was due to an obscure fear of seeing the world depopulated of men, or of repressed religious instinct, or apology for being females and unable to fight. He was extremely rude. And now this infernal woman had completely thrown him off his balance. He could think of nothing else. His work had been deplorable, the last week at all events, and although a month since nothing would have given him more exquisite satisfaction than to write a paper on the authentic drama, he would now be quite indifferent if censorship had closed every theatre on Broadway. Such an ass, such a cursed ass had he become in one short month. He had tramped half the nights and a good part of every day trying to interest himself by the wayside and clear his brain. He might as well have sat by his fire and read a piffling novel. Nevertheless, until Gora Dwight had brought her detached analytical faculty to bear on his case, he had not admitted to himself that he was in love with the woman. He had chosen to believe that, being unique and compact of mystery, she had hypnotized his interest and awakened all the latent chivalry of his nature. Something the modern woman called upon precious seldom. He had felt the romantic knight ready to break a lance, a dozen if necessary, in case the world rose against her, denounced her as an impostor. True, she seemed more than able to take care of herself, but she was very beautiful, very blonde, very unprotected, and in that wistful second youth he most admired. He had thought himself the chivalrous son of chivalrous Southerners, excited and not too happy, but convinced, at the height of his restlessness and absorption, that she was but a romantic and passing episode in his life. When Gora Dwight had ruthlessly led him into those unconsciously guarded secret chambers of his soul, and bidden him behold and ponder, he had turned as cold as if ice water were running in his veins, although he had continued to smile indulgently, and had answered with some approach to jocularity. He was floored at last. He'd got the infernal disease in its most virulent form. Not a doubt of it. No wonder he had deluded himself. His ideal woman, whom, preferably, he would have wooed and won in some sequestered spot beautified by nature, not made hideous by man, was not a woman at all, but a girl 26 was an ideal age who had read and studied and thought and seen all of the world that a girl decently may. He had dreamed of no man's leavings, certainly not a woman who had probably had more than one lover, and, no doubt, would not take the trouble to deny it. He hated as much as he loved her, and he felt that he would rather kill than possess her. It was half an hour after he reached his rooms before he finished striding up and down. Then, with a final anathema, he flung himself into a chair before his table. At last his brain felt clearer, now that he had faced the truth. Time enough to wrestle with his problem when he had won his leisure. If he couldn't switch her off for one night at least and give his brain its due, he'd despise himself, and that, he vowed, he'd never do. He wrote steadily until 2 in the morning. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18.
He awoke at noon. His first impression was that a large black bat was sitting on his brain. The darkened room seemed to contain a visible presence of disaster. He sprang out of bed and took a hot and cold shower. Hobgoblins fled, although he felt no inclination to sing. He called down for his breakfast and opened his hall door. A pile of letters lay on his newspapers, and the topmost one, in a large envelope, addressed in a flowing, meticulously fine hand, he knew, without speculation, to be from Madame Zattiany. He threw back the curtains, settled himself in an armchair, read his other letters deliberately, and glanced at the headlines of the papers before he carefully slit the envelope that had seemed to press his eyeballs. The time had come for self-discipline, consistently exercised. Moreover, he was afraid of it. Why had she written to him? Why hadn't she telephoned? Was this a tardy dismissal? His breath was short and his hands shaking as he opened the letter. It was sufficiently commonplace. Dear Mr. Clavering, I have been in Atlantic City for a few days, getting rid of a cold. I hope you have not called. Will you dine with me tomorrow night at 8:30? I shall not ask anyone else. Sincerely, Marie Zattiany. So her name was Marie. It had struck him once or twice as humorous that he didn't know the first name of the woman who was demanding his every waking thought. And she had been out of town and unaware that he had deliberately avoided her. Had taken for granted that he had been polite enough to call, and had left his cards at home. Should he go? He'd have his breakfast first and do his thinking afterward. He did ample justice to the breakfast, which was also lunch, read his newspapers, cursed the printers of his own for 2 typographical errors he found in his column, then called up her house. Feeling as normal and unromantic as a man generally does when digesting a meal and the news, he concluded that to refuse her invitation, to attempt to avoid her, in short, would not only be futile, as he was bound to respond to that magnet sooner or later, but would be a further confession of cowardice. Whatever his fate, he'd see it through. He gave his acceptance to the butler, went out and took a brisk walk, returned and wrote his column for the next day, then visited his club and talked with congenial souls until it was time to dress for dinner. No more thinking at present. Nevertheless, he ascended her steps at exactly 8:30, with the blood pounding in his ears and his heart acting like a schoolboy's in his first attack of calf-love. But he managed to compose himself before the footman leisurely answered his ring. If there was one point upon which he was primarily determined, it was to keep his head. If he gave her a hint that she had reduced him to a state of imbecility before his moment came, if it ever did, his chances would be done for, dished. He looked more saturnine than ever as he strode into the hall. "Dinner will be served in the library, sir," said the footman. "Madame will be down in a moment." A tête-à-tête by the fire. Worse and worse. He had been fortified by the thought of the butler and footman. An hour under their supercilious eyes would mean the most impersonal kind of small talk. But they'd hardly stand round the library. However, the small table before the blazing logs looked very cosy and the imposing room was full of mellow light. 2 Gothic chairs had been drawn to the table. They, at least, looked uncomfortable enough to avert sentiment. Not that he felt sentimental. He was holding down something a good deal stronger than sentiment. But he flattered himself that he looked as saturnine as Satan himself, as he warmed his back at the fire. He hoped she had a cold in her head. But she had not. As she entered, dressed in a white tea-gown of chiffon and lace, she looked like a moonbeam, and as if no mortal indisposition had ever brushed her in passing. Instead of her pearls, she wore a long, thin necklace of diamonds that seemed to frost her gown. She was smiling and gracious and infinitely remote. The effect was as cold and steadying as his morning's icy shower. He shook her hand firmly. "Sorry you've been seedy. Hope it didn't lay you up." "Oh, no. I fancy I merely wanted an excuse to see Atlantic City. It was just a touch of bronchitis, and fled at once. Like Atlantic City? No. It is merely an interminable line of ostentatiously rich hotels on a board walk. None of the grace and dignity of Ostend. Poor Ostend as it used to be. The Digue was one of the most brilliant sights in Europe, but no doubt you have seen it," she added politely. "Yes, I spent a week there once, but Bruges interested me more. I was very young at the time." "You must have been. Don't you like to gamble? The Kursaal could be very exciting." "Oh, yes, I like to gamble occasionally." God, what banal talk. Gambling with life, however, is a long sight more exciting. "Yes, is it not? Atlantic City might do you good. You do not look at all well." "Never felt better in my life. A bit tired. Generally am at this time of the year. May take a run down to Florida." "I should," she said politely. "Shall you stay long?" "That depends." Presence of servants superfluous. "Are you fond of the sea?" "I detest it. That boundless flat grey waste. A wild and rocky coast in a terrific storm, yes, but not that moving grey plain that comes in and falls down, comes in and falls down. It is the mountains I turn to when I can. I often long for the Austrian Alps. The Dolomites. The translucent green lakes like enormous emeralds, sparkling in the sun and set in straight white walls. A glimpse of pine forest beyond. The roar of an avalanche in the night." New York and Atlantic City must seem prosaic. He had never felt so polite. "I suppose you are eager to return." "Why in hell don't those servants bring the dinner?" "I have not seen the Alps since 2 years before the war. Some day, yes. Oh, yes. Shall we sit down?" The two men entered with enormous dignity, bearing plates of oysters, as if offering the Holy Grail and the head of St. John the Baptist on a charger. Impossible to associate class consciousness with beings who looked as impersonal as fate, and would have regarded a fork out of alignment as a stain on their private scutcheon. They performed the rite of placing the oysters on the table and retired. Madame Zattiany and Clavering adjusted themselves to the Gothic period. The oysters were succulent. They discussed the weather. "This was a happy thought," he said. "It feels like a blizzard outside." "The radiator in the dining room is out of order." "Oh!" She was a woman of the world. Why in thunder didn't she make things easier? Had she asked him here merely because she was too bored to eat alone? He hated small talk. There was nothing he wanted less than the personalities of their previous conversations. But she might have entertained him. She was eating her oysters daintily and giving him the benefit of her dark brown lashes. Possibly she was merely in the mood for comfortable silences with an established friend. Well, he was not. Passion had subsided, but his nerves jangled. An inspiration came with the soup and some excellent sherry. "By the way, do you remember I asked you at that first last night if you wouldn't like to see something of the Sophisticates?" "The what?" "Some of them still like to call themselves intellectuals, but that title, intelligentsia, is now claimed by every white collar in Europe who has turned socialist or revolutionist. He may have the intellect of a cabbage, but he wants a new order. We still have a few pseudo-socialists among our busy young brains, but youth must have its ideals, and they can originate nothing better. I thought I'd coin a new headline that would embrace all of us." "It is comprehensive. Well?" "A friend of mine, Gora Dwight, at present foremost woman author of America, is giving a party next Saturday night. I'd like enormously to take you." "But I do not know Miss Dwight." "She will call in due form. I assure you she understands the conventions. Of course, you need not see her, but she will leave a card. Not that it wouldn't be quite proper for me merely to take you." "I should prefer that she called." "Then yes, I should like to go. Thank you." The men arrived with the entrée and departed with the soup plates. Once more he had an inspiration. "Poor old Dinwiddie's laid up with the gout." "Really? He called a day or two after the dinner, and I enjoyed hearing him talk about the New York of his youth, and of Mary's. Unfortunately, I was out when he called again. But I have seen Mr. Osborne twice. These are his flowers. He also sent me several books." "What were they?" growled Clavering. He remembered with dismay that he hadn't even sent her the usual tribute of flowers. There had been no place in his mind for the small amenities. "A verboten romance called Jürgen." "Why verboten? Because it is too good for the American public?" "Main Street. For me, it might as well have been written in Greek." "The Doomsday Book. A great story." "Seed of the Sun. To enlighten me on the Japanese question." "Cytherea. Wonderful English." "Why is it not also verboten?" "Even censors must sleep. Is that all he sent you?" "I am waiting for the chocolates. But possibly those are sent only by the very young men to the very young girls." He glowered at his plate. "Do you like chocolates? I'll send some tomorrow. I've been very remiss, I'm afraid, but I've lost the habit." "I detest chocolates." Squabs and green peas displaced the entrée. The burgundy was admirable. Once more he was permitted to gaze at her eyelashes. He plunged desperately. "The name Marie doesn't suit you. If ever I know you well enough I shall call you Mary. It suits your vast repose. That is why ordinary Marys are nicknamed Mamie or Mame." "I was christened Mary." She raised her eyes. They were no longer wise and unfathomable. They looked as young as his own, probably younger, he reflected. She looked appealing and girlish. Once more he longed to protect her. "Do you want to call me Mary?" she asked, smiling. "I hardly know whether I do or not. There's something else I should tell you. I swore I'd never ask you more questions, but well, Dinwiddie kept on the scent until he was laid up. One of the Thornhills verified your story in so far as he remembered that a cousin had settled in Virginia and then moved on to Paris. There his information stopped, but Dinwiddie met a Countess Loyos at dinner." "Countess Loyos?" "Yes." "Know her?" "Mathilde Loyos? She is one of my oldest friends." "No doubt you'd like to see her. I can get her address for you." "There is nothing I want less than to see her, nor any one else from Austria at present." "I think this could not have been your friend. She emphatically said I'm afraid of being horribly rude." "Ah!" For the first time since he had known her the color flooded her face. Then it receded, leaving her more pale than white. "I understand." "Of course it may be another Countess Loyos. Like the Zattianys, it may be a large family." "As it happens, there is no other." Silence. He swore to himself. He had no desire to skate within a mile of her confounded mysteries, and now like a fool he had precipitated himself into their midst again. But if she wouldn't talk— "Suppose we talk of something else," he said hurriedly. "I assure you that I have deliberately suppressed all curiosity. I am only too thankful to know you on any terms." "But you think I am in danger again?" "Yes, I do. That is, if you wish to keep your identity a secret, for your own good reasons. Of course, no harm can come to you. I assume that you are not a political refugee, in danger of assassination." "I am not. What is Mr. Dinwiddie's inference?" She was looking at him eagerly. "That you really are a friend of Countess Zattiany, but for some motive or other you are using her name instead of your own. That you had your own reasons for escaping from Austria." "Escaping?" "One was that you might have got into some political mess, restoration of Charles or something." She laughed outright. "The other was, that you are hiding from your husband." "My husband is dead," she said emphatically. He had never known that clouds, unless charged with thunder, were noisy, but he heard a black and ominous cloud gather itself and roll off his brain. Had that, after all, been— Nevertheless, he was annoyed to feel that he was smiling boyishly, and that he probably looked as saturnine as he felt. "Whatever your current little comedy, it is quite within your rights to play it in your own way." "It is not a comedy," she said grimly. "Oh? Not tragedy?" he cried in alarm. "No, not yet. I am beginning to wish that I had never come to America. Now I shall ask you why." "And I shall not tell you. I have read your Miss Dwight's novel, by the way, and I think it quite hideous." "So do I. But that is the reason of its success," and the conversation meandered along the safe bypaths of American fiction through the ices and coffee. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. They sat beside the fire in chairs that had never felt softer. He smoked a cigar, she cigarettes, in a long topaz holder ornamented with a tiny crown in diamonds and the letter Z. She had given it to him to examine when he exclaimed at its beauty. Z! But he banished both curiosity and possible confirmation. He was replete and comfortable and almost happy. The occasional silences were now merely agreeable. She lay back in her deep chair as relaxed as himself, but although she said little her aloofness had mysteriously departed. She looked companionable and serene. Only one narrow foot in its silvery slipper moved occasionally, and her white and beautiful hands, whose suggestion of ruthless power Clavering had appreciated apprehensively from the first, seemed, although they were quiet, subtly to lack the repose of her body. Once, while he was gazing into the fire, he felt sure that she was examining his profile. He made no pretence to handsomeness, but he rather prided himself on his nose, the long fine straight nose of the Claverings. His brow was also good, but although his hair was black, his eyes were blue, and he would have preferred to have black eyes, as he liked consistent types. Otherwise he was one of the black Claverings. Northumbrian in origin and claiming descent from the Bretwalds, overlords of Britain, the Claverings were almost as fair as their Anglian ancestors, but once in every 2 or 3 generations a completely dark member appeared, resurgence of the ancient Briton. Sometimes associated with the high stature of the stronger Nordic race, occasionally, particularly among the women, almost squat. Clavering had been spared the small stature and the small too narrow head, but saving his steel blue eyes, trained to look keen and hard, he was as dark as any Mediterranean. His mouth was well shaped and closely set, but capable of relaxation, and looked as if it might once have been full and sensitive. It, too, had been severely trained. The long face was narrower than the long, admirably proportioned head. It was by no means as disharmonic a type as Gora Dwight's. The blending of the races was far more subtle, and when making one of his brief visits to Europe, he was generally taken for an Englishman, never for a member of the Latin peoples, except possibly in the north of France, where his type, among those Norman descendants of Norse and Danes, was not uncommon. Nevertheless, although his northern inheritance predominated, he was conscious at times of a certain affinity with the race that 2000 years ago had met and mingled with his own. He turned his eyes swiftly and met hers. She colored faintly and dropped her lids. Had she lowered those broad lids over a warm glow? "Now I know what you look like," he exclaimed, and was surprised to find that his voice was not quite steady. "A Nordic princess." "Oh! That is the very most charming compliment ever paid me. You look a pretty unadulterated type for this late date. I don't mean in color only, of course. There are millions of blondes." "My mother was a brunette." "Oh, yes, you are a case of atavism, no doubt. If I were as good a poet as one of my brother columnists, I should have written a poem to you long since. I can see you sweeping northward over the steppes of Russia as the ice caps retreated, re-embodied on the Baltic coast or the shores of the North Sea, sleeping for ages in one of the megaliths, to rise again a daughter of the Brythons or a Norse Viking, west into Anglia to appear once more as a priestess of the Druids, chaunting in a sacred grove, or as Boadicea, who knows? But no prose can regenerate that shadowy time. I see it, prehistory, as a swaying mass of ghostly multitudes, but always pressing on, as we shall appear, no doubt, 10,000 years hence, if all histories are destroyed, as no doubt they will be. If I were an epic poet, I might possibly find words and rhythm to fit that white vision, but it is wholly beyond the practical vocabulary and mental make-up of a newspaper man of the 20th century. Some of us write very good poetry indeed, but it is not precisely inspired, and it certainly is not epic. One would have to retire to a cave like Buddha and fast." "You write singularly pure English in spite of what seems to be a marked individuality of style and your apparent delight in slang." Her voice was quite even, although her eyes had glowed and sparkled and melted at his poetic phantasma of her past, as what woman's would not? "I find a rather painful effort to be, what do you call it, highbrow, in some of your writers." "The youngsters. I went through that phase. We all do. But we emerge. I mean, of course, when we have anything to express. Metaphysical verbosity is a friendly refuge, but as a rule years and hard knocks drive us to directness of expression. But poets must begin young, and New York is not exactly a hotbed of romance." "Do you think that romance is impossible in New York?" she asked irresistibly. "I—well, what is romance? Of course it is quite possible to fall in love in New York, although anything but the ideal setting. But romance—" "Surely the sense of mystery between a man and woman irresistibly attracted may be as provocative in a great city as in a feudal castle, surrounded by an ancient forest, or on one of my Dolomite lakes. Is it not that which constitutes romance, the breathless trembling on the verge of the unexplored, that isolates two human beings as authentically— I am picking up your vocabulary— as if they were alone on a star in space? Is it not possible to dream here in New York? And surely dreams play their part in romance." Her finger–tips, moving delicately on the surface of her lap, had a curious suggestion of playing with fire. "One needs leisure for dreams." He stood up suddenly and leaned against the mantelpiece. The atmosphere had become electric. "A good thing, too, as far as some of us are concerned. The last thing for a columnist to indulge in is dreams. Fine hash he'd have for his readers next morning." "Do you mean to say that none of you clever young men fall in love?" "Every day in the week, some of them. They even marry, and tell fatuous yarns about their babies. No doubt some of them have even gloomed through brief periods of unreciprocated passion, but they don't look very romantic to me." "Romance is impossible without imagination, I should think. Aching for what you cannot have, or falling in love reciprocally with a charming girl, is hardly romance. That is a gift like the spark that goes to the making of art." "Are you romantic?" he asked harshly. "You look as if born to inspire romance, dreams, like a beautiful statue or painting. But mysterious as you make yourself, and, I believe, are in essence, I should never have associated you with the romantic temperament. Your eyes, as they too often are—" "Oh, no." "It is true that I have never had a romance." "You married, and very young." "Oh, what is young love? The urge of the race, a blaze that ends in babies or ashes. Romance!" "You have—other men have loved you. European men, the type my lot was cast with, may be romantic in their extreme youth. I have never been attracted by men in that stage of development, so I may only suppose. But when a man has learned to adjust passion to technique, there is not much romance left in him." "Are you waiting for your romance, then? Have you come to this more primitive civilization to find it?" She raised her head and looked him full in the eyes. "No, I did not believe in the possibility then." "May I have a highball?" "Certainly." He took his drink on the other side of the room. It was several minutes before he returned to the hearth. Then he asked without looking at her, "How do you expect to find romance if you shut yourself up?" "I wanted nothing less. As little as I wanted it to be known that I was here at all." "That damnable mystery! Who are you?" "Nothing that you have imagined. It is far stranger. I fancy it would cure you." "Cure me?" "Yes. Do you deny that you love me?" "No, by God, I don't. But you take a devilish advantage. You must know that I had meant to keep my head. Of course you are playing with me with your cursed technique. Unless—" He reached her in a stride and stood over her. "Is it possible? Do you—" She pushed back her chair and stood behind it. Her cheeks were very pink, her eyes startled but very soft. "I do not admit that yet. I have been too astounded. I went away to think by myself, where I was sure not to meet you, where I was sure not to see you. But—my mind seemed to revolve in circles. I don't know. I don't know." "You do know. You are not the woman to mistake a passing interest for the real thing." "Oh, does a woman ever? I never wanted to be as young as that again. I should have believed it impossible if I had given the matter a thought. It is so long. I had forgotten what love was like. There was nothing I had buried as deep. And there are reasons. I only follow you vaguely, but I think I understand, worse luck. I've hated you more than once. You must have known that. I believe you are deliberately leading me on to make a fool of myself." "I'm not. Oh, I am not." "Do you love me?" "I want to be sure. I have dreamed. I have leisure, you see. This old house shuts out the world, Europe, the past. The war might have cut my life in two if it had not been for that long, selfless interval. I'd like you to go now." "Will you marry me?" "It may be. I can't tell. Not yet. Are you content to wait?" "I am not. But I've no intention of taking you by force, although I don't feel particularly civilized at the present moment. But I'll win you and have you if you love me. Make no doubt of that. You may have 10,000 strange reasons. They count for nothing with me. And I intend to see you every day. I'll call you up in the morning. Now I go, and as quickly as I can get out." Chapter 20. He plunged down the steps into a snowstorm. Even during his precipitate retreat he had realized the advisability of telephoning for a taxi, but had been incapable of the anti-climax. He pulled his hat over his eyes, turned up the collar of his coat, and made his way hastily toward Park Avenue. There was not a cab in sight, nor was there a rumble in the tunnel. No doubt the cars were snowbound. He hesitated only a moment. It would hardly take him longer to walk to his hotel than to the Grand Central Station, but he crossed over to Madison Avenue at once, for it was bitter walking and there was a bare chance of picking up a cab returning from one of the hotels. But the narrow street between the high dark walls looked like a deserted mountain pass rapidly filling with snow. The tall street lamps shed a sad and ghostly beam. They might have been the hooded torches of cave dwellers sheltering from enemies and the storm in those perpendicular fastnesses. Far down, a red sphere glowed dimly, exalting the illusion. He almost fancied he could see the outposts of primeval forests bending over the cañon, and wondering why the poet of Manhattan had never immortalized a scene at once so sinister and so lovely. And no stillness of a high mountain solitude had ever been more intense, not even a muffled roar from trains on the distant L's. Clavering wondered if he really were in New York. The whole evening had been unreal enough.
Certainly all that was prosaic and ugly and feverish had been obliterated by what it was no flight of fancy to call white magic. That seething mass of humanity, that so often looked as if rushing hither and thither with no definite purpose, driven merely by the obsession of speed, was as supine in its brief privacy as its dead. In spite of the fever in him he felt curiously uplifted, and glad to be alone. There are moods and solitudes when a man wants no woman, however much he may be wanting one particular woman. But the mood was ephemeral. He had been too close to her a moment before. Moreover, she was still unpossessed. She seemed to take shape slowly in the white whirling snow, as white and imponderable. A Nordic princess drifting northward over her steppes. God, would he ever get her? If he did not, it would be because one of them was qualifying for another incarnation. He walked down the avenue as rapidly as possible, his hands in his pockets, his head bent to the wind, no longer transported, forcing his mind to dwell on the warmth of his rooms and his bed. His head ached. He'd go to the office tomorrow and write his column there. Then think things out. How was he to win such a woman? Make her sure of herself? Convert her doubts into a passionate certainty? She with her highly technical past? Make no mistakes. If he made a precipitate ass of himself, what comparisons! His warm bed, the complete and personal isolation of his rooms. He had never given even a tea to women. He gave his dinners in restaurants. How many more blocks? The snow was thicker. He couldn't even see the arcade of Madison Square Garden, although a faint diffused radiance high in the air was no doubt the crown of lights on the Metropolitan Tower. Had he made a wrong move in bolting? His thoughts and counter-thoughts came to an abrupt end. At the corner of 30th Street he collided with a small figure in a fur coat and nearly knocked it over. He was for striding on, with a muttered apology, when a girl caught him by the arm with a light laugh. "Lee Clavering! What luck? Take me home." He was looking down into the dark, naughty little face of Janet Oglethorpe, granddaughter of the redoubtable Jane. "What on earth are you doing here?" he asked stupidly. "Perhaps I'll tell you, and perhaps I won't. On second thoughts, don't take me home. Take me to one of those all-night restaurants. That's just the one thing I haven't seen, and I'm hungry." He subtly became an uncle. "I'll do nothing of the sort. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, alone in the streets at this hour of the night. It must be 1 o'clock. I shall take you home. I suppose you have a latch-key, but for 2 cents I'd ring the bell and hand you over to your mother. Mother went to Florida today, and Dad's duck hunting in South Carolina. Aunt Molly's too deaf to hear doorbells and believes anything I tell her. I am ashamed that your mother left you behind to your own devices. I wouldn't go. She's given me up. Used to my devices. Besides, I've 1 or 2 on her, and she doesn't dare give me away to Dad. He thinks I'm a darling spoilt child. Not that I'd mind much if he didn't, but it's more convenient." "You little wretch, I believe you've been drinking." "So I have. But I've got an asbestos lining, and could stand another tall one. Ah!" Her eyes sparkled. "Suppose you take me to your rooms." "I'll take you home." "You'll take me to one of those all-nighters." "I shall not." "Then ta-ta, I'll go home by myself. I've had too good a time tonight to bother with old fogies." She started up the street, and Clavering hesitated but a moment. Her home was on East 65th Street. Heaven only knew what might happen to her. Moreover, although her mother was one of those women whose insatiable demand for admiration bored him, he had no more devoted friends than her father and her grandmother. Furthermore, his curiosity was roused. What had the little devil been up to? He overtook the Oglethorpe flapper, and seizing her hand drew it through his arm. "I'll take you where you can get a sandwich," he said, "but I'll not take you to a restaurant. Too likely to meet newspaper men." "Anything to drink?" "Ice cream soda." "Good Lord!" "You needn't drink it, but you'll get nothing else. Come along, or I'll pick you up and carry you to the nearest garage." She trotted obediently beside him, a fragile, dainty figure, carried limply, however, and little more distinguished than flappers of inferior origin. He led her to a rather luxurious delicatessen not far from his hotel, kept by enterprising Italians who never closed their doors. They seated themselves uncomfortably at the high counter, and the sleepy attendant served them with sandwiches, then retired to the back of the shop. He was settling himself to alert repose when Miss Oglethorpe suddenly changed her mind, and ordered a chocolate ice cream soda. Then she ordered another, and she ate 6 sandwiches, a slice of cake, and 2 bananas. "Great heaven!" exclaimed Clavering. "You must have the stomach of an ostrich. Can eat nails and drink fire water. Well, you won't 2 years hence, and you'll look it, too." "Oh, no, I won't. I'll marry when I'm 19 and a half and settle down." "I should say you were heading the other way. Where have you been tonight?" "Donny Farren gave a party in his rooms and passed out just as he was about to take me home. I loosened his collar and put a pillow under his head, but I couldn't lift him, even to the sofa. Too fat." "I suppose you pride yourself on being a good sport." "Rather. If Donny had been ill I'd have stayed with him all night, but he was dead to the world." "You say he had a party. Why didn't some of the others take you home?" "Ever hear about 3 being a crowd? Donny, naturally, was all for taking me home, and didn't show any signs of collapse till the last minute." "But I should think that for decency's sake you'd all have gone down together." "Lord, how old-fashioned you are! I was finishing a cigarette and never thought of it." She opened a little gold mesh bag, took out a cigarette and lit it. Her cheeks were flushed under the rouge, and her large black eyes glittered in her fluid little face. She was one of the beauties of the season's débutantes, but scornful of nature. Her olive complexion was thickly powdered, and there was a delicate smudge of black under her lower lashes and even on her eyelids. He had never seen her quite so blatantly made up before, but then he had seen little of her since the beginning of her first season. He rarely went to parties, and she was almost as rarely in her own home or her grandmother's. Her short hair curled about her face. In spite of her paint she looked like a child, a greedy child playing with life. "Look here," he said, "how far do you go?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" "I should, but not for personal reasons, for girls of your age bore me to extinction. But you've a certain sociological interest. I wonder if you are really any worse than your predecessors." "I guess girls have always been human enough, but we have more opportunities. We've made 'em. This is our age and we're enjoying it to the limit. God, what stupid times girls must have had. Some of them do yet. They're unnaturally goody-goody, or their parents are too much for them. Not many, though. Parents have taken a back seat." "I don't quite see what you get out of it. Guzzling and smoking your nerves out by the roots, and making yourselves cheap with men little older than yourselves." "You don't see, I suppose, why girls should have their fling, or," and her voice wavered curiously, "why youth takes naturally to youth. I suppose you think that is a cruel thing for a girl to say." "Not in the least," he answered cheerfully. "Don't mind a bit. But what do you get out of it? That's what I'm curious to know." She tossed her head and blew a perfect ring. "Don't you know that girls never really enjoyed life before?" "It depends upon the point of view, I should think." "No, there's a lot more in it than you guess. The girls used to sit round waiting for men to call and wondering if they'd condescend to show up at the next dance, while the men fairly raced after the girls with whom they could have a free and easy time. No company manners, no chaperone, no prudish affectations about kisses and things, no fear of shocking if they wanted to let go. The strain must have been awful. You know what men are. They like to call a spade and be damned to it. Our sort didn't have a chance. They couldn't compete. So we made up our minds to compete in the only way possible. We leave off our corsets at dances, so that they can get a new thrill out of us, then sit out in an automobile and drink and have little petting parties of 2, and we slip out and have an occasional lark like tonight. We're not to be worried about, either." "Why cryptic after your really admirable frankness? But there's always a point beyond which women never will go when confessing their souls. I suppose you think you're as hard as nails. Do you really imagine that you will ever be able to fall in love and marry and want children?" "Don't men? Ancient standards are not annihilated in one generation." "There's got to be a beginning to everything, hasn't there? One would think the world stood still to hear you talk. But anything new always makes the fogies sick." "Nothing makes me as sick as your bad manners. You and all your tribe. Men at least don't lose their breeding if they choose to sow wild oats, but women go the whole hog or none." "Other times, other manners. We make our own, and you have to put up with them, whether you like it or not. See?" "I see that you are even sillier than I thought. You need nothing so much as a sound spanking." "Your own manners are none too good. You've handed me one insult after another." "I've merely talked to you as your father would if he were not blind. Besides, it would probably make you sick to be 'respected.' Come along. We'll go round to a garage and get a taxi. Why on earth didn't you ring for a taxi from Farren's?" "I tried to, but it's an apartment house, and there was no one downstairs to make the connection. Too late. So I footed it." She yawned prodigiously. "I'm ready at last for my little bunk. Hope you've enjoyed this more than I have. You'd be a scream at a petting party." Clavering paid his small account, and they issued into the storm once more. It was impossible to talk. In the taxi she went to sleep. Thank heaven! He had had enough of her. Odious brat! More than once he had had a sudden vision of Mary Zattiany during that astonishing conversation at the counter. The past, she had suggested to his tormented mind, was almost literary by contrast. She herself a queen granting favors beside this little fashionable near strumpet. They didn't breathe the same air, nor walk on the same plane. Who, even if this little fool were merely demi vierge, would hesitate between them? One played the game in the grand manner, the other like a glorified gutter snipe. But he was thankful for the diversion, and when he reached his own bed he fell asleep immediately, and did not turn over for 7 hours. Chapter 21. He had informed Madame Zattiany's butler over the telephone that he would call that evening at 9:30, but he returned to his room after a day at the office with lagging steps. He dreaded another evening in that library by the fire. It was beyond his imagination to foresee how she would treat him, what rôle she would choose to play, and although he was grimly determined to play whatever rôle she assigned to him for the present, he hated the prospect. He was in no mood for a game. This wooing was like nothing his imagination had ever prefigured. To be put on trial, to sit with the woman in the great solitude of the house and the very air vibrating between them, or frozen, self-conscious as a schoolboy up for inspection, afraid of making a false move. What in God's name would they talk about? Politics? Books? Art? Banalities. He'd half a mind to go to Florida after all, or join Jim Oglethorpe in South Carolina. He had a standing invitation. He'd return by the next train. He'd felt as if existing in a vacuum all day. When he reached his rooms he found his problem solved for the moment, possibly. A telephone slip informed him that Madame Zattiany would be at home, and a note from Mrs. Oglethorpe enclosed tickets for her box at the opera that night. If she would only go. He called the house. The butler answered and retired to summon Madame Zattiany. Her voice came clear and cool over the telephone. He invited her to go to Sherry's for dinner, and to hear Farrar in Butterfly afterward. "I must tell you that we shall sit in a box," he added. "Mrs. Oglethorpe's." "Oh!" There was a pause that seemed eternal. Then she laughed suddenly, a laugh of immense amusement that ended on a note of recklessness. "Well, why not? Yes, I will go. Very many thanks." "Good. It means an early dinner. I'll call for you at 6:45." I'm promptness itself. Au revoir." So that was that. One night's respite. He'd leave her at the door. He wondered if his voice had been as impersonal as her own. He had almost barked into the telephone, and had probably overdone it. But was any man ever in such a ghastly position before? Well, he'd lose the game before he'd make a fool of himself again. Ass! He'd had the game in his own hands last night, could have switched off any moment. He'd let go, and delivered himself into hers. He took a cold shower and made a meticulous toilet. When he arrived at the house he was shown into the drawing room. He had never seen it before, and he glanced about him with some curiosity. It was a period room, Louis XV. The furniture looked as if made of solid gold, and Madame du Barry herself might have sat on the dainty brocades. The general effect was airy and graceful, gay, frivolous, and subtly vicious, an emanation to which the chaste Victorian had been impervious. He understood why Madame Zattiany did not use it. She might be subtly anything, but assuredly she was neither airy nor frivolous. Then he realized that there was a painting of a girl over the mantel, and that the girl was Mary Ogden. He stepped forward eagerly, almost holding his breath. The portrait ended at the tiny waist, and the stiff satin of the cuirass-like bodice was softened with tulle, which seemed to float about the sloping shoulders. The soft ashen hair, growing in a deep point on the broad full brow, was brushed softly back and coiled low on the long white neck. The mouth was soft and pouting, with a humorous quirk at the corners, and the large dark grey eyes were full of a mocking light that seemed directed straight up into the depths of his puzzled brain as he stood gazing at that presentment of a once potent and long-vanished beauty. Extraordinarily like, and yet so extraordinarily unlike. But the resemblance may have well been exact when Mary Zattiany was 20. How had Mary Ogden looked at 30? That very lift of the strong chin, that long arch of nostril. Something began to beat in the back of his brain. What a beauty poor Mary must have been, no? He turned and forgot the portrait. Madame Zattiany wore a gown of that subtle but unmistakable green that no light can turn blue, thin shimmering velvet to the knees, melting into satin embroidered with silver and veiled with tulle. On her head was a small diamond tiara, and her breast was a blaze of emeralds and diamonds. She carried a large fan of green feathers. He had believed he had measured the extent of her beauty, but the crown gave her a new radiance, and she looked as attainable as a queen on her throne. He went forward and raised her hand to his lips. "I insist," he said gallantly. "Anything else would be out of the picture. I need not tell you how wonderful you look, nor that after tonight you will hardly remain obscure. Why do things half-way? It has never been my method, and Mary told me once that Nile green had been her favorite color until she lost her complexion. So, as I am to exhibit myself in a box. Besides, I wanted to go." She smiled charmingly. "It was most kind of you to think of me." "Would that all kind acts were as graciously rewarded. I shall be insufferably conceited for the rest of my life, only it is doubtful if I shall be seen at all. Shall we go?" When they arrived at Sherry's they found the large restaurant almost deserted. It was barely 7. After he had ordered the dinner, and he thanked his stars that he knew how to order a dinner, she said casually: "I had a call from your friend, Miss Dwight, today." "Yes?" "You did not see her, I suppose?" "Oh, but I did. We talked for 2 hours. It was almost comical, the sheer delight in talking to a woman once more. I have never been what is called a woman's woman, but I always had my friends, and I suddenly realized that I had missed my own sex." "I shouldn't fancy that you two would have much in common." "You forget that we were both nurses. We compared experiences, methods of nursing, operations, doctors, surgeons, shell shock, plastic surgery, the various characteristics of wounded men, all the rest of it."
"It must have been an exciting conversation." "You never could be brought to believe it, but it was. Afterward we talked of other things. She seems to me quite a remarkable woman." "Entirely so. What is it she lacks that prevents men from falling in love with her? Men flock there, and she is more discussed as a mind and a personality than any woman among us. But it is all above the collar, and yet those handsome ugly women often captivate men." "You ask one woman why another cannot fascinate men? I should say that it is for want of transmission. The heart and passions are there. I will risk guessing that she has been tragically in love at least once, but there is something wrong with the conduit that carries sexual magnetism. It has been bent upward to the brain instead of directed straight to the sex for which it was designed. Moreover, she is too coldly and obviously analytical, and lacks the tact to conceal it. Men do not mind being skewered when they are out for purely intellectual enjoyment, but they do not love it." Clavering laughed. "I fancy your own mind is quite as coldly analytical, but nature took care of your conduits, and you see to the tact. You cannot teach Gora how to redistribute her magnetism, but you might give her a few points." "They would be wasted. It is merely that I am a woman of the world, something she will never be, and in my heyday, I can assure you, I was not analytical." "Your heyday?" "I was a good many years younger before the war, remember. Heavens, how rowdy those young people are! A month ago I should have asked if they were ladies and gentlemen. But I have been quite close to their kind in the tea rooms, and their accent is unmistakable, although the girls talk and act like gamines. One of them seems to know you." Clavering had been conscious that the restaurant was filling with groups and couples, bound, no doubt, for the opera or theatre. He followed Madame Zattiany's eyes. In the middle of the room was a large table surrounded by very young men and girls, the latter as fragile and lovely as butterflies, that pathetic and swiftly passing youth of the too pampered American girl. The youth of this generation promised to be briefer than ever. He gave them a cursory glance, and then his chair turned to pins. Janet Oglethorpe sat at the head of the table. What would that brat do? She had been fond of him as a child, but as he had found her detestable in her flapperhood, and had been at no pains to conceal his attitude, she had taken a violent dislike to him. Last night he had deliberately flicked her on the raw. He was not long in doubt. She had returned his perfunctory bow with a curt nod, and after a brief interval, during which she appeared to be making a communication that was received with joyous hilarity, she left her seat and ran across the room. She might have been in her own house, for all the notice she took of the restaurant's other guests. Clavering rose and grimly awaited the onslaught. Even the waiters were staring, but for the moment only at the flashing little figure whose cheeks matched to a shade the American Beauty rose of her wisp of a gown. Her big black eyes were sparkling wickedly, her vivid little mouth wore a twist that can only be described as a grin. She had come for her revenge, no doubt of that. She bore down on him and shook his unresponsive hand heartily. "I've been telling them how dear and noble you were last night, dear Mr. Clavering, just like a real uncle, or what anyone would expect of one's granny's pets. No doubt you saved my life and honor, and I want to tell the world." Her crisp clear voice was pitched in G. It carried from end to end of the silent room. "Would that I were your uncle. Won't you sit down? I believe that you have not met Madame Zattiany." Miss Oglethorpe had not cast a glance at her victim's companion, assuming her to be some writing person, although he did once in a while take out Green Goodrich or Marian Lawrence, old girls, being all of 24, in whom she took no interest whatever. She half turned her head with a barely perceptible nod. The tail of her eye was arrested. She swung round and stared, her mouth open. For the moment she was abashed. Whatever else she may have submerged, her caste instinct remained intact, and for a second she had the unpleasant sensation of standing at the bar of her entire class. But she recovered immediately.
Grande dames were out of date. Even her mother had worn her skirts to her knees a short time since. What fun to show this left over! And then her spiteful naughtiness was magnified by anger. Madame Zattiany had inclined her head graciously, but made no attempt to conceal her amusement. "Yes, I'll sit down, thanks." She produced a cigarette and lit it. "Granny's got a lot of ancient photographs of her girlhood friends," she remarked with her insolent eyes on Madame Zattiany. "And one of them's enough like you to be you masquerading in the get-up of the 80's. Comes back to me. Just before mother left I heard her discussing you with a bunch of her friends. Isn't there some mystery or other about you?" "Yes, indeed. Is it not so?" Madame Zattiany dressed her glowering host, her eyes twinkling. It was evident that she regarded this representative of the new order with a scientific interest, as if it were a new sort of bug and herself an entomologist. "Probably," she added indulgently, "the most mysterious woman in New York. What you would call an adventuress if you were not too young to be uncharitable. Mr. Clavering is kind enough to take me on trust." Miss Oglethorpe's wrath waxed. This creature of the obsolete order had the temerity to laugh at her. Moreover, she flashed a glance from Clavering's angry anxious face to the beautiful woman opposite, and a real color blazed in her cheeks. But she summoned a sneer. "Noble again. Has he told you of our little adventure last night?" "Last night?" A flicker crossed the serenity of Madame Zattiany's face. "But no, I do not fancy Mr. Clavering is in the habit of telling his little adventures." "Oh, he wouldn't. Old standards, Southern chivalry, all the rest of it. That's why he's granny's model young man. Well, I'll tell you." "You've been drinking again," hissed Clavering. "Of course. Cocktail party at Donny's." "Well, moderate your voice. It isn't necessary to take the entire room into your confidence. Better still, go back to your own table." She raised her voice. "You see, Madame Zattiany, I was running round loose at about 1:00 a.m. when whom should I run into but dear old Uncle Lee. He looked all shot to pieces when he saw me. Girls in his day didn't stay out late unless they had a beau. 10:00 was the limit anyhow. But did he take advantage of my unprotected maiden innocence? Not he. He stood there in the snow and delivered a lecture on the error of my ways, then took me to a delicatessen shop, afraid of compromising himself in a restaurant, and stuffed me with sandwiches and bananas. Even there, while we were perched on two high stools, he didn't make love to me as any human man would have done. He just ate sandwiches and lectured. God, life must have been dull for girls in his day." People about them were tittering. One young man burst into a guffaw. Madame Zattiany was calmly eating her dinner. The tirade might have fallen on deaf ears. Clavering's skin had turned almost black. His eyes looked murderous, but he did not raise his voice. "Go back to your table," he said peremptorily. "You've accomplished your revenge, and I've had all I proposed to stand. By God, if you don't get out this minute, I'll pick you up and carry you out, and straight to your grandmother." "Yes, you would make a scene." "The scene could hardly be improved. Will you go?" He half rose. Even Madame Zattiany glanced at him apprehensively. Miss Oglethorpe laughed uncertainly. "Oh, very well. At least we never furnish material for your newspapers. That's just one thing we think beneath us." She rose and extended her hand. "Good night, Madame Zattiany," she said, with a really comical assumption of the grand manner. "It has been a great pleasure to meet you." Madame Zattiany took the proffered hand. "Good night," she said sweetly. "Your little comedy has been most amusing. Many thanks." Miss Oglethorpe jerked her shoulders. "Well, console dear unky. He'd like the floor to open and swallow him. Ta ta." She ran back to her table, and its hilarity was shortly augmented. Madame Zattiany looked at Clavering aghast. "But it is worse than I supposed," she exclaimed. "It is really a tragedy. Poor Mrs. Oglethorpe." Then she laughed silently, but with intense amusement. "I wish she had been here. After all, nevertheless, it is a tragedy. And Oglethorpe! A mere child, intoxicated, and truly atrocious manners. Why don't her people put her in a sanitarium? Parents count about as much to–day as women counted in the cave era. But it is abominable that you should be made conspicuous." "Oh, that! I have been conspicuous all my life, and you must admit that she had the centre of the stage. If any one is to be commiserated, it is you. But you really behaved admirably. I could only admire your restraint." Clavering's ferment subsided, and he returned her smile. "I hope I didn't express all I felt. Murder would have been too good for her. But you are an angel, and, for all her bravado, you must have made her feel like the little vulgarian she is. Heavens, but the civilization varnish is thin! And when they deliberately rub it off. Tell me of this adventure." "It was such a welcome adventure after leaving you." She told practically the whole of it. She had been to a party and her host was too drunk to take her home. She couldn't get a taxi, so started to walk. After I had fed the little pig, I took her home. Of course I had no intention of mentioning it to any one, but I hardly feel that I am compromising my honor as a gentleman." "But will society permit this state of things to last? New York! It seems incredible." "Heaven knows. It might as well try to curb the lightning as these little fools. Their own children, if they have any, will probably be worse." "I wonder. Reformed rakes are not generally indulgent to adventurous youth." "There will probably be a violent revulsion to the rigors of the 19th century." "Hope so. Thank heaven we can get out of this." They left the table. As he followed her down the long room, and noted the many eyes that focused on the regal and beautiful figure in its long wrap of white velvet and fox, he set his lips grimly. Another ordeal before him. For a moment he wished that he had fallen in love with a woman incapable of focusing eyes. He hated being conspicuous as he hated poverty and ugliness and failure and death. Then he gave an impatient laugh. If he could win her, he cared little if the entire town followed her every time she appeared on the street. And she had been very sweet after that odious flapper had taken herself off. He had ceased to feel at arm's length. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. They entered the box during the nuptial hymn. Farrar, almost supine in the arms of the seducer, was singing with the voluptuous abandon that makes this scene the most explicit in modern opera. She had sung it 1,000 times, but she was still the beautiful young creature exalted by passion, and her voice seemed to have regained its pristine freshness. She had done many things to irritate New Yorkers, but in this scene, whether they forgave her or not, they surrendered. And those to whom love and passion were lost memories felt a dim resurgence under that golden tide. Clavering had no desire to surrender. In fact, he endeavored to close his ears. He had received a cold douche and a hot one in the course of the past hour, and he felt that his equilibrium was satisfactorily established. He had forgotten to warn Madame Zattiany of the step at the front of the box, down which so many novices had stumbled, but she had taken it, and settled herself with the nonchalance of custom. Odd. Once more something beat in the back of his brain, but he dismissed it impatiently. No doubt many boxes in Europe were constructed in the same fashion. He had seated himself a little to the right and behind her. He saw her lids droop and her hands move restlessly. Then, as the curtain went down and Farrar was accepting the customary plaudits, her eyes opened and moved over the rich and beautiful auditorium with a look of hungry yearning. This was too much for Clavering, and he demanded abruptly, "Why do you look like that? Have you ever been here before?" She turned to him with a smile. "What a question! But opera, both the silliest and the most exalting of the arts, is the youth of life, its perpetual and final expression, and when the house is dark I always imagine it haunted by the ghosts of dead opera singers, or of those whose fate is sadder still. Does it never affect you in that way?" "Can't say it does. But I vaguely remember, some 10 years ago, a young singer with a remarkable voice sang Marguerite once on that stage, and then disappeared overnight. Lost her voice, it was said." She gave a low, choking laugh. "And you think I am she? Really?" "I think nothing, but that I am here with you, and that in another moment I shall want to sit on the floor. Oh, Lord!" The house was a blaze of light. It looked like a vast gold and red jewel box, built to exhibit in the fulness of their splendor the most luxurious and extravagant women in the world. And it was filled tonight, from coiffed and jeweled orchestra to highest balcony, where plainer people with possibly jeweled souls clung like flies. Not a box was empty. Clavering's glance swept the parterre, hoping it would be occupied for the most part by the youngest set, less likely to be startled by the resemblance of his guest to the girl who had sat among their grandmothers when the opera house was new. But there were few of the very young in the boxes. They found their entertainment where traditions were in the making, and dismissed the opera as an old superstition, far too long-winded and boring for enterprising young radicals. Against the red backgrounds he saw the austere and homely faces of women who represented all that was oldest and best in New York society, and they wore their haughty bones unchastened by powder. There were many more of the succeeding generation, of course many more whose ancestry derived from gold and blood, and they made up in style and ritual what they lacked in pulchritude. Lack of beauty in the parterre boxes was as notorious as the horseshoe itself. Dame Nature and Dame Fortune, rivals always, having been at each other's throats some century and three-quarters ago, and little more friendly when the newer aristocracy of mere wealth was founded. All the New York society beauties were historical, the few who had survived the mere prettiness of youth entering a private hall of fame while still alive. It had begun. Clavering fell back, folded his arms and set his teeth. First one pair of opera glasses in the parterre, then another, then practically all were levelled at Mrs. Oglethorpe's box. Young men and old in the omnibus box remained in their seats. Very soon white shoulders and black in the orchestra chairs began to change their angle, attracted by the stir in the boxes. That comment was flowing freely he made no doubt. In the boxes on either side of him the occupants were staring less openly, but with frequent amazed side glances and much whispering. Madame Zattiany sat like an idol. She neither sought to relieve what embarrassment she may have felt, if she felt any, thought Clavering, by talking to her escort, nor by gazing idly about the house comparing other women's gowns and crowns with her own. She might have been a masterpiece in a museum. A diversion occurred for which Clavering at least was grateful. The door opened and Mr. Dinwiddie entered, limping and leaning on a cane. He looked pale and worried. Clavering resigned his seat and took one still further in the rear. But the low-pitched dialogue came to him distinctly. "Is this prudent?" murmured Dinwiddie, as he sat himself heavily beside her. "There will be nothing else talked of in New York tomorrow. So far there have only been rumors. But here you look like Mary Ogden risen from the dead. There's a rumor, by the way, that she is dead." "She was alive the last time I heard from Vienna. But why imprudent? Mr. Clavering told me of your kind concern, but I assure you that I am neither a political nor a martial refugee." "But you have a secret you wish to keep. Believe me, you can do so no longer. The Sophisticates are generous and casual. They take you on your face value, and their curiosity is merely human and good-natured. But this in Jane Oglethorpe's box! It is in the nature of an invasion. You hardly could have done more if you had forced yourself into a drawing-room uninvited. You must either come out tomorrow and tell them who you are, establish yourself, or—" "Well?" Madame Zattiany was smiling, and, probably, the most serene person in the house. "I think you had better go back to Europe. I must be frank. Anything less would be cowardly. You interest me too much, but I can only suppose your secret is of the sort that if discovered, and they will discover it, would cause you grave embarrassment." "You mean if I am Mary Zattiany's illegitimate daughter?" "I don't think they would have minded that if you had brought letters to them from Mary asking them to be kind to you, and if you had made a good marriage. But to have it flung in their faces like this! They will never forgive you." "And you think I am Mary Zattiany's daughter?" "I yes. I think I have gone back to my original theory. But there must be something behind. She never would have let you come over here with a letter only to Trent. She knew that she could rely on many of her old friends. No people in the world are more loyal to their own than these old New Yorkers." "And suppose she did give me letters, and that I have not been interested enough to present them?" "I knew it. But I am afraid it's too late now. They not only will resent your indifference, but they are extremely averse to anything like sensational drama in private life. And your appearance here tonight is extremely dramatic. They'll never forgive you," he reiterated solemnly. "Really? Well, let us enjoy the next act," she added indulgently. "I hope you will remain here." The curtain had gone up. The audience, balked of the private drama, in which they had manifested no aversion whatever from playing their own rôle, transferred their attention to the stage, although Clavering saw more than one glance wander across the house, and those in the adjoining boxes felt themselves free to peer persistently. Farrar had not finished bowing and kissing her hands before the next curtain when the door of the box opened once more and Mr. Osborne entered. After a few words with Madame Zattiany, he went out and returned almost immediately with 3 other men, 2 of his own generation, and a tall, dark, extremely good-looking young man, whose easy, negligent air was set askew by the eager expression of his eyes. Clavering, not waiting to be introduced, fled to the smoking-room and took a seat in a corner with his back to the other occupants, lest some one recognize and speak to him. A hideous fear had invaded his soul. If this world, so indisputably her own, did accept her, as he had not a doubt it would if she demanded it, he made light of Dinwiddie's fears. Knowing her as he did, where would he come in? Sheer luck, supplemented by his own initiative, had given him a clear field for a few weeks, but what chance would he have, not only if her house were overrun with people, but if she were pursued by men with so much more to offer, with whom she must have so much more in common? He might be the equal of the best of them in blood and the superior of many, but his life had not been of the order to equip him with those minor but essential and armorial arts that assured ease and distinction, possessed by men not only born into the best society, but bred in it, and who had lived on their background, not on their nerves. To be born is not enough. It is long association that counts, and the air may be acquired by men of inferior birth but the supreme opportunity. He had managed to interest her because he had no rival, and he was young and his mind in tune with hers. That alone, no doubt, was the secret of her imaginative flight in his direction. For the first time in his life he felt a sense of inferiority, and for the moment he made no attempt to shake it off. He was in the depths of despair. He did not even light a cigarette. He could hear a group of young men discussing her, as one of their own kind, with no lack of respect. Some new friend of Mrs. Oglethorpe's. They were too young to remember Mary Ogden. She would have many knights on the morrow. He felt on the far side of a rapidly widening gulf, and he had once sought to dig a gulf. Disapproved, questioned, tried to forget her. He wished he had abducted her. A bell rang. The men moved toward the foyer. In a few moments he followed. The attendant opened the Oglethorpe door, and as he entered the anteroom he saw that the box was still filled with men. They had evidently taken root.
He was possessed by a dull anger, and as it spread upward his sense of inferiority took flight. He'd rout them all, damn them. After all, he had more brains than any man in the house, and his manners could be as good and as bad as their own. Moreover, he was probably more strongly endowed in other ways than the youngest of them. The wise thing for him to do was to let her find it out the next time they were alone. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. But it was some time before he saw her alone again, and meanwhile many things happened. She took Mr. Dinwiddie home in her car for supper, Clavering following with Osborne in a taxi, and as the abundant repast was spread in the dining room, it was patent that she had gone to the opera with the intention of bringing back willing guests. She knew that both Dinwiddie and Osborne subscribed to the omnibus box, and no doubt, if they had failed to put in an appearance, she would have dropped, with one of her infernally ready excuses, himself at his own door. She might as well have announced, without bothering to feed these damned old bores, that she did not intend to see him alone again until she had made up her royal mind. He ground his teeth, but he was master of himself again, and had no intention to make the mistake of sulking. The situation put him on his mettle. He led the conversation and did practically all the talking, as if the vital youth in him, stimulated by music and champagne, which the older men were forced to imbibe sparingly, must needs pour forth irresistibly and impersonally. He was not jealous of Dinwiddie or Osborne, although the black frown on the latter's brow was sufficient evidence of a deeply personal resentment, and although he did not flash Madame Zattiany a meaning glance, might, indeed, have sat on her board for the first time, he knew that he had never made a better impression. Her eyes, which had been heavy and troubled as they took their seats at the table, and as old as eyes could be in that perfect setting, began to look like a grey landscape illumined by distant flashes of lightning. Before long they were full of life and response and laughter. And pride? There was something very like pride in those expressive orbs, not always as subject to her will as she fancied, as they dwelt on the brilliant young journalist, whose mind darted hither and thither on every subject he could summon that would afford the opportunity of witty comment. He even quoted himself, skipping the past 2 months, and what had been evolved with much deliberation and rewriting sounded spontaneous and pertinent. But in truth he was so genuinely stimulated before the brief hour was over that when he returned to his rooms he wrote his column before turning in. He felt as if fiery swords were playing about his mind, flashing out words and phrases that would make his brother columnists, no sluggards in words and phrases themselves, green on the morrow. For the moment he was quite happy, as he always was when his mind was abnormally quickened, and he dismissed women and their infernal whims to limbo. When he awoke at 2 o'clock in the afternoon his brain felt like the ashes of a bonfire, and his spirits were a leaden weight. He knew what was to be expected of reaction, however, and after his punch-bag and showers he felt better. He'd see her today and force some sort of understanding. But when he opened his door and saw a letter in her handwriting, and evidently delivered by a servant, as it was unstamped, his hand shook and his half-recovered confidence fled. This time he made no attempt at the farce of self-discipline. He opened it at once. When he saw that it began without formality, he drew a longer breath. "I am not going to see you until Saturday," it read, "when I hope you will take me to Miss Dwight's party. Meanwhile I shall ask you not to see Mr. Dinwiddie, nor anyone else likely to discuss me. I shall not care to stay long at the party, and if you will return here with me I will tell you my secret, such as it is. I shall only say here that I had no intention of making a mystery of myself, for I did not expect to exchange a word with anyone in America but Judge Trent and his business associates. I came to America for one purpose only, to settle my affairs, which would have dragged on interminably if I had not been here to receive my alienated properties in person.
I know many people in New York, but I had no idea of seeing any of them, although tempted on account of the money they might help me to collect for the children of Austria. But I had decided to leave that until the last minute. I not only was no longer interested in these old friends of mine, but I disliked the explanations I should be forced to give them, the comments, the curiosity, the endless questions. What I mean by this you will know on Saturday night. But it is not the first time in my life that I have discovered the futility of making plans. My meeting with you, and the profound interest you have awakened, has upset all calculations. I expected nothing less. If I had, I should have told you the truth the night we met, but it never occurred to me for an instant that I could love any man again. I had done with all that years ago, and my intention was to give my life and my fortune to certain problems in Europe which I shall not bore you with here. Possibly, if I had met you casually with Judge Trent, or if I had not chosen to avoid my old friends and met you at one of their houses, as I might easily have done, I should have made no mystery of myself, if indeed you did not know the truth already. But not only the curious circumstances of our meeting after your weeks of silent devotion, but your own personality, quickened to life a flicker of youthful romance so long moribund that I had forgotten it had ever been one of my lost inheritances. I was also both amused and interested, and to play a little comedy with you was irresistible. It did not occur to me for a moment that you would fall in love with me. It was not until the second time you came here after the theatre that I realized what was happening in those submerged cells of mine, but I could not make up my mind to tell you that night, nor the next. By that time I was frightened. I feared there could be only one result. I suppose all women are cowards when in love, but I knew that this could not last, and when you asked me to sit in Mrs. Oglethorpe's box I thought the time had come to precipitate matters. After a decisive step like that I could not retreat, but I wished to tell you myself, and for that reason I have asked you to discuss me with no one until we meet. It will probably be the last time I shall see you, but I am prepared for that. I shall see Jane Oglethorpe today. She has been very loyal, and I think she will forgive me. It would not matter much if she did not, and possibly would save me a good deal of boredom. But after last night an explanation is due her. And after Saturday night, mon ami, matters will be entirely in your hands. You will realize whether you have merely been dazzled and fascinated, or whether there is really between us that mysterious bond that no circumstances can alter. Such things have happened to men and women, if we may believe history, but I have had too good reason to believe that it is not for me. However, at least for a brief time you have given me back something of the hopes and illusions of youth. This in itself is so astonishing that whatever the result I shall never be able to forget you. Until Saturday. M. Clavering's immediate act was to dash off a love letter more impassioned than any he had ever dreamed himself capable of writing, vowing that he was dazzled and fascinated, God knew, but that he loved her with the love of his life, and would marry her if she would have him, no matter what her revelations. And with what patience he could muster, and with no grace whatever, he would make no attempt to see her until Saturday night. But she must believe that he loved her, and she must write at once and tell him so. He could not exist throughout that interminable interval unless she wrote him at once that she believed in the existence and the indissolubility of that bond, and that he had given her the highest and deepest and most passionate love of which man was capable, and which no woman but she could inspire, for no woman like her had ever lived. He dared not read it over. He had never let himself go before, and he had written too much for print not to be self-conscious and critical of even a love-letter intended only for concordant eyes. Nevertheless, he was aware even in his excitement that the more reckless it was, the surer its effect. No edited love-letter ever yet hit its mark. He remembered Parnell's love-letters, however, and devoutly hoped his own would never see the light. The waiter entered at the moment, and he gave him the missive, hastily addressed and sealed. and asked him to tell the desk to send it immediately and give the boys orders to wait for an answer. He drank his coffee, but ate nothing, nor did he open his newspapers. He strode up and down his rooms, or stood at the window, watching the hurrying throngs, the lumbering green buses, the 1,000 automobiles and taxis over on Fifth Avenue. They were as real as a cinema. He had the delusion, common to lovers, that earth was inhabited by two people only, that brief extension of the soul which in its common acceptance of eternal loneliness looks out upon the world as upon a projected vision in which no reality exists, for man the dreamer is but a dream himself. Phantasmagoria. He glanced at the clock every time he passed it. It seemed incredible that mere minutes were passing. But she was merciful. She kept him in suspense but 35 minutes. The messenger boys stared at the celebrated journalist, with whose appearance he was reasonably familiar, as if regarding a phase of masculine aberration with which he was even more familiar. He grinned sympathetically, and Clavering was not too distraught to detect the point of view of the young philosopher. He had been running his hands through his hair, and no doubt his eyes were injected with blood. He told him to wait, and went into his bedroom. But the note was brief and required no answer. "I believe you." That was all, and it was enough. He gave the astonished philosopher a $5 bill, an automatic American reaction. Then he sat down to puzzle over those parts of her letter which he had barely skimmed, faded into insignificance for the moment before the outstanding confession that she really loved him. But they loomed larger and larger, more and more puzzling and ominous, as he read and reread them. Finally he thrust the pages into his desk and went out for a tramp. Chapter 24. It was a cold, bright day. The ice on the trees of Central Park was a diamond iridescence. Nursemaids were leading children, bits of muffled wealth, along the alleys. Horses pounded on the bridle paths. Automobiles and taxis, that must have looked to airmen above like aimless black planes drifting in a crystal sea, were carrying people to 1,000 destinies. Towering on all sides was the irregular concrete mass of New York. As dusk fell, lights in those high buildings began to appear, first intermittently, then as long necklaces of brilliance strung against the sky. Silence fell on the park. Clavering walked until he could walk no farther, then took a bus at 110th Street for Claremont. When he reached the restaurant he could think of only 3 men whose companionship would be endurable, and failing to get any of them on the telephone, resigned himself to a solitary dinner. But still restless, he wandered over to a window and stared out across the Hudson at the dark Palisades on the opposite shore. Battleships were at anchor, for there had been no ice in the Hudson this winter, and a steamboat with its double chain of lights swam gracefully up the river. The cold winter stars winked down indifferently upon seething human hearts. He still refused to admit that the source of his uneasiness was that revelation set for Saturday night. Nothing but death itself could halt his marriage with this woman, for she herself had unequivocally stated that, after Saturday night, the future would be in his hands. His! Her secret? Not that she had had lovers, for he had accepted that fact already, and for him the past had ceased to exist. Her husband was dead. Nothing else mattered. Nevertheless, the vague prescient chill he had experienced the night he first met her eyes, and once or twice since, accompanied as it was by a curious sense that just below his consciousness lay the key to the mystery, rattling now and again, but sinking deeper every time he made a dart at it, had defied further evasion since the receipt of her cryptic letter. He was the more uneasy as she seemed far more certain of Mrs. Oglethorpe than of himself. Once more he heard the key rattle, but higher, almost in his consciousness. For the first time it seemed to sound a double note of warning. He had a sudden vision of a locked door, and not a door locked on a mere secret. He swung about impatiently. The explanation of his mood was this hideous interval to be got through. Heaven alone knew how. No wonder he had felt a sensation of terror. When a man is in the unsatisfied stages of love, he must expect occasional attacks of green sickness, sullen passions intensified by unreasoning fear. And he was luckier than most. He had been the confidant of men in love, with hope deferred or blasted, and although he had been sympathetic enough, and convinced that men in a far deeper capacity for suffering than women, still had his pity been tempered by a certain contempt. Those had been the times when he had flouted the idea that he was basically romantic, and that he had never made a jackass of himself over any woman had induced a feeling of superiority that had expanded his ego. Now he was convinced that his capacity for love put theirs to shame, and he was filled with pride at the thought. Still, he wished it were Saturday night. He was crossing the room to his solitary table when he saw Jim Oglethorpe enter. His first impulse was to avoid him. The restaurant was well filled, and he could easily take a table in a corner with his back to the room. But dining alone was a melancholy business at best, and to-night. If Oglethorpe brought up Madame Zattiany's name, he could change the subject, or state bluntly that he had his reasons for not wishing to discuss her. As he stood hesitating, Oglethorpe caught sight of him and almost ran across the room, his face, which had looked heavy and worried, glowing with pleasure. "Jove, this is luck!" he exclaimed. "Alone? So am I. Got in this morning and found Janet had a dinner on for those infernally noisy friends of hers. Got something to think over, so thought I'd come out here. This is really luck, as I was going to hunt you up to-morrow. Let's sit here. I want to talk." He had led the way to a table in a remote corner, secluded so far. He beckoned the head waiter, who agreed that it should remain secluded. Then he asked Clavering to order the dinner, and, folding his arms, stared out of the window, his face sagging once more. He was still a young man, no more than 45, but in spite of his love of outdoor sport he showed a more consistent love of eating and drinking in flabby muscles and pouches under the eyes. It was an amiable, rather weak but stubborn face that had been handsome in youth, when his eyes were bright and clear skin covered firm muscles, and it would be handsome again when years had compelled him to diet and his already faded hair had turned white. His features were regular, and his figure well knit under its premature accumulations. He produced a flask from his pocket when the waiter had discreetly turned his back, and their ice water might have passed for cold tea. "Think I'll come to the point," he said. "You know me well enough not to mind anything I say." Clavering glanced up from his oysters in alarm. "There's just one question I won't discuss," he said sharply. Oglethorpe stared. "You don't mean to say you're interested in her? So much the better. And it strikes me you can't have any objection to discussing her with me. I'm her father, ain't I?" "Her father? Are you talking of Janet?" "Who else? I'm worried as the devil. Have been ever since I got in this morning. I telegraphed I was coming, and when I got to the house Molly told me that mother wanted to see me at once, and I posted down there. It was about Janet, and you know more about it than I do." "I suppose I know what you mean. But it turned out all right. She happened to meet me, not some man who might have annoyed her. Of course she shouldn't have taken such a risk. But what can you do with these flappers? They're all in league together, and you might as well let them go their little pace. It won't last. They'll soon be older, and I don't suppose you intend to play the heavy father and lock her up." "No, but I'd like damn well to get her married. Mother told me a pretty tale. It seems she'd made a row at Sherry's last night, making you and some lady you have with you as conspicuous as herself. Mrs. Vane was there, and carried it straight to mother. Mother's no fool, and had already got on to this younger generation business, and given Janny 1 or 2 tongue-lashings. But she never dreamed it had gone as far as it looks. Roaming the streets alone at 1 in the morning. She undoubtedly been drinking last night. God, I've a notion to take a switch to her. And I suppose she was pretty well lit the night you picked her up. I've never seen a hint of it. Janny's spoiled enough. Her mother never had the slightest control over her, and she could always get round me. But she won't in the future. I'll get top hand somehow. God, my daughter! Tell me your side of it, will you?" "It is possible that she had had a cocktail or two," he concluded, "but you must expect that. If the flapper should adopt a coat of arms, no doubt it would be a cocktail rampant with 3 cigarettes argent on a field de rouge. However, it wouldn't be a bad idea if you took her in hand. That is, if you can." "I'll do it all right. Do you mean to tell me she was at Farren's without a chaperon?" "There may have been a chaperon to each couple for all I know." "You know damn well there wasn't. No chaperon would have left her alone." "But surely, Jim, you know that chaperons are practically obsolete. They don't gee with cocktails and petting parties. The new freedom, the reign of youth." "Damn nonsense. No, I didn't know it. I supposed she was properly chaperoned, as girls of her class always have been. You know how much I care for society, and I haven't got to the chicken stage either. Took it for granted that certain cast-iron conventions were still observed, in our set at least. Of course I've seen her drink cocktails at home, and thought it rather cute. And I've rubbed the paint off her cheeks and lips once or twice. Girls are making up nowadays as if they were strumpets, but some little fool started it, and you know the old saying, 'What one monkey does, the other monkey must do.' It never worried me. Of course I've heard more or less about these young idiots. They're always being discussed and written up, but somehow you never think these things can happen in your own family. I went straight home and blew up Molly. Haven't had a sight of Janet yet, and of course she bawled. Always does. When I told her that Janet had been at Farren's alone, she protested that Janet had told her she was going to bed early that night. Even last night, when she had a theatre party, she understood that some young married woman was along. But Molly's a fool. What on earth am I to do with Janet? There were no such girls in my young days. Some of them were bad uns, but as discreet as you make 'em. Didn't disgrace their families. Some of them used to drink right enough, but they were as smooth as silk in public, and went to a sanitarium to sober up when it got the best of 'em. But these girls appear to be about as discreet as street walkers. You don't think they kick over the traces, do you?" "I'm dead sure that Janet hasn't. She put on the cap and bells partly because it's the fashion, partly because she thinks girls are alive and having their fun for the first time. But she's no fool. She nearly floored me once or twice. She'll take care of herself." "Girls don't take care of themselves when they're drunk. But I've an idea there's something else the matter with her. At least, mother has." "Something else?" "In love." "Well, there's your chance to marry her off. The sooner the better. But why should it drive her to drink? If she's fixed her affections on any of those chaps that dance at her she hasn't." "She's in love with you." "What?" Clavering dropped his fork. When the waiter had rushed to present him with another and retired, he still stared at Oglethorpe as if he had been stunned by a blow between the eyes. What on earth put such an idea into Mrs. Oglethorpe's head? The child can't endure me. She's pretty well proved it last night, and I've always known she disliked me, since she grew up, that is. To be perfectly frank, aside from the fact that I don't care for young girls, she always irritates me like the deuce, and I've never made any secret of it. Night before last I couldn't well have made myself more disagreeable if I'd rehearsed for the part." Oglethorpe grinned. "Lot you know about girls. Just the way to make 'em crazy about you. Like all idealists, you don't know a thing about women. Being a rank materialist myself, I know 'em like a book. The emancipated flapper is just plain female under her paint and outside her cocktails. More so, for she's more stimulated. Where girls used to be merely romantic, she's romantic, callow romance of youth perhaps, but still romantic, plus sex instinct rampant. At least that's the way I size 'em up, and it's logic. There's no virginity of mind left, mauled as they must be and half stewed all the time, and they're wild to get rid of the other. But they're too young yet to be promiscuous, at least those of Janet's sort, and they want to fall in love and get him quick. See the point?" "No doubt you're right, but I'm not the object of Janet's young affections. She's either led your mother to believe it for purposes of her own, or Mrs. Oglethorpe has merely jumped at that conclusion. Well, heaven only knows why." "You know why. Because she'd like it. So would I." "Good Lord, Jim! I'm nearly old enough to be her father. Barely 10 years younger than yourself." "You'll never be as old as I am this minute, and I'd give my eyes to see you married to her. Moreover, I'm convinced mother's right. Janny let out something, broke down, I fancy, although mother wouldn't give her away any further. And you used to be fond of her when she was a child. She sat on your lap 100 times." "My dear Jim," said Clavering dryly, "you've just pronounced yourself a man of consummate experience. Need I remind you that when a man has held a girl in his lap as a child, she is generally the last girl he wants on his lap later on? Man loves the shock of novelty, the spice of surprise. It's hard to get that out of a girl you have spanked, as I did Janet on 2 different occasions. She was a fascinating youngster, but a little devil if there ever was one." "She's full of fascination yet, I can see that, if I am her father. A year or 2 from now, when she comes to her senses—" "Oh, cut it out, Jim. I won't listen, even if it were true, and I'd stake my life it isn't. Well—" "Do you mean there's some other woman?" "I don't care to talk about it, but let it go at that." "Sorry. I'd have liked it. You could have made a fine woman out of Janny. She has it in her." Clavering did not express his doubts on this point aloud. He was in truth horribly embarrassed, and hardly knew what to say. Not for a moment did he believe that the minx was in love with him, nor would he have taken the trouble to find out, even to please Jim Oglethorpe and his mother, had Mary Zattiany never crossed his horizon. But he felt sorry for his friend, and would have liked to banish his brooding distress. "Look here," he exclaimed, "you'll have to buck up and take her in hand. After all, you're her father and she respects you. No girl respects her mother these days, apparently, but the father has the advantage of being male. Give her a talking to. Tell her how cut up you are. She's too young to be as hard as she likes to think. Don't preach. That would make matters worse. Appeal to her. Tell her she's making you miserable. If that doesn't work, well, your idea of taking a switch to her isn't bad. A sound spanking is what they all need, and it certainly would take the starch out of them. Make them feel so damned young they'd forget just how blasé they're trying to be." "She might run away," mumbled Oglethorpe. "I believe I'll try it, though, if worst comes to worst. I'll have no filthy scandals in my family." "Why not collect all the fathers and plan a regular campaign? Without their allowances they'd soon be helpless. It would be a battle royal and might make history. Might also get hold of the fathers of these young chaps. Few have independent incomes." Oglethorpe laughed for the first time. "Not a bad idea for a bachelor, Lee. Maybe I'll try it. Let's get out of this. How about the Follies?" End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. When a man has cultivated a practical and methodical habit of mind and body, he pursues the accustomed tenor of his way, whatever the ferment of his spirit. Clavering's spirit was mercurial, but long since subject to his will, and it would no more have occurred to him to neglect his regular work, because he was in love, and a state of suspense, than to put on petticoats and walk up Fifth Avenue. It might be better or worse under foreign impact, but it would be done, and all else banished for the hour. There were times when he wrote better surrounded by the stimulations of the office. When he was neither fagged nor disturbed, he worked at home. During this week of incertitudes he rose late, lunched with friends at the Sign of the Indian Chief, a restaurant where the cleverest of them, and those who were so excitedly sure of their cleverness that for the moment they convinced others as well as themselves, foregathered daily. Then he went to the office and wrote or talked to other men until it was time to dine. He could always be sure of companionship for the evening. On his day off he took a train out into the country and walked for hours. There was a great deal of scintillating talk in his group on the significant books and tendencies of the day, and if the talk of French youth in their clubs before the Revolution may possibly have been profounder and more far-reaching in its philosophy, more formulative in its plan of action, owing to a still deeper necessity for change in the social order, the very fact that these brilliant young Americans had no personal grievance, but merely sharpened their wits on matters in which they were intelligent enough to take an interest, served their cleverness from becoming mordant or distorted by passion. It was an excellent forcing-house for ideas and vocabulary. But their most solemn causeries were upon the vital theme of the American reputation in letters, past, present, future. This was the age of youth. Should any of the old reputations be permitted to live on, save in the favour of the negligible public? If so, which? All the recent reputations they would have liked to pronounce equally great, merely on account of their commendable newness, but they were too conscientious for that. They appraised, debated, rejected, finally placed the seal of their august approval upon a favoured few. Claques were arranged if the public were obtuse. The future? A few, a very few, were selected from the older group, many more from the younger, and ordained to survive and shed their undying beams for posterity. From these judicial pronouncements there was no appeal, and the pleasant spaces of the Sign of the Indian Chief, so innocuous to the uninitiated eye, was a veritable charnel house that stank in the nostrils of the rejected. But, inconsistent even as life itself, those melancholy graves were danced over by the sprightly young feet of the elect. Sometimes there was a terrifying upheaval in one of those graves. A dismal figure fought his way out, tore off his cerements, and stalked forth, muttering, "But I stride on, austere. No hope I have, no fear," leaving a puzzled uneasiness behind him. But, for good or ill, it was a matter for congratulation that criticism was at last being taken seriously in the United States. There was a jazz party at the studio of a hospitable girl artist where Clavering danced with several of the prettiest young actresses of recent Broadway fame until dawn, and drank enough to make him as wild as the rest of the party had it not been for the seasoned apparatus inherited from hard-drinking Southern ancestors. Altogether, he gave himself little time for thought, and if he felt at times an inclination to dream, he thrust it from him with an almost superstitious fear. He would speculate no longer, but neither would he run the risk of invoking the laughter of cynical gods. If unimaginable disaster awaited him, at least he would not weaken his defences by a sojourn in the paradise of fools. He avoided Oglethorpe and Dinwiddie, and although he had engaged himself to dine at the Goodriches on Thursday night, he sent an excuse. On Thursday morning, as he was turning over the pages of one of the newspapers, his eye was arrested by the name Zattiany. He never read society paragraphs, but that name would leap to his eyes anywhere. The announcement was as brief as social notes always are in the daily editions of the morning papers. Mrs. Oglethorpe gives a luncheon tomorrow at her house in Gramercy Park to the Countess Zattiany of Vienna. So she had satisfied Mrs. Oglethorpe. That was one on Dinwiddie. On the following night he bought himself an admission ticket to the Metropolitan Opera House and entered at the close of the second act. As he had half expected, she was in Mrs. Oglethorpe's box, and it was crowded with men. He fancied that his older friend looked both glum and amused. As for Dinwiddie, his expression was half-witted. He went home and took a bromide. Sleep, being a function, is outside the domain of the will, and he had had little of it since Tuesday, and sleep he must, if he was to be in alert command of his faculties on the following night. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Madame Zattiany stood before the long old-fashioned pier-glass in her bedroom, a large, cheerful room recently done over in white chintz sprayed with violets. The bright winter sun streamed in on a scene of confusion. Gowns were thrown over every chair and hats covered the bed. They all had the air of being tossed aside impatiently, as indeed they had been, and the maid, with a last comprehensive look at her mistress, began to gather them up and carry them to the large wardrobes in the dressing-room. Mary regarded herself critically. She had wished, not without malice, to emphasize her youthful appearance, but not at the expense of dignity, and she felt that she had achieved the subtle combination in the frock of soft black velvet cut with long sweeping lines, and of an excessive simplicity, and a black velvet hat of medium size with a drooping brim that almost covered one eye. The long white gloves disappeared into her sleeves somewhere above the elbow, and she wore a single string of pearls. She looked very Parisian, very elegant, as Mrs. Oglethorpe would have expressed it, and very assured. In spite of the mocking gleam in the one visible eye, her face was serene and proud. She had felt some trepidation on Tuesday when she had sought out Mrs. Oglethorpe and made her explanations, but she felt none whatever at the prospect of meeting those other 12 old friends. Whether they approved or resented, were indulgent or elevated their respectable noses and intimated, "You are no longer one of us," was a matter of profound indifference to Mary Zattiany. She would have avoided them all if it had been possible, but since she had deliberately permitted her hand to be forced, she would take the situation humorously and amuse herself with whatever drama it might afford. Eleanor Goodrich, Mabel Lawrence, Polly Vane, Isabel Ruyler, Ellen de Lacy, Louise Prevost. She had been so intimate with all of them, not only in the schoolroom, but when they were all in society together. Now only her somewhat cynical sense of anticipation mitigated utter boredom at the thought of meeting them again. Of the other 6 she had still vaguer memories, although she recalled having heard that the beauty of her own last season, Lily Armstrong, had married one of the Tracys. She also was to be at the luncheon. What on earth was she to talk to them about at the table? She could hardly tell them the story they expected before the servants. That would be for the later hour in the drawing-room. Or would it be in that absurd old room of Jane's upstairs? She recalled Eleanor Tracy, Goodrich, and her enthusiastic admiration, which she had accepted as a matter of course, and given little beyond amiable tolerance in return. As she had told Clavering, she was not a woman's woman. She hoped Nellie had outgrown gush. For some 10 years after her marriage she had met her from time to time abroad, but she had not seen her for so long that she doubted if she would recognize her if they passed on the street. The only one of her old friends for whom she retained either interest or affection was Jane Oglethorpe, who, 10 years older than herself, with a commanding personality unfolding rapidly at the dawn of their intimacy, had attracted deeply but subtly her own untried force of character and ruthless will. Embarrassment over, she had enjoyed their long hour together, and was glad to renew the intimacy, to find that her old friend's warm affection had lost nothing with the years. and she had found her more interesting than in her youth. She sighed a little as she looked back on her long hours of almost unbroken solitude in this old house. She had been comparatively happy at first. A blessed interval of rest and peace in this marvellously wealthy and prosperous city, where the poor were kept out of sight, at least where all the men were whole, and where one never saw a gaunt woman's appealing eyes or emaciated ragged children. Those untroubled hours had fled for ever, and astonishment, impotent fury, and dire mental conflict had followed, but nevertheless she had dreamed, and been glad of her freedom from social and all other duties. Now, probably these women, and many more, would swarm here. Her mouth twisted as her maid helped her into the soft grey coat trimmed with blue fox. Ordeal! That would come on Saturday night. No wonder she was merely amused and totally indifferent today. When she arrived at the house in Gramercy Park, purposely late, to give her entrance the effect Mrs. Oglethorpe had commanded, she heard an excited buzz of voices in the drawing-room as she was being relieved of her wrap. As she entered, it ceased abruptly, and she heard several hardly perceptible gasps. But the pause, before they all crowded about her, was too brief to be noticeable, and they shook her hand heartily or kissed her warmly. If their eyes were perhaps too studiously expressionless, their words and manner might have been those of old friends welcoming back one who had been long absent, and nothing more. Conflicting emotions, born of undying femininity, were not evident for the moment. Mrs. Goodrich cried out at once how wonderfully well she looked. Mrs. Lawrence asked if she had stopped in Paris for her clothes, and Mrs. Vane if she found New York much changed. Nothing could have gone off better. Mrs. Oglethorpe, in old pile black velvet as usual, with a front and high-boned collar of yellow rose-point lace, stood in the background watching the comedy with a frank sardonic grin. If her guests had been faithless to the traditions in which they had been bred, she would have felt angry and ashamed, but the automatic manner in which they rose to the occasion and took the blows standing (Mrs. Oglethorpe often indulged in the vernacular of her son, her Janet, and her Lee) made her rock with silent mirth. She knew exactly how they felt. They were a fine-looking set of women and handsomely dressed, but they indisputably belonged to the old régime, and even Mrs. Tracy, the youngest of them, had something of what Mary Zattiany called that built-up look. They were fashionable, but not smart. They carried themselves with a certain conscious rigidity and aloofness, which even their daughters had abandoned, and was a source of disrespectful amusement to their iniquitous granddaughters. Although Mrs. Goodrich, Mrs. Lawrence, and Mrs. Tracy were more up to date in their general appearance, wearing slightly larger hats and fewer feathers, with narrow dog-collars instead of whaleboned net, they were as disdainful as the others of every art that aims to preserve something of the effect of youth, although they were spickingly groomed. They accepted life as it was, and they had accepted it at every successive stage, serene in the knowledge that in this as in other things they were above the necessity of compromise and subterfuge. They were the fixed quantities in a world of shifting values. In age they ranged from 56 to 62, with the exception of Mrs. Tracy, who was a mere 52. A few were stout, the others bony and gaunt. Their hair was white or grey. Only Mrs. Tracy, with her fresh complexion and soft brown hair, her plump little figure encased in modern corsets, had got on the blind side of nature, as Mrs. Oglethorpe had told Mary. The others were frankly elderly women, but of great dignity and distinction, some charm, and considerable honesty and simplicity, and their loyalty never failed them. The luncheon was by no means easy and informal. Mary, by racking her memory, recalled the first names of most of them, and never in all her varied life had she been more sweetly amiable, made so determined an effort to please. She might not care what they thought of her, but she was sorry for them. They had behaved very decently, and for Jane Oglethorpe's sake alone the occasion must be a success. She was ably seconded by Mrs. Goodrich, who stared at her in wide-eyed admiration and rattled off the gossip of New York, and by Mrs. Tracy, who had an insatiable interest in diplomatic society. When she had satisfied the latter's curiosity, she led the conversation by a straight path to the sufferings of the children of Austria, and begged them to join her in forming a relief committee. They received this philanthropic suggestion with no apparent fervour, but it served to relieve the stiffness and tension until they retired to the drawing-room for coffee. They stood about for a few moments, Mary looking up at the portrait of Jane Oglethorpe in her flaming youth. But the hostess ordered them all to sit down, and exclaimed peremptorily, "Now, Mary, tell them all about it, or I'll have a lot of fainting hysterical women on my hands. We're still human, if we are old and ugly. Go to it, as Janet would say. I believe you have met that estimable exponent of the later New York manner. You are no more extraordinary yourself than some of the changes here at home, but you're more picturesque, and that's harder to swallow. Put them out of their misery." The ladies smiled or frowned, according to what humour the Almighty, niggardly in his bestowal of humour, had allotted them. At all events, they were used to Jane. Mrs. Goodrich, who had led Mary to a sofa and seated herself beside her, took her hand and pressed it affectionately, as if she were encouraging her on the way to the operating-room. "Yes, tell us the story, darling. It is all too wonderful." "Do you really mean that you have never heard of this treatment?" asked Madame Zattiany, who knew quite well that they had not. "Few things are better known in Europe." "We have never heard of it," said Mrs. Vane austerely. "We were totally unprepared." Madame Zattiany shrugged her graceful shoulders. "I have been told that America never takes up anything new in science until it has become stale in Europe, but women as well as men have been flocking to Vienna. Russian princesses have pledged their jewels—" "How romantic!" exclaimed Mrs. Goodrich, who was one of those women in whom a certain spurious sense of romance increases with age. But Mrs. Vane mumbled something less complimentary. She had never been romantic in her life, and she was beginning to feel the strain. "Well," said Madame Zattiany, "I suppose I must begin at the beginning. I dislike holding forth, but if you will have it—" "Don't leave out a word!" exclaimed Mrs. Tracy. "We want every detail. You made us feel both as young as yourself and as old as Methuselah." Madame Zattiany smiled amiably at the one woman in the room who had lingered in the pleasant spaces of middle age. "Very well. I'll be as little technical as possible. As you know, I ran a hospital in Buda Pesth during the war. After the revolution broke out, I was forced to leave in secret to escape being murdered. I was on Bela Kun's list." There was a sympathetic rustle in the group. This at least they could grasp on the wing. Mrs. de Lacey interrupted to beg for exciting details, but Mrs. Goodrich and Mrs. Tracy cried simultaneously, "No, no, go on, please." "Quite right," said Mrs. Oglethorpe, who was prepared to enjoy herself. "We can have that later." "I naturally went to Vienna, not only because I had some money invested there, but because I could live in the Zattiany palace. The old house was difficult to keep warm, and as I was too tired and nervous to struggle with any new problems, I went at a friend's suggestion into a sanitarium. The doctor in charge soon began to pay me something more than perfunctory visits when he found that intelligent conversation after my long dearth did me more good than harm. Finally he told me of a method of treatment that might restore my youth, and begged me to undertake it. Ah!" There were sharp indrawn breaths. Mrs. Vane drew herself up. Figuratively, for she could hardly be more perpendicular, with her unyielding spine. her long neck encased in whaleboned net, and her lofty head topped off with feathers. A look of hostility dawned in several pairs of eyes, while frank distaste overspread Mrs. Ruyler's mahogany visage. Madame Zattiany went on unperturbed. "It may relieve your minds to hear that I was at first as indifferent as all of you, no doubt, would have been. The war, and many other things, had made me profoundly tired of life, something of course that I do not expect you to understand. And now that the war was over, and my usefulness at an end, I had nothing to look forward to but the alleviation of poverty by means of my wealth when it was restored, and this could be done by trustees. Life had seemed to me to consist mainly of repetitions. I had run the gamut, but I began to be interested, at first by the fact that science might be able to accomplish a miracle where centuries of woman's wit had failed." "Wit!" snorted Mrs. Vane. "Ignoble vanity." "Well, call it that if you like, but the desire to be young again, or to achieve its simulacrum in both men and women, has something of the dignity which the centuries give to all antiques. However, at the time, you will also be glad to know, I was far more interested in the prospect of re-energizing my worn-out mind and body. I was so mortally tired, and if I had to live on, and no doubt with still much work to do in distracted Europe—" "But what did they do to you?" cried Mrs. Tracy. "I'd have done it in your place. Yes, I would," she said defiantly, as she met the august, disgusted eye of Mrs. Vane. "I think Countess Zattiany was quite right. What is science for, anyhow?" "Go on, go on," murmured Mrs. Goodrich. She was too fat and comfortable to have any desire to return to youth with its tiresome activities, but all her old romantic affection for Mary Ogden had revived, and she was even more interested than curious. "I am trying to. Well, I must tell you that the explanation of my condition, as of others of my age, was that the endocrines—" "The what?" The demand was simultaneous. "The ductless glands." "Oh," said Mrs. Prevost vaguely. "I've seen something—" "It's all Greek to me," said Mrs. Vane, who felt that unreasoning resentment common to the minor informed for the major informed. "You promised to avoid technical terms." Madame Zattiany explained in the simplest language she could command the meaning and the function of the ductless glands. The more intelligent among them looked gratified, for the painless achievement of fresh knowledge is a pleasant thing. Madame Zattiany went on patiently. "These glands, in my case, had undergone a natural process of exhaustion. In women the slower functioning of the endocrines is coincident with the climacteric, as they have been dependent for stimulation upon certain ovarian cells. The idea involved is that the stimulation of these exhausted cells would cause the other glands to function once more at full strength, and a certain rejuvenation ensue as a matter of course, unless, of course, they had withered beyond the power of science. I was a promising subject, for examination proved that my organs were healthy, my arteries soft, and I was not yet 60. Only experimentation could reveal whether or not there was still any life left in the cells, although I responded favorably to the preliminary tests. The upshot was that I consented to the treatment. "Yes, yes?" Every woman in the room now sat forward, no longer old friends or rivals, affectionate or resentful, nor the victims of convention solidified into sharp black and white by the years. They were composite female. "It consisted of the concentration of powerful Röntgen, what you call X-rays, on that portion of the body covering the ovaries." "How horrible!" "Did you feel as if you were being electrocuted?" "Are you terribly scarred?" "Not at all. I felt nothing whatever, and there was nothing to cause scars." "But I thought that the X-rays—" "Oh, do be quiet, Louisa!" exclaimed Mrs. Tracy impatiently. "Please go on, Countess Zattiany." "As I said, the application was painless, and if no benefit results, neither will any harm be done when the rays are administered by a conscientious expert. My final consent, as I told you, was due to the desire to regain my old will power and vitality. I was extremely sceptical about any effect on my personal appearance. During the first month I felt so heavy and dull that, in spite of assurances that these were favourable symptoms, I was secretly convinced that I had forfeited what little mental health I had retained, but was consoled by the fact that I slept all night and a part of the day. I had suffered from insomnia since my duties at the hospital had ended. "But surely you must have been nervous and terrified?" All of these women had seen and suffered illness, but all from time-honoured visitations, even if under new and technical names, and they had suffered in common with millions of others, which, if it offended their sense of exclusiveness, at least held the safeguard of normalcy. They felt a chill of terror, in some cases of revulsion, as Madame Zattiany went on to picture this abnormal renaissance going on in the body unseen and unfelt, in the body of one who had been cast in the common mould, subject to the common fate, and whom they had visioned, when they thought about her at all, as growing old with themselves, as any natural Christian woman would. It was not only mysterious and terrifying, but subtly indecent. Mrs. Vane drew back from her eager poise. Almost it seemed to the amused Mrs. Oglethorpe that she withdrew her skirts. Drama was for the stage or the movies. At all events, drama in private life, among the elect, was objective, external, and however offensive, particularly when screamed in the divorce court, it was, at least, like the old diseases, remarkably normal. But the interior drama, not to put too fine a point on it, a drama of one's insides, and especially one that dealt with the raising from the dead of that section which refined women ceased to discuss after they had got rid of it, it was positively ghoulish. Drama of any sort in this respectable old drawing-room, which might have been photographed as the sarcophagus of all the respectabilities, was extremely offensive. And what a drama! Never had these old walls listened to such a tale. Mrs. Vane and others like her had long since outgrown the prudery of their mothers, who had alluded in the most distant manner to the most decent of their internal organs, and called a leg a limb. But the commonplace was their rock, and they had a sense of sinking foundations. Madame Zattiany, who knew exactly what was passing in their minds, continued placidly: "Almost suddenly at the end of the 4th or 5th week it seemed to me that an actual physical weight that had depressed my brain lifted, and I experienced a decided activity of mind and body, foreign to both for many years. Nevertheless, the complete re-energizing of both was very slow, the rejuvenation of appearance slower still. Worn-out cells do not expand rapidly. The mental change was pronounced long before the physical, except that I rarely felt fatigue, although I spent many hours a day at the relief stations." She paused and let her cool ironic glance wander over the intent faces before her. "Not only," she went on with slow emphasis, which made them prick up their ears, "was the renewed power manifest in mental activity, in concentration, in memory, but that distaste for new ideas, for reorientation, had entirely disappeared. People growing old are condemned for prejudice, smugness, hostility to progress, to the purposes and enthusiasms of youth. But this attitude is due to aging glands alone. All things being equal, they cannot dig up the sunken tracks from the ruts in their brain and lay them elsewhere, and they instinctively protect themselves by an affectation of calm and scornful superiority, of righteous conservatism, which deceives themselves, much as I had assumed, and learned to feel, an attitude of profound indifference to my vanished youth, and refused to attempt any transparent disguise with cosmetics." Intentness relaxed once more. 12 pairs of eyes expressed at least half as many sentiments. Mrs. Vane gazed at Mary Ogden, whose insolence she had never forgotten, with indignant hostility. Mrs. Poole, who always dressed as if she had a tumour, but whose remnants of a once lovely complexion indicated perfect health, maintained her slight tolerant smile, its effect somewhat abridged by the fact that the small turban of bright blue feathers topping her large face had slipped to one side. Mrs. Goodrich looked startled, and gazed deprecatingly at her friends. Mrs. Lawrence's eyes snapped, and Mrs. de Lacey looked thoughtful. Only Mrs. Tracy spoke. "Wonderful! I feel more like Methuselah than ever, but it certainly is a relief to know what is the matter with me. Do go on, Mary. I may call you Mary? I only came out the year you were married, and you cannot imagine what a satisfaction it is to know that I am younger than you were once. I've never done any of those things one reads about to keep looking young, except cold cream my face at night. But I've often felt as if I'd like to—" "Do stop babbling, Lily Tracy!" exclaimed Mrs. Vane, who, however disgusted, was quite as curious as the others to hear the rest of the tale. And Mrs. Goodrich said softly, "Yes, go on, Mary, darling. I am sure the most thrilling part is yet to come. You see how interested your old friends all are." Madame Zattiany moved her cool, insolent eyes to Mrs. Vane's set visage. "The time came when I knew that youth was returning to my face as well as to the hidden processes of my body, and I can assure you that it excited me far more than the renewed functioning of my brain. The treatment induces flesh, and as I have been excessively thin, my skin, as flesh accumulated, grew taut and lines disappeared. My eyes, which had long been dull, had regained something of their old brilliancy under the renaissance of brain and blood. And that was accentuated. My hair—" "Do you mean to say that it restores hair to its natural color?" demanded Mrs. Tracy, who had been plucking out bleached hairs for the past year. "That would—" "It does not. But my hair is the shade that never turns gray, and of course my teeth had always been kept in perfect order. I should never in any circumstances be a fat woman, but the active functioning of the glands gave me just enough flesh to complete the outer renovation. My complexion, after so many years of neglect, naturally needed scientific treatment of another sort, but that was still to be had in Vienna." "Ah!" The exclamation was sharp. Here at least was something they knew all about and systematically discountenanced. "Do you mean to say that you had your skin ripped off?" asked Mrs. Ruyler. "Certainly not. The skin was simply softened and reinvigorated by massage and the proper applications." They were too proud to ask for details, and Mrs. de Lacey, who was stout, glanced triumphantly at Mrs. Ruyler, who was stouter. "You mean, Mary, that one has to be thin for this treatment to be a success?" "That I cannot say. I really do not know what the treatment would do for a stout woman of middle or old age. The internal change would be the same, but although additional flesh can be kept down by medicaments and diet, I doubt if there would be complete restoration of the outlines of face and neck. A woman of 60 with sagging flesh and distended skin might once more look 40 if the treatment were successful, but hardly as young as I do. I was particularly fortunate in having withered. Still, I cannot say. As I told you, many women of all ages and sizes took the treatment while I was in Vienna, but they are too scattered for me at least to obtain any data on the results. I knew none of them personally, and I was too busy to seek them out and compare notes. But with me—" She leaned back and lit a cigarette, looking over her audience with mischievous eyes. "With me it has been a complete success. Mentally, physically—" "Yes, and how long will it last?" shot out Mrs. Ruyler, who was as strong as a horse and as alert mentally as she had ever been, and her complete indifference to rejuvenation in any of its forms gave her a feeling of superior contempt for all those European women
who had swarmed to Vienna like greedy flies at the scent of molasses. No doubt to undergo terrible torment that Mary Zattiany would not admit. But her objective curiosity on the subject of youth was insatiable, and she read everything that appeared in the newspapers and magazines about it, not neglecting the advertisements. If she had sent for a facial masseuse, she would have felt that she had planted a worm in the root of the family tree, but the subject was unaccountably interesting. Mary Zattiany, who understood her complex perfectly, shrugged her graceful shoulders. It is too soon to reply with assurance. The method was only discovered some 6 years ago, but the eminent biologists, who have given profound study to the subject, estimate that it will last for 10 years at least, when it can be renewed once at all events. Of course the end must come. It was not intended that man should live for ever. And who would wish it? "Not I, certainly," said Mrs. Ruyler sententiously. "Well, I must admit it has been a complete success in your case. That is not saying I approve of what you have done. You know how we have always regarded such things. If you had lived your life in New York instead of in Europe, notoriously loose in such matters, I feel convinced that you would never have done such a thing, exhausted or not. Moreover, I am a religious woman, and I do not believe in interfering with the will of the Almighty." "Then why have a doctor when you are ill? Are not illnesses the act of God? They certainly are processes of nature." "I have always believed in letting nature take her course," said Mrs. Ruyler firmly. "But of course when one is ill, that is another matter." "Is it?" Madame Zattiany's eye showed a militant spark. "Or is it merely that you are so accustomed to the convention of calling in a doctor that you have never wasted thought on the subject? But is not medicine a science? When you are ill you invoke the aid of science in the old way precisely as I did in the new one. The time will come when this treatment I have undergone will be so much a matter of course that it will cause no more discussion than going under the knife for cancer, or for far less serious ailments. I understand that you, Polly, had an operation 2 years ago for gastric ulcer, an operation called by the very long and very unfamiliar name gastroenterostomy. Do you feel, for I assume that you agree with Isabel in most things, that you were flying in the face of the Almighty? Or were you only too glad to take advantage of the progress of science?" Mrs. Vane merely grunted. Mrs. Ruyler exclaimed crossly, "Oh, no one ever could argue with you, Mary Ogden. The truth is," she added, in a sudden burst of enlightenment that astonished herself, "I don't suppose any of us would mind if you didn't look younger than our daughters. That sticks in our craw. Why not admit it?" Mrs. Oglethorpe chuckled. She and Isabel Ruyler snapped at each other like two belligerent old cats every time they crossed each other's path, but, with the exception of Mary Ogden, whom she loved, she liked her better than any of her old friends. But once more Mrs. Vane drew herself up figuratively. "Speak for yourself. It may be that I am too old to accept new ideas, but this one certainly seems to me downright immoral and indecent. This is not intended to reflect on you personally, Mary, and of course you were more or less demoralized by your close contact with the war. I mean the idea, the thing itself. We may call in doctors and surgeons when we're in bodily discomfort, and be thankful that they are more advanced than in our mother's time, when people died of appendicitis every day of the week and called it inflammation of the bowels. But no one can tell me that rejuvenation is not against the laws of nature. What are you going to do with this new youth? I never saw anyone look less indifferent to life. Make fools of men again, of our sons?" "Who can tell?" asked Mary maliciously. "Could anything be more amusing than to come back to New York after 34 years and be a belle again, with the sons and grandsons of my old friends proposing to me?" "Do you really mean that?" Mrs. Vane almost rose. She recalled that her youngest son had met Madame Zattiany in Mrs. Oglethorpe's box on Monday night, and had been mooning about the house ever since.
If I thought that—" "Well, what would you do, Polly?" Mary laughed outright. "Your son—Harry is his name, is it not?—is remarkably good looking and very charming. After all, where could you find a safer and more understanding wife for him than a woman who has had not only the opportunity to know the world and men like the primer, but is so young that he is bound to forget it, and be led like a lamb. Girls, those uncharted seas, are always a risk." "Stop tormenting Polly," exclaimed Mrs. Oglethorpe. "Mary has no intention of marrying any one. She's only waiting for her estate to be settled in order to return to Europe and devote herself to certain plans of reconstruction." "Is that true?" "Quite true," said Madame Zattiany, smiling. "Don't worry, Polly. If I marry it will be some one you are not interested in too personally, and it is doubtful if I ever marry at all. There's a tremendous work to be done in Europe, and so far as lies in my power I shall do my share. If I marry, it will be some one who can help me. I can assure you I long since ceased to be susceptible, particularly to young men. Remember that while my brain has been rejuvenated with the rest of my physical structure, my mind is as old as it was before the treatment." She gave a slight, unnoticed shiver. "My memory, that for years before the war was dull and inactive, is now as vigorous as ever." Several of the women recalled those old stories of Countess Zattiany's youth and looked at her sharply. There was a general atmosphere of uneasiness in the large respectable room, but whether or not they gave her the benefit of the doubt, they had always given her due credit for neither being found out nor embarrassing her virtuous friends with confidences. Mrs. Tracy was the first to break the silence. "But you will come to all of us as long as you do stay, will you not? I do so want to give you a dinner next week." "Yes, yes, indeed." The chorus was eager and sincere enough. After all, nothing could alter the fact that she was one of them. "Oh, I have enjoyed meeting you all again, and I am hoping to see more of you." Madame Zattiany felt that she could do no less than be gracious. "I have become a very quiet person, but I will go with pleasure." "You must let us see you daily while you are with us," cried Mrs. Goodrich, her spirits soaring at the prospect. As Mary stood up and adjusted her hat before the mirror, she felt that she had successfully distracted their attention from a quick sigh of utter boredom. "You are too kind, Nellie," she murmured. "But then you always were." "Yes, go, Mary," said Mrs. Oglethorpe peremptorily, and rising also. "Clear out and let them talk you over. They'll burst if you don't. Human nature can stand just so much and no more." Madame Zattiany took her leave amid much laughter, more or less perfunctory, and one and all, whatever their reactions, insisted that she must give her old friends the pleasure of entertaining her, and of seeing her as often as possible, as long as she remained in New York. She escaped at last. That was over. But tomorrow night. Every wheel and tire seemed to be revolving out the words. Well, if he were repelled and revolted, no doubt it would be for the best. She had made up her mind to spare him nothing. He would hear far more than she had told those women. Certainly he should be given full opportunity to come to his senses. If he refused to take it, on his head be the consequences. She would have done her part. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. On Saturday afternoon, as Clavering was walking up 44th Street, he met Anne Goodrich coming out of the Belasco Theatre. He saw her first, and tried to avoid her, for her family and the Oglethorpes were as one, but she caught sight of him and held out her hand. "I shouldn't speak to you after your base desertion the other night," she said, smiling. "But you do look rather seedy, and I prefer to flatter myself that you really were ill." "Was sure I was coming down with the flu," Clavering mumbled. "Of course you know that nothing else Oh, hostesses are too canny these days to take offence. All we are still haughty enough to demand is a decent excuse. But you really owe me something, and besides, I've been wanting to talk to you. Take me to Pierre's for tea." She spoke in a light tone of command. There had been a time when issuing commands to Clavering had been her habit, and he had responded with a certain palpitation, convinced for nearly a month that Anne Goodrich was the Clavering woman. He had known her as an awkward schoolgirl, and then as one of the prettiest and most light-hearted of the season's débutantes. But she had never interested him until after her return from France, where she had done admirable work in the canteens. Then, sitting next to her at a dinner, and later for 2 hours in the conservatory, he had thought her the finest girl he had ever met. He thought so still, but although she stimulated his mind, and they had many tastes in common, he had soon realized that when apart he forgot her, and that only novelty had inspired his brief desire. She might have everything for another man as exacting as himself, but that unanalyzable something his own peculiar essence demanded no woman had ever possessed until he met Mary Zattiany. He had begun too ardently to cease his visits abruptly, and, moreover, he still found her more companionable than any woman he knew. He continued to show her a frank and friendly devotion until an attack of influenza sent him to the hospital for a month, when he accepted the friendly intervention of fate, and thereafter timed his occasional calls to coincide with the hour of tea, when she was never alone. There were no more long morning walks, no more long rides in her car, no more hastily arranged luncheons at the Bohemian restaurants that interested her, no more dropping in and long telephone conversations. He still enjoyed a talk with her at a dinner, and she was always a pleasure to the eye, with her calm and regular features softened by a cloud of bright chestnut hair that matched her eyes to a shade, her serene brow, and her exquisite clothes. She did not carry herself well according to his standard. Well, when she came out 6 years ago, had meant laxity of shoulders and pride of stomach, and in spite of her devotion to outdoor sports she had fallen a prey to fashion. She so far disapproved of the new fashion in girls, however, that she was making an effort to stand erect, and she had even banished powder from her clear warm skin. To-day she was becomingly dressed in taupe velvet, and stole and muff and turban of sable. But Clavering had fancied that her fine face wore a weary discontented expression until she saw him, when it changed swiftly to a sort of imperious gladness. It made him vaguely uncomfortable. He had never flattered himself that she loved him, but he had believed in the possibility of winning her. He had later chosen to believe that she had grown as indifferent as himself, and he wondered, as he stood plunging about in his mind for an excuse to avoid a tête-à-tête, why she had not married. "Well, you see—" "Come now, you don't go to teas. Men never call these days. And you surely have done your column for tomorrow. Here is the car. You can spare me an hour." He had always avoided any appearance of rudeness, and in his mind at least he had treated her badly. He followed her without further hesitation, trusting to his agile mind to keep her off the subject of Madame Zattiany. This he would do at the cost of rudeness itself, for he would not permit fiasco at the last moment. The street was packed with automobiles and taxis, and after a slow progress toward Fifth Avenue they arrived in time to see the traffic towers flash on the yellow light, and were forced to halt for another 3 minutes. He had started an immediate discussion of the play she had just witnessed, knowing her love of argument, but she suddenly broke off and laid her hand on his arm. "Look!" she exclaimed. "The famous Countess Zattiany in that car with mother. Of course you know her. You were with her at the opera on the historic night, weren't you? Tell me, what is she like? Did you ever hear of anything so extraordinary?" "Never. I really know her very slightly, but as I had met her and she had kindly asked me to dinner I was glad to return the compliment when Mrs. Oglethorpe sent me her box, as she always does once or twice during the season, you know. But go on. What you said interested me immensely, although I don't agree with you. I have certain fixed standards when it comes to the drama." She picked him up, and the argument lasted until they were seated in Pierre's and had ordered tea. "I might have taken you home," she said then. "We could have had tea in my den. No doubt Countess Zattiany was returning with mother, who, it seems, has always adored her." "This is ever so much nicer, for we are far less likely to be interrupted. I haven't had a real talk with you for months." And he gave her a look of boyish pleasure, wholly insincere, but so well done that she flushed slightly. "Is that my fault? There was a time when you came almost every day, and then you never came in the same way again." It evidently cost her something to say this, for her flush deepened, but she managed a glance of dignified archness. "Oh, remember I had a villainous attack of the flu, and after that there were arrears of work to make up. Moreover, the dramatic critic came down with an even longer attack, and they plied his work on me. I don't know what it is to 'drop in' these days." "Well, are you always to be driven to death? I read your column religiously, and it runs so smoothly and spontaneously that it doesn't seem possible it can take you more than an hour to write it." "An hour? Little you know. And subjects don't drop out of the clouds, dear Anne. I have to go through all the newspapers, read an endless number of books, not all fiction by a long sight, glance through the magazines, reviews, weekly publications, and foreign newspapers, read my rivals' columns, go about among the sophisticates, attend first nights, prize fights, and even see the best of the movies. I assure you it's a dog's life." "It sounds tremendously interesting. Far, far more so than my own. I am so tired of that. That is one thing I wanted to talk to you about. I meant to bring it up at my dinner. I wish you would introduce me to some of your sophisticates. Uncle Din says they are the most interesting people in New York, and that he always feels young again when he is at one of their parties. Will you take me to one?" "Of course I will. The novelty might amuse you." "It's not only novelty I want. I want really to know people whose minds are constantly at work, who are doing the things we get the benefit of when we are intelligent enough to appreciate them. I cannot go on in the old way any longer. I paint more or less, and read a great deal, still on the lines you laid down, but one cannot paint and read and walk and motor and dance all the time. Even if I had not gone to France I should have become as bored and disgusted as I am now. You know that I have a mind. What has it to feed on? I don't mean, of course, that all the women I know are fools. Some of them, no doubt, are cleverer than I am. But all the girls of my set, except Marian Lawrence, and we don't get on very well, are married, and some have babies, some have lovers. Some are mad about bridge. A few have gone in for politics, which don't interest me, and those that the war made permanently serious devote themselves to charities and reform movements. The war spoilt me for mere charity work, although I give a charity I've founded one afternoon a week, and mother does enough for one family anyhow. I see no prospect of marrying. I don't know a young man who wants to talk anything but sport and prohibition. You are an oasis. There you are. The sophisticates are an inspiration. I am sure they will save my life." "But have you reflected—" Clavering was embarrassed. She had controlled her tones and spoken with her usual crisp deliberateness, but he knew that the words came from some profound emotional reaction. For Anne Goodrich it was an outburst. "You see, it is quite possible that when the novelty wore thin you would not be much better off than you are now. All these people are intensely interested in their particular jobs. They are specialists." "You mean, what have I to give them?" "Not exactly. You could give them a good deal, to say nothing of your own high intelligence. They are by no means averse from taking an occasional flyer into the realm of fashion. Curiosity partly, natural human snobbishness perhaps. They will go to your house if you invite them, no doubt of that. and they may conceive an enthusiastic liking for you. But, after all, you would not be one of them. Even though they genuinely appreciated your accomplishments, still you would be little more than an interesting incident. They are workers, engaged in doing the things they think most worth while, which are worth while because they furnish what the intelligent public is demanding just now, and upon which the current market places a high value. And you are merely an intellectual young woman of leisure. They might think it a pity you didn't have to work, but secretly, no matter what their regard, they'd consider you negligible because you belong to a class that is content to be, not to do. I assure you they consider themselves the most important group in New York, in America, at present. The life-giving group of suns round which far-off planets humbly revolve." "I see. You mean that my novelty would wear thin long before theirs. Heaven knows I have little to give them. I should feel rather ashamed sitting at the head of my table offering nothing but terrapin and goblins. But don't you think I could make real friends of some of them? Surely we would find much in common to talk about. And they certainly take time to play, according to Uncle Din." "I think there would always be a barrier. Ah, I have an idea. Why don't you set up a studio and take your painting seriously? Cut yourself off from the old life and join the ranks of the real workers. Then, by degrees, they would accept you as a matter of course. You could return their hospitality in your studio, which could be one of the largest. There is no danger of overwhelming them. They are too successful themselves. Think it over." Miss Goodrich's face, which had looked melancholy, almost hopeless, lit up again. Her red mouth lifted at the corners. Light seemed to pour into her hazel eyes. "I'll do it!" she exclaimed. "I did a portrait of father last month, and it really is good. He is delighted with it, and you know how easy he is to please." "I wonder I never thought of it before. You certainly are the most resourceful man in the world, Lee. By the way, I hear there is a party at that wonderful Gora Dwight's tonight. Do take me." "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's quite impossible, Anne. I wish I could. I'll take you to one next week. And meanwhile, get to work. Be ready to meet them in the outer court at least. You'll find it an immense advantage. Rob your advent of any suggestion of curiosity." "I'll look for a studio tomorrow. That is the way I do things. My father's daughter, you see." She spoke with gay determination, but her face had fallen again. In a moment she began to draw on her gloves. "Now I'll have to run if I'm to dress and get over to Old Westbury for dinner at 8. Thank you so much, Lee. You've been a godsend. If I were a writer instead of a mere dabbler in paints, I'd dedicate my first book to you. I'm so sorry I haven't time to drive you down to Madison Square." Clavering, drawing a long breath, as if he had escaped from imminent danger, saw her into her car and then walked briskly home. He intended to dine alone tonight, and in a moment he had forgotten Anne Goodrich as completely as he had forgotten Janet Oglethorpe. Chapter 28. He called for Madame Zattiany at 10 o'clock. This time she was standing in the hall as the man opened the door, and she came out immediately. A lace scarf almost concealed her face. "I didn't order the car," she said. "It is such a fine night, and she lives so near. Do you mind?" "I much prefer to walk. But your slippers?" "They are dark, and the heels not too high. I'm not going to make the slightest preliminary attempt at indifference tonight, nor wait for one of your leads. How long do you intend to stay at this party?" "Oh, an hour, possibly. One must not be rude." Her own tones were not even, but he could not see her face. "But you'll keep your word and tell me everything tonight?" She gave a deep sigh. "Yes, I'll keep my word. No more now, please. Tell me, what do they do at these parties besides talk? Dance?" "Not always. They have charades, spelling matches, pick a word out of a hat and make impromptu speeches. But, mon Dieu!" She stopped short and pushed back her scarf. Whatever expression she may have wished to conceal, there was nothing now in her face but dismay. "But you did not tell me this, or I should not have accepted. I never bore myself. I understood these were your intellectuals. Charades! Spelling matches! Words in a hat! It sounds like a small town moved to New York." "Well, a good many of them are from small towns, and they rather pride themselves on preserving some of the simplicities of rural life and juvenescence, while leading an exaggerated mental life for which nature designed no man. Perhaps it is merely owing to an obscure warning to preserve the balance, or an innocent arrogance akin to Mrs. Oglethorpe's when she is looking her dowdiest. But Gora often has good music. Still, if you don't want to go on, I'm sure I do not." "No," she said hurriedly, "I shall go. But I am still astonished. I do not know what I expected, but brilliant conversation, probably, such as one hears in a European salon. Don't they relax their great minds at outdoor sports? I understand there are golf links and tennis courts near the city." "A good many of them do, but they like to relax still further at night. You see, we are not Europeans. Americans are as serious as children, but like children they also love to play. Remember, we are a young nation, and a very healthy one, and you will have conversation if you want it. The men, you may be sure, will be ready to give you anything you demand." "I had rather hoped to listen. Is this the house?" Several taxis were arriving, and there were many cars parked along the block. When they entered the house they were directed to dressing rooms on the second floor, and Clavering met Madame Zattiany at the head of the staircase. She wore a gown of emerald green velvet cut to reveal the sloping line of her shoulders, and an emerald comb thrust sideways in the low coil of her soft ashen hair. On the dazzling fairness of her neck lay a single unset emerald depending from a fine gold chain. Clavering stared at her helplessly. It was evident she had not made her toilette with an eye to softening a blow. "Am I overdressed?" she murmured. "I did not know. I thought I would dress as if well, as if I had been invited by one of my own friends." "Quite right. To dress down would have been fatal, and Gora must spend a small fortune on her clothes. But you I have never seen you I'm fond of green," she said lightly. "Couleur d'espérance. Shall we go down?" He followed her down the stairs, and before they reached the crowded room below he had managed to set his face, but his heart was pounding. He gave Gora, who came forward to meet them, a ferocious scowl, but she was too much engaged with Madame Zattiany to notice him. And so, for that matter, was the rest of the company. Miss Dwight's gown was of black satin painted with flaming poinsettias, and Clavering saw Madame Zattiany give it a swift approving glance. Around her thin shoulders was a scarf of red tulle that warmed her brown cheeks. She looked remarkably well, almost handsome, and her strange pale eyes were very bright. It was evident that she was enjoying her triumphs. This, no doubt, was the crowning one, and she led Madame Zattiany into the room, leaving Clavering to his own devices. It was certainly the "distinguished party" he had promised. There were some 8 or 10 of the best-known novelists and story-writers in the country, 2 dramatists, several of the younger publishers, most of the young editors, critics, columnists, and illustrators, famous in New York at least, a few poets, artists, the more serious contributors to the magazines and reviews, an architect, an essayist, a sculptress, a famous girl librarian of a great private library, 3 correspondents of foreign newspapers, and 2 visiting British authors. The men wore evening dress. The women, if not all patrons of the ranking houses and dressmakers, were correct. Even the artistic gowns stopped short of delirium. And if many of the women wore their hair short, so did all of the men. Everybody in the room was reasonably young or had managed to preserve the appearance and spirit of youth. Clavering noticed at once that Mr. Dinwiddie was not present. No doubt he had been ordered to keep out of the way. Miss Dwight led Madame Zattiany to the head of the room and enthroned her, but made no introductions at the moment. A young man stood by the piano, violin in hand, evidently waiting for the stir over the guest of honor to subside. The hostess gave the signal, and the guests were polite, if restless. However, the playing was admirable, and Madame Zattiany, at least, gave it her undivided attention. She was, as ever, apparently unconscious of glances veiled and open, but Clavering laid a bet with himself that before the end of the encore, politely demanded, she knew what every woman in the room had on. The violinist retired. Cocktails were passed. There was a surge toward the head of the room. Clavering had dropped into a chair beside the wife of DeWitt Turner, eminent novelist, who, however, called herself in print and out Susan Forbes. She was one of the founders of the Lucy Stone League, stern advocates of the inalienable individuality of woman. Whether you had one adored husband or many, never should that individuality, presumably derived from the male parent, be sunk in any man's. When Susan's husband took his little family travelling, the astonished hotel register read DeWitt Turner, Susan Forbes, child and nurse. Sometimes explanations were wearisome, and when travelling in Europe they found it expedient to bow to prejudice. Several of the Lucy Stoners, however, had renounced Europe for the present, a reactionary government refusing to issue separate passports. You took your husband's name at the altar, didn't you? You are legally married. You are? Then you're no more Miss than Mister. You go to Europe as a respectable married woman, or you stay at home. So they stayed. But they would win in the end. They always did. As for the husbands, they were amenable. Whether they really approved of feministics in extenso, or were merely good-natured and indulgent after the fashion of American husbands, they were at some pains to conceal. All the bright young married women who were "doing things," however, were not Lucy Stoners, advanced as they might be in thought. They were mildly sympathetic, but rather liked the matronly and possessive prefix. And after all, what did it matter? There were enough tiresome barriers to scale, heaven knew. This was the age of woman, but man, heretofore predominant by right of brute strength and hallowed custom, was cultivating subtlety, and if he feminized while they masculinized, there would be the devil to pay before long. Miss Forbes was a tiny creature, wholly feminine in appearance, and in spite of her public activities, her really brilliant and initiative mind was notoriously dependent upon her big burly husband for guidance and advice in all practical matters. When they took a holiday, the younger of his children gave him the least trouble, for she had a nurse. He dared not give his wife her ticket in a crowd lest she lose it, far less trust her to relieve his burdened mind of any of the details of travel, nor even to order a meal. Nevertheless, he invariably and with complete gravity introduced her and alluded to her as Susan Forbes. She even tabooed the Miss. And he sent a check to the League when it was founded. His novels had a quality of delicate irony, but he avowed that his motto was to live and let live. Miss Forbes was not pretty, but she had an expressive original little face and her manners were charming. Janet Oglethorpe was a boor beside her. It was doubtful if she had ever been aggressive in manner or rude in her life, although she never hesitated to give utterance to the extremest of her opinions or to maintain them to the bitter end, when she sometimes sped home to have hysterics on her husband's broad chest. She was one of Clavering's favorites and the heroine of the comedy he so far rejected. She lit a cigarette as the music finished and pinched it into a holder nearly as long as her face. But even smoking never interfered with her pleasant, rather deprecatory smile.
"It must be wonderful to be an authentic beauty," she said wistfully, glancing at the solid phalanx of black backs and sleek heads at the other end of the room. "And she's ravishing, of course. The men are sleepless about her already. Do assure me that she is stupid. Nature would never treat the rest of us so unfairly as to spare brains for that enchanting skull when she hasn't enough to go round as it is. I believe I'd give mine to look like that." "She's anything and everything but stupid. Ask Gora. They've already met." "Well, there's something," she said wisely. "Law of compensation. Although any woman who can look like that should have a special dispensation of Providence. Are you interested in her, Clavey?" "Immensely. But I want to talk to you about another friend of mine." And he told her something of Anne Goodrich, her ambitions, her talents, and her admiration of the new aristocracy. Susan Forbes listened with smiling interest and bobbed her brown little head emphatically. "Splendid! I'm having a party on Thursday night. Be sure to bring her. She'll need encouragement at first, poor thing, and I'll be only too glad to advise her. I'll tell Tommy Treadwell to find a studio for her. I've an idea there's one vacant in the Gainsborough, and she'll love the outlook on the park. Whit can help her furnish. He's a wonder at picking up things. Mother can furnish the kitchenette. Do you think she'll join the Lucy Stone League?" "No doubt. As she was brought up in the most conservative atmosphere in America, she'll leap most of the fences after she takes the first. But I don't think she's the marrying kind." "I shall advise her to marry. Husbands are almost indispensable in a busy woman's life. And there are so many new ways of bringing up a baby. Do you like my gown?" It was a charming but not extravagant slip of bright green chiffon, and suited her elfishness admirably, as he told her. "I paid for it myself. I pay for all my gowns, as I think it consistent, but I can't afford the expensive dressmakers yet. At least, I think I've paid for it. Witt says I haven't, and that he expects the collector any day. But I must have, because I told her to send the bill at once, so that it wouldn't get lost among all the other bills on the first of the month. Your column's been simply spiffing lately, full of fire and go, but rather, what shall I call it, explosive? What happened, Clavey?" "Good of you to encourage me, Suzanna. I thought it rotten. What are you working at?" "I've just finished a paper on John Dewey for the Atlantic. I was so proud when Witt said he hadn't a criticism to make. I'm on a review for the Yale now, and the New Century has asked me for a psychological analysis of the younger generation. I'm going to compare our post-war product with all that is known of young people and their manifestations straight back to the Stone Age. I've made a specialty of the subject. Witt has helped me a lot in research. Do you think he's gone off?" "Gone off? Certainly not. Every columnist in town had something to say about that last installment of his novel. Best thing he's ever done, and that's saying all. He's strong as an ox, too. Why in heaven's name should he go off?" "Well, baby's teething, and won't let any one else hold her when she gets the fretting spell. He's been up a lot lately." Clavering burst into a loud, delighted laugh. He had forgotten his personal affairs completely, as he always did when talking to this remarkable little paradox. "Gad, that's good. And his public visualizes him as a sort of Buddha, brooding cross-legged in his library, receiving direct advice from the god of fiction. But I wouldn't have you otherwise. The 19th century blue-stocking with 20th century trimming. What now?" Rollo Landers Todd, the poet of Manhattan, had stalked in with a Prussian helmet on his head, his girth draped in a rich blue shawl embroidered and fringed with white, a bitter frown on his jovial round face, and in his hand a long rod with a large blue bow on the metal point designed to shut refractory windows. Helen Vane Baker, a contribution from society to the art of fiction, with flowing hair and arrayed in a long nightgown over her dress, fortunately white, was assisted to the top of the bookcase on the west hall. Henry Church, a famous satirist, muffled in a fur coat, a small black silk handkerchief pinned about his lively face, stumped heavily into the room, fell in a heap on the floor against the opposite wall, and in a magnificent bass growled out the resentment of Gertrude, while a rising but not yet prosilient pianist, with a long blonde wig from Miss Dwight's property chest, threw his head back, shook his hands, adjusted a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and banged out the prelude to Lohengrin with amazing variations. Elsa, with her profile against the wall and her hands folded across her breast, sang what of Elsa's prayer she could remember, and with no apparent effort improvised the rest. Lohengrin pranced up and down the room, barking out German phonetics (he did not know a word of the language, but his accent was as Teutonic as his helmet), demanding vengeance and threatening annihilation. He brandished his pole in the face of Gertrude, stamping and roaring, then, bending his knees, waddled across the room and prodded Elsa, who winced perceptibly, but continued to mingle her light soprano with the rolling bass of Mr. Church and the vociferations of the poet. Finally, at the staccato command of Mr. Todd's hoarsening voice, she toppled over into his arms, and they both fell on Gertrude. The nonsense was over. No one applauded more spontaneously than Madame Zattiany, and she even drank a cocktail. By this time every one in the room had been introduced to her, and she was chatting as if she hadn't a care in the world. As far as Clavering could see, she had every intention of making a sophisticate night of it. The pianist, after a brief interval for recuperation, played with deafening vehemence and then with excruciating sweetness. Once more cocktails were passed, and then there was a charade by Todd, Susan Forbes, and the handsome young English sculptress, which Madame Zattiany followed with puzzled interest, and was so delighted with herself for guessing the word before the climax that she clapped her hands and laughed like a child. More music, more cocktails, a brief impromptu play full of witty nonsense, caricaturing several of the distinguished company whose appreciation was somewhat dubious, and Miss Dwight led the way down to supper. Clavering watched Madame Zattiany go out with the good-looking young editor of one of the staid old fiction magazines, which he had recently levered out of its rut by the wayside, cranked up, and driven with a magnificent gesture into the front rank of youth. She was talking with the greatest animation. He hardly recognized her, and it was apparent that she had entered into the spirit of the evening, quite reconciled to any dearth of intellectual refreshment. The supper of hot oysters, chicken salad, every known variety of sandwich, ices, and cakes, was taken standing for the most part. Madame Zattiany, however, once more enthroned at the head of the room, women as well as men dancing attendance upon her. Prohibition, a dead letter to all who could afford to patronize the underground mart, had but added to the spice of life, and it was patent that Miss Dwight had a cellar. More cocktails, highballs, sherry, were passed continuously, and 2 enthusiastic guests made a punch. Fashionable young actors and actresses began to arrive. Hilarity waxed, impromptu speeches were made, songs rose on every key. Then suddenly some one ran up to the victrola and turned on the jazz, and in a twinkling the dining room was deserted, furniture in the large room upstairs was pushed to the wall, and the night entered on its last phase. Then only did Madame Zattiany signify her intention of retiring, and Clavering, to whom such entertainments were too familiar to banish for more than a moment his heavy disquiet, hastened to her side with a sigh of relief, and a sinking sensation behind his ribs. Madame Zattiany made her farewells, not only with graciousness, but with unmistakable sincerity in her protestations of having passed her most interesting evening in New York. Miss Dwight went up to the dressing-room with her, and Clavering, retrieving hat and topcoat, waited for her at the front door. She came down radiant, and talking animatedly to her hostess, but when they had parted and she was alone with Clavering, her face seemed suddenly to turn to stone, and her lips drooped. As she was about to pass him, she shrank back, and then raised her eyes to his. In that fleeting moment they looked as when he had met them first, inconceivably old, wise, disillusioned. Now for it, he thought grimly, as he closed the door and followed her out to the pavement. The Lord have mercy. And then he made a sudden resolution. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Madame Zattiany did not utter a word during the short walk to her house. It was evident that she had dismissed the merry evening from her mind and was brooding on the coming hour. At the top of the steps she handed him the latch-key, but still lingered outside for a moment. As he took her hand and drew her gently into the house, he felt that she was trembling. "Come," he said, his own voice shaking. "Remember that you need to tell me nothing unless you wish. This idea of confession before marriage is infernal rot. I have not the least intention of making one of my own." "Oh!" She gave a short, harsh laugh. "I should never dream of asking for any man's confession. They are all alike. And I must tell you. I cannot leave you to hear it from others." He helped her out of her wrap, and she threw the lace scarf on a chair and preceded him slowly down the hall. "I am a coward, she thought heavily. "Have I ever felt moral cowardice before? I don't remember. Not toward any other man who loved me. But, oh God, and I shall never see him again. How shall I begin?" She was totally unprepared for the beginning. She heard him shut the library door, and then it seemed to her that her entire body was encircled by flexible hot bars of iron, and her face, her mouth, were being flagellated. If he hadn't held her in that vice-like grip, she would have fallen. She lay back on his arm as he kissed her, and for the moment she forgot the past and the future and was happy, although she felt dimly that life was being drained out of her. She was passive in that fierce, possessive embrace. She had lost all sense of separateness. "I won't listen to your story," he muttered. "This is no time for talk." His voice, hoarse and shaking as it was, broke the spell. With a sudden lithe movement she twisted herself out of his arms. Before he realized what was happening, she had run across the room, snatched the key from the door and locked it on the other side. He heard her run up the stairs. Clavering did and said most of the things men do and say when balked in mid-flight, but in a moment he took the little key from the drawer in the table and poured himself out a whiskey and soda. He had taken almost nothing at the party, lit a cigarette and threw himself into a chair. He had no desire to stride up and down. He felt as if all the strength had gone out of him. But he felt no apprehension that she had left him for the night, nor should he take possession of her again until she had told her story. He reflected, with what humour was left in him, that when a woman had something to say and was determined to say it, the only thing to do was to let her talk. Words to a woman were as steam to a boiler, and no man could control her mind until she had talked off the lid. She was giving him time to cool off, he reflected grimly, as he glanced at the clock. Well, he felt heavy and inert enough. Hideous reaction. He was in a condition to listen to anything. If she was determined to work her will on him, at least he had worked his on her for a brief moment. She knew now that in the future she might as well try to resist death itself. Let her have her last fling. He rose as she entered, and for the moment his heart failed him. He had never seen even her look more like marble, and she did not meet his eyes as she crossed the room and seated herself so that her profile would be toward him as she talked. As she had chosen the large high-backed chair, Clavering, knowing her love of comfort, hoped that her discourse was to be brief.
"When I finish," she said in her low, vital voice, "I shall leave the room immediately, and I must have your word that you will make no attempt to detain me, and that you will go at once and not return until Monday afternoon. I shall not wish to see you again until you have had time to deliberate calmly on what I shall tell you. I do not want any embarrassed protest from a gallant gentleman, whose confusion of mind is second only to his chivalrous dismay. Have I your word?" "It never takes me long to make up my mind." "That may be, but I intend to save you from an embarrassing situation. You need not come on Monday unless you wish. You may write. Or, for that matter, if I do not hear from you on Monday by 4, I shall understand." "I For God's sake, Mary, you must do as I say this time. And you could not overcome me again to-night. I can turn myself to stone when I choose." "Oh!" He ground his teeth. His own nerves might be lulled for the moment, but he had anticipated reaction when she finished her story. "Very well, but it is for the last time, my dear. And why Monday? Why not this afternoon?" "You must sleep and write your column, is it not so? Moreover, and deliberately, I am lunching with Mrs. Ruyler and dining at the Lawrences." "Very well, Monday then. You have set the stage. If I must be a puppet for once in my life, so be it. But I repeat, it's for the last time. Now, for heaven's sake, go ahead and get it off your chest." "And you will let me go without a word? Otherwise I shall not speak, and I'll leave the room again and not return." "Very well, I promise." I told part of it the other day at Mrs. Oglethorpe's luncheon. I had told her before. But there's so much else. I hardly know how to begin with you, and I have not the habit of talking about myself, but I suppose I should begin at the beginning. "It is one of the formulae." It is the most difficult of all, that beginning, and although she had announced the torpidity of her nerves, her hands clenched and her voice shook slightly. "Let me remind you that to begin anywhere you've got to begin somewhere." And then, as she continued silent, he burst out, "For God's sake, say it!" Is it possible that the suspicion has never crossed your mind that I am Mary Ogden?" "What?" "Mary Ogden, who married Count Zattiany 34 years ago. I was 24 at the time. You may do your own arithmetic." But Clavering made no answer. His cigarette was burning a hole in the carpet. He mechanically set his foot on it, but his faculties felt suspended, his body immersed in ice water. And yet something in his unconscious rose and laughed, and tossed up a key. If he had not fallen in love with her, he would have found that key long since. His news sense rarely failed him. "I've told a good many lies, I'm afraid," she went on, and her voice was even and cool. The worst was over. "You'll have to forgive me that at least. I dislike downright lying, if only because concessions are foreign to my nature. And I quibbled when it was possible, but when cornered there was no other way out. I had no intention of being forced to tell you or anyone the truth until I chose to tell it." "Well, you had your little comedy." "It did amuse me for a time, but I think I explained all that in my letter. I also explained why I came to America, and that if I had not met you I should probably have come and gone and no one but Judge Trent been the wiser. I had prepared him by letter, and to him, I suppose, it has been a huge comedy, with no tragic sequel. Be sure that I never entertained the thought that I could ever love any man again. But I have made up my mind to disenchant you as far as possible, not only for your sake, but my own. I wish you to know exactly whom you have fallen in love with." "You grow more interesting every moment," said Clavering politely, "and I have never been one half as interested in my life." "Perhaps you have heard Mrs. Oglethorpe, I should think, would be very much disposed to talk about old times, that I was a great belle in New York. Belles were fashionable in those days of more marked individuality. I suppose no girl ever had more proposals. Naturally I grew to understand my power over men perfectly. I had that white and regular beauty combined with animation and great sex magnetism, which always convinces men that under the snow volcanic fires are burning. I was experienced, under the frankest exterior, in all the subtle arts of the coquette. Men to me were a sort of musical instrument from which I could evoke any harmony or cacophony I chose. What held the men I played with and rejected was my real gift for good fellowship, my loyalty in friendship, and some natural sweetness of disposition. But such power makes a woman, particularly while young, somewhat heartless and callous, and I was convinced that I had no capacity for love myself, especially as I found all men rather ridiculous. I met Otto Zattiany in Paris, where he was attached to the embassy of the Dual Empire. He was an impetuous wooer, and very handsome. I did not love him, but I was fascinated. Moreover, I was tired of American men and American life. Diplomacy appealed to my ambition, my love of power and intrigue. He was also a nobleman with great estates. There could be no suspicion that he was influenced by my fortune. He followed me back to New York, and although my parents were opposed to all foreigners, I had my way. There was the usual wedding in St. Thomas's, and we sailed immediately for Europe. I hated him at once. I shall not go into the details of that marriage. Fortunately, he soon tired of me and returned to his mistresses. To him I was the Galatea that no man could bring to life. But he was very proud of me and keenly aware of my value as the wife of an ambitious diplomatist. He treated me with courtesy and concerned himself not at all with my private life. He knew my pride, and believed that where he had failed no man could succeed. In short, that I would never consider divorce nor elopement, nor even run the risk of less public scandals. I was not unhappy. I was rid of him. I had a great position, and there was everything to distract my mind. I was not so interested in the inner workings of diplomacy as I was later, but the comedy of jealousy and intrigue in the diplomatic set was amusing from the first. I was very beautiful. I entertained magnificently. I was called the best dressed woman in Paris. I was besieged by men who were a good deal more difficult to manage than chivalrous Americans, particularly as I was now married and the natural prey of the hunter. But it was several years before I could think of men without a shudder, little as I permitted them to suspect it. I learned to play the subtle and absorbing game of men and women as it is played to perfection in the bolder civilizations. It was all that gave vitality to the general game of society. I had no children. My establishment was run by a major domo. It bore little resemblance to a home. It was the brilliant artificial existence of a great lady, young, beautiful, and wealthy, in Europe before 1914. Of course that phase of life was suspended in Europe during the war. All the women I knew or heard of worked as hard as I did. Whether that terrible interregnum left its indelible seal on them, or whether they have rebounded to the old life, where conditions are less agonizing than in Vienna, I do not know." She paused a moment, and Clavering unconsciously braced himself. Her initial revelation had left the deeper and more personal part of him stunned, and he was listening to her with a certain detachment. So far she had revealed little that Dinwiddie had not told him already, and as he knew that this brief recapitulation of her earlier life was not prompted by vanity, he could only wonder if it were the suggestive preface to that secret volume at which Dinwiddie had hinted more than once. As she continued silent, he got suddenly to his feet. "I'll walk up and down a bit, if you don't mind," he muttered. "I'm getting rather cramped." "Do," she said indifferently. Please go on. I am deeply interested." She continued in a particularly level voice, while he strode unevenly up and down. "Of course the time came when ugly memories faded, my buoyant youth asserted itself, and I wanted love. But when a woman feels a crying need to love, as well as to be loved, her whole being a peremptory demand, unsatisfied romance quickening, she is not long finding the man. I had many to choose from. I made my choice and was happy for a time. Although I had been brought up in the severest respectability, just recall Jane Oglethorpe, Mrs. Vane, Mrs. Ruyler, and you will be able to reconstruct the atmosphere. Several of the women I had known as a girl had lovers. It seemed to me that American women came to Europe for no other purpose, and I was now living at the fountainhead of polite license. Not that I made any apologies to myself. I should have taken a lover if I had wanted one, had virtue been the fashion. And the contract with my husband had been dissolved by mutual consent. The only thing that rebelled was my pride. I hated stepping down from my pedestal." Clavering gave a short, barking laugh. "Your arrogance is the most magnificent thing about you, and that is saying more than I could otherwise express. I'll fortify myself before you proceed further, if you will permit." He poured himself out a drink, and returned to his chair with the glass in his hand. "Pray, go on." She had not turned her head, and continued to look into the fire. She might have been posing to a sculptor for a bust that would hardly look more like marble when finished. "I soon discovered that I had not found happiness. Men want, they rarely love. I realized that I had demanded in love far more than passion, and I received nothing else. I am not going to tell you how many lovers I have had. It is none of your business." "Ah!" Clavering, staring at her, had forgotten his first shock, everything but her living presence, forgotten also that he had once apprehended something of the sort, then dismissed it from his mind. He spilt the whisky over the arm of the chair, then sprang to his feet and began to pace the room once more. She went on calmly. "Disappointment does not mean the end of seeking. They gave me little that I wanted. They were clever and adroit enough in the prelude. They knew how to create the illusion that in them alone could be found the fulfilment of all aspiration and desire. No doubt they satisfied many women, but they could not satisfy me. They gave me little I did not find in the mere society of the many brilliant and accomplished men with whom I was surrounded. I had a rapacious mind, and there was ample satisfaction for it in the men who haunted my salon and were constantly to be met elsewhere. European men are instruits. They are interested in every vital subject, intellectual and political, despite the itch of amour, their deliberate cult of sex. They like to talk. Conversation is an art. My mind was never uncompanioned. But that deeper spiritual rapacity, one offspring of passion as it may be, they could not satisfy. For love with them is always too confused with animalism, and is desiccated in the art of love-making. Fidelity is a virtue relegated to the bourgeois." "What about Englishmen?" demanded Clavering sarcastically. "I thought they were bad artists, but real lovers." "I know little of Englishmen. Zattiany was never appointed to St. James's, and although, of course, I met many of them in the service on the Continent, and even visited London several times, it must have happened that I was interested in someone else or in a state of profound reaction from love at the time. At least so I infer. It is a long while ago. I remember only the fact. Those whom I tried to love would soon have tired of me had I not played the game as adroitly as themselves, and if I had permitted them to feel sure of me. The last thing any of them wanted was depth of feeling, tragic passion. My most desperate affair was my last, after a long interval. I was in my early 40s. I had thought myself too utterly disillusioned ever to imagine myself in love again. Men are gross and ridiculous creatures in the main, and aside from my personal disappointments, I thought it was time for that chapter of my life to finish. I was amusing myself with diplomatic intrigue. I was in the Balkans at the time, that breeding ground of war microbes, and I was interested in a very delicate situation in which I played a certain part. The awakening was violent. He was an Austrian with an important place in the government. He came to Belgrade on a private mission. He was a very great person in many ways, and I think I really loved him, for he seemed to me entirely worthy of it. He certainly was mad enough about me for a time. For a year, to be exact. When he returned to Vienna, it was not difficult for me to find an excuse to go also. Although Zattiany was a Hungarian, he never visited his Hungarian estates except for the boar hunting, and spent his time when on leave, or between appointments, in Vienna, where he had inherited a palace. I must tell you that the city residence of a nobleman in the Dual Empire was always called a palace, however much it might look like a house. I shall always remember this man with a certain pleasure and respect, for he is the only man who ever made me suffer. A woman forgets the lovers she has dismissed as quickly as possible. Their memory is hateful to her, like the memory of all mistakes. But this man made me suffer horribly. He married a young girl out of duty to his house, and unexpectedly fell in love with her. Therefore, although I recovered, and completely, still do I sometimes dwell with a certain cynical pleasure on the memory of him." "Have you never seen him since?" asked Clavering sharply. He had returned to his chair. "How long ago was that?" "Quite 16 years ago. I did not visit Vienna again for several years. In fact, not until after my husband's death, when I returned there to live. But by that time I had lost both youth and beauty. His wife had died, but left him an heir, and he showed no disposition to marry again. Certainly he was as indifferent to me as I to him. We often met, and as he respected my mind and my knowledge of European affairs, we talked politics together, and he sometimes asked my advice. But to go back. After that was over, I determined to put love definitely out of my life. I believed then and finally that I had not the gift of inspiring love, nor would I ever risk humiliation and suffering again. I played the great game of life and politics. I was still beautiful for a few years. I had an increasingly great position, all the advantages, obvious and subtle, that money could procure. My maid was very clever. My gowns, as time went on, were of a magnificent simplicity. All frou-frous were renounced. I had no mind to invite the valuation I heard applied to certain American women in Paris, elderly and dressy." Clavering laughed for the first time. "I wonder you ever made a mistake of any sort. I also wonder if you are a type as well as an individual. I have, I think, followed intelligently your psychological involutions and convolutions so far. I am only hoping you will not get beyond my depth. What was your attitude toward your past mistakes, beyond what you have told me? Did you suffer remorse, as I am told women do when they either voluntarily renounce or are permitted to sin no more?" "I neither regarded them as mistakes nor did I suffer remorse. Every human being makes what are called mistakes, and those happened to be mine. Therefore I dismissed them to the limbo of the inevitable. As your world, I am told, looks upon you as the coming dramatist, it may appeal to your imagination to visualize that secret and vital and dramatic undercurrent of what was on the surface a proud and splendid life. Or, if there are regrets, it is for the weight of memories, the completeness of disillusion, the slaying of mental youth, which cannot survive brutal facts. I think that, for women of my type, what may be called the intellectual siren, the lover phase, is inevitable. We are goaded not only by the imperious demands of womanhood and the hope of the perfect companion,
but by curiosity, love of adventure, ennui, possibly some more obscure complex, vengeance on the husband who has wrecked our first illusions, on life itself. Bringing up, family, and social traditions have nothing to do with it. Only opportunity counts. Moreover, we are not the product of our immediate forebears, but of 1,000,000 unknown ancestors. God, true enough! Unfortunately, these women who have wasted so much time on love never realize the tragic futility until Time himself disposes of temptation, and then it is too late for anything but regrets of another sort. The war may have solved the problem for many a desperate spirit. My own case has assumed an entirely different complexion. With my youth restored, I have the world at my feet once more, but safeguarded by the wisdom of experience, in so far as a mortal ever may be. The bare idea of that old game of prowling sex fills me with ennui and disgust. The body may be young again, but my mind, re-energized though it is packed with memories, a very book of life. When I found that my beauty was restored, I thought of nothing less than returning to the conquest of men in the old manner, although quite aware of its powerful aid in the work I have made up my mind to do in Austria. Of late, of course, I have thought of little else but what this recrudescence of my youth means to you and to myself. But please do not interrupt. This I shall not discuss with you again until Monday, if then. But once more I wish to impress you with the fact that I indulge in nothing so futile as regrets for my past. Sackcloth and ashes provokes nothing but a smile from women of my type and class. Moreover, I believe that my education would not be complete without that experience. Mine, understand. I am not speaking for women of other temperaments, opportunities, of less intellect, of humbler character, weaker will. And if I had persisted in virtue at that time, I should probably make a fool of myself to-day, an even more complete fool than women do when they feel youth slipping, but still are able with the aid of art and arts to fascinate younger men. That almost standardized chapter I renounced peremptorily. My pride was too great to permit me to be foolish even in the privacy of my mind over men half my age. Nor did I make any of the usual frantic attempts to keep looking young. I had seen too much of that, laughed at it too often. Nevertheless, I hated the approach of age, the decay of beauty, the death of magnetism, as bitterly as the silliest woman I had ever met. Some women merely fade, lose their complexions, the brightness of their eyes and hair. Others grow heavy, solid, stout, or flabby. The muscles of the face and neck loosen and sag, the features alter. I seemed slowly to dry up, wither. There was no flesh to hang or loose skin to wrinkle, but it seemed to me that I had 10,000 lines. I thought it a horrid fate. I could not know that nature, meaning to be cruel, had given me the best chance for the renewal of the appearance as well as the fact of youth. I suppose all this seems trivial to you, the mourning over lost youth. Not at all. It must have been hell to a woman like you. As for women in general, they may make more fuss about it, but I fancy they hate it less than men." "Yes, men are vainer than women," said Madame Zattiany indifferently, "but I have yet to waste any sympathy on men. I suppose I only fully realized that my youth, my beauty, my magnetic charm had gone when men ceased to make violent love to me. They still paid court, for I was a very important person. My great prestige was a sort of halo, and I had never neglected my mind. There was nothing of significance I had not read during all those years. I was as profoundly interested in the great political currents of Europe, seen and unseen, as any man, or as any intelligent woman of European society. Moreover, I had the art of life down to a fine point, and I had not forgotten that even in friendship men are drawn to the subtle woman who knows how to envelop herself in a certain mystery.
and European men are always eager to talk with an accomplished woman, even if she has no longer the power to stir their facile passions. When I realized that my sex power had left me, I adopted an entirely new set of tactics. Never would I provoke a cynical smile on the faces I once had the power to distort. With no evidence of regret for my lost enchantment, I remained merely the alert and always interested woman of the world, to whom men, if sufficiently entertaining, were welcome companions for the moment, nothing more. I cemented many friendships, I cultivated a cynical philosophy, for my own private succour, and although, for a time, there were moments of bewildered groping and of intense rebellion, or a sudden and hideous sense of inferiority, I twisted the necks of those noxious weeds thrusting themselves upward into my consciousness and threatening to strangle it, and trampled them under the heel of my will. It was by no means the least happy interval of my life, for I was very healthy, I took a great deal of outdoor exercise, and there was a sense of freedom I never had experienced before. Love is slavery, and I was no longer a slave. After my husband's death, as I told you, I opened the Zattiany Palace in Vienna once more. My nephew and his wife preferred Paris, and I leased it from them, expecting to follow the life I had mapped out, until I was too old for interests of any sort. I had a brilliant salon, and I was something of a political power. Of course, I knew that the war was coming long before hatreds and ambitions reached their climax, and advised this man of whom I have spoken, Mathilde Loyos, and other friends, to invest large sums of money in the United States. Judge Trent arranged the trusteeship in each case. Where is this man? I do not know. He went down with the old regime, of course, and would be a pauper but for these American investments and a small amount in Switzerland. He has occupied no position in the new government, although he was a Liberal in politics. What he is doing, I have no idea. I have not seen him for years. Well, go on. It was only when I became aware of a growing mental lassitude, a constant sense of effort in talking everlastingly on subjects that called for constant alertness, and often reorientation, that I was really aghast, and began to look toward the future, not only with a sense of helplessness, but of intolerable weariness. I used to feel an inclination to turn my head away with an actual physical gesture, when concentration was imperative. I thought that my condition was psychological, that I had lived too much and too hard, that my memory was overburdened, and my sense of the futility and meaninglessness of life too overwhelming. But I know now that the condition was physical, the result of the degeneration of certain cells. I spent the summer alone on my estate in Hungary, and when it was over I determined to close the palace in Vienna and remain in the country. I could not go back to that restless, high-pitched life, with its ceaseless gaiety on the one hand, and its feverish politics and portentous rumblings on the other. My tired mind rebelled, and the long strain had told on my health. I lived an almost completely outdoor life, riding, walking, swimming in the lake, hunting, but careful not to overtax my returning strength. I was not in love with life, far from it, but I had no intention of adding invalidism to my other disintegrations. In the evening I played cards with my secretary or practised at the piano, with some revival of my old interest in music. I read little, even in the newspapers. I was become, save perhaps for my music, an automaton. But although I did not improve in appearance, my health was completely restored, and when the war came I was in perfect condition for the arduous task I immediately undertook. Moreover, my mind, torpid for a year, was free and refreshed for those practical details it must grapple with at once. I turned the Zattiany Palace in Budapest into a hospital, and then for 4 years I was again an automaton, but this time a necessary and useful one. When I thought about myself at all, it seemed to me that this selfless and strenuous interval was the final severance from my old life. If society in Europe to-day were miraculously restored to its pre-war brilliancy, indifferent to little but excitement and pleasure, there would be nothing in it for me. Now I come to the miracle." And while she recapitulated what she had told the women at Mrs. Oglethorpe's luncheon, Clavering listened without chaos in his accompanying thoughts. "Certainly man's span is too brief now," she concluded. "He withers and dies at an age when, if he has lived sanely, and when a man abuses his natural functions, he generally dies before old age anyhow. He is beginning to see life as a whole, with that detachment that comes when his personal hold on life and affairs is relaxing, when he has realized his mistakes, and has attained a mental and moral orientation which could be of inestimable service to his fellow men, and to civilization in general. What you call crankiness in old people, so trying to the younger generations, does not arise from natural hatefulness of disposition and a released congenital selfishness, but from atrophying glands and, no doubt, a subtle rebellion against nature for consigning men to ineptitude when they should be entering upon their best period of usefulness and philosophical as well as active enjoyment of life. Science has defeated nature at many points. The isolation of germs, the discovery of toxins and serums, the triumph over diseases that once wasted whole nations and brought about the fall of empires, the arrest of infant mortality, the marvels of vivisection and surgery. The list is endless. It is entirely logical, and no more marvellous, that science should be able to arrest senescence, put back the clock. The wonder is that it has not been done before." She rose, still looking down at the fire, which Clavering had replenished twice. "I am going now, and I have no fear that you will not keep your promise. But remember this when thinking it over. I do not merely look young again. I am young. I am not the years I have passed in this world. I am the age of the rejuvenated glands in my body. Some day we shall have the proverb, 'A man is as old as his endocrines.' Of course I cannot have children. The treatment is identical with that for sterilization. This consideration may influence you. I shall use no argument nor seductions. You will have decided upon all that before we meet again. Good night." And she was gone. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. It seemed to Clavering that he had run the gamut of emotions while listening to that brief biography, so sterilely told, but there had also been times when he had felt as if suspended in a void even while visited by flashes of acute consciousness that he was being called upon to know himself for the first time in his life, and in such fashion as no man had ever been called upon to know himself before. There was no precedent in life or in fiction to guide him, and he had realized with a sensation of panic, even while she talked, that it was doubtful if anyone had ever understood himself since the dawn of time. Man had certain standards, fixed beliefs, ideals, above all, habits. How often they scattered to the winds under some unheralded or teratogenic stress! He had seen it more than once, and not only in war. Every man had at least two personalities that he was aware of, and he dimly guessed at others. Some were frank enough to admit that they had not an idea what they would do in a totally unfamiliar situation. Clavering had sometimes emblemized man and his personalities with the old game of the ivory egg. A twist and the outer egg revealed an inner, another and one beheld a third, and so on to the inner unmanipulatable sphere which might stand for the always inscrutable soul. Like all intelligent men, he had a fair knowledge of these two outer layers of personality, and he had sometimes had a flashing glimpse of others, too elusive to seize or put under the microscopic eye of the mind.
What did he know of himself? He asked the question again as he sat in his own deep chair in the early morning hours. The heat in the hotel had been turned off, and he had lit the gas logs in the grate, symbol of the artificialities of civilization that had played their insidious role in man's outer and more familiar personality. Perhaps they struck deeper. Habit more often than not dominated original impulse. His own room, where he was nearly always alone, with its warm red curtains and rug, the low bookcases built under his direction and filled with his favourite books, the refectory table and other pieces of dark old English oak that he had brought from home, and several family portraits on the wall, restored his equilibrium, and his brain was abnormally clear. He wondered if he would ever sleep again. Better think it over now. Mary Zattiany, as she talked, had never changed her expression. She might have been some ancient oracle reciting her credo, and she seemed to have narcotized that magnetic current that had always vibrated between them. Nevertheless, he had been fully aware that she felt like nothing less than an oracle or the marble bust she looked, and that her soul was racked and possibly fainting, but mastered by her formidable will. Formidable. Did that word best express her? Was she one of the superwomen who could find no mate on earth and must look for her god on another star? He certainly was no superman himself to breathe on her plane and mate that incarnate will. Had she any human weakness? Even that subterranean sex life in her past had not been due to weakness. She was far too arrogant for that. Life had been her footstool. She had kicked it about contemptuously. Even her readjustments had been for the dictates of her imperious will. And her pride. She was a female Lucifer in pride. No doubt the men she had dismissed had been secretly relieved, stung for the only time in their lives perhaps with a sense of inferiority. It must have been like receiving the casual favors of a queen on her throne. Well, she had got it in the neck once. There was some satisfaction in that. He wished he knew the man's name. He'd hunt him up and thank him in behalf of his sex. For an hour he excoriated her, hated her, feared her, dissociating her from the vast army of womanhood, but congratulating himself upon having known her. She was a unique, if crucifying study. With restored youth superimposed upon that exhaustive knowledge of her life, every phase of it that counted in her calculations, the rejuvenation of all her great natural endowments, she'd probably go back and rule Europe. What use could she possibly have for any man? He made himself a cup of coffee over his electric stove, turned off the malodorous gas, which affected his head, stood out on his balcony for a moment, then lit his pipe and felt in a more mellow mood. After all, she had suffered as only a woman so liberally endowed could suffer, and over a long period of years. She had known despair and humiliation and bewilderment, lethargic hopelessness, and finally a complete sacrifice of self. His imagination, in spite of his rebellious soul, had furnished the background for that bold recital. And she must have an indomitable soul, some inner superfine spiritual essence, with which arrogance and even pride had less to do than she imagined. Otherwise, after the life she had led, she would either have become an imperious, uncomfortable old woman, or one of those faltering nonentities crowded into the backwaters of life by a generation which inspires them with nothing but timidity and disapproval. Towering individualities often go down to defeat in old age. And nothing could alter the fact that she was the most beautiful and the most wholly desirable woman he had ever known, the one woman who had focused every aspiration of his mind, his soul, and his body. He knew he must ask himself the inevitable question and face it without blinking. Was he appalled by her real age? Could he ever get away from the indubious fact that whatever miracle science may have effected,
her literal age was verging on 60? If she were not an old woman, she had been one. That beautiful body had withered, undesired of all men. That perfect face had been the battered mirror of an aged ego. He did not ask himself if the metamorphosis would last, if the shell might not wither again to-morrow. He was abreast of the important scientific discoveries of his day, and was not at all astonished that the problem of senescence should be solved. It was no more remarkable than wireless, the Röntgen ray, the properties of radium, or any one of the beneficent contributions of science to the well-being of mankind that were now too familiar for discussion. He had heard a good deal of this particular discovery as applied to men. No doubt Dinwiddie and Osborne would soon be appearing as gay young sparks on her doorstep. It might be the greatest discovery of all time, but it certainly would work both ways. While its economic value might be indisputable, and even, as she had guessed, its spiritual, it would be hard on the merely young. The mutual hatreds of capital and labor would sink into insignificance before the antagonism between authentic youth and age inverted. On the other hand, it might mean the millennium, the threat of overpopulation, for man's architectonic powers were restored, if not woman's, to say nothing of his prolonged sojourn, would at last rouse the law-makers to the imperious necessity of eugenics, birth control, sterilization of the unfit, and the expulsion of undesirable races. It might even stimulate youth to a higher level than satisfied it at present. Human nature might attain perfection. However, he was in no mood for abstract speculation. His own problem was absorbing enough. He might as well itemize the questions he had to face and examine them one by one, and dispassionately. He would never feel more emotionless than now, and that mental state was very rare that enabled a man to think clearly and see further than a yard ahead of him. Her real age? Could he ever forget it? Should he not always see the old face under the new mask, as the X-rays revealed man's hideous interior under its merciful covering of flesh? But he knew that one of the most beneficent gifts bestowed upon mankind is the talent of forgetting, particularly when one object has been displaced by another. Reiteration dulls the memory. He might say to himself every hour in the day that she was 60, not 30, and the phrase would soon become as meaningless as absent-minded replies to remarks about the weather. And he doubted if any man could look at Mary Zattiany for 3 consecutive minutes and recall that she had ever been old, or imagine that she ever could be old again. However prone man may be to dream, he is, unless one of the visionaries, dominated by the present. What he wants now, and he wants what he sees, not what may be lurking in the future. That is the secret of the early and often imprudent marriage, the urge of the race. And if a man is not deterred by mere financial considerations, still less is he troubled by visions of what his inamorata will look like 30 years hence, or what she might have looked like had disease prematurely withered her. He sees what he sees, and if he is satisfied at all, he is as completely satisfied as a man may be. He made no doubt that Mary Zattiany would have, if she chose, as many suitors among men of his own age as among her former contemporaries. They would discuss the phenomenon furiously, joke about it, try to imagine her as she had been, back water, return out of curiosity, hesitate, speculate, and then forget it. No one would forget it sooner than himself. He had no doubt whatever that when he went to her house to-morrow afternoon, he would remember as long as she kept him waiting, and no longer. So that was that. Did he want children? They charmed him, sometimes. But he had never been conscious of any desire for a brood of his own. He knew that many men felt an even profounder need of offspring than women. Men's ego is more strident,
the desire to perpetuate itself more insistent, his foresight is more extended. Moreover, however subconsciously, his sense of duty to the race is stronger. But he doubted if any man would weigh the reputation of his ego against his ego's demand to mate with a woman like Mary Zattiany. He certainly would not. That was final. What was it she demanded in love, that she had sought so ardently and ever missed? Could he give it to her? Was she merely glamoured once more, caught up again in the delusions of youth, with her revivified brain and reawakened senses, and this time only because the man was of a type novel in her cognizance of men? Useless to plead the urge of the race in her case. Nevertheless, many women, denied the power of reproduction, fell as mistakenly in love as the most fertile of their sisters, but hardly a woman of Mary Zattiany's exhaustive experience. She certainly should know her own mind. Her instincts by this time must be compounded of technical knowledge, not the groping inherited flashes playing about the shallow soil of youth. If her instincts had centred on him, there must be some deeper meaning than passion, or even intellectual homology. After all, their conversations, if vital, had been few in number. Perhaps she had found, with her mind's trained antennae, some one of those hidden layers of personality which she alone could reveal to himself. What was it? She wanted far more than love-making and mental correspondence. What was it? He wished he knew. Tenderness? He could give her that in full measure. Sentiment? He was no sentimentalist, but he believed that he possessed the finer quality. Fidelity? That was not worth consideration. Appreciation of the deepest and best in her, sympathetic understanding of all her mistakes, and of all that she had suffered? She knew the answer as well as he did. The ability to meet her in many moods, never to weary her with monotony. He was a man of many moods himself. What had saved him from early matrimony was a certain monotony in women, the cleverest of them. But there must be something beyond, some subtle spiritual demand, developed throughout nearly twice as many years as he had dwelt on earth, born not of an aspiring soul and terrible disenchantments, but of a wisdom that only years of deep and living experience, no mere intelligence, however brilliant, could hope to assemble. He was 34. There was no possible question that at 58, if he lived sanely, and his intellectual faculties had progressed unimpaired, he would look back upon 34 as the non-age of life, when the future was a misty abyss of wisdom whose brink he had barely trod. She herself was an abyss of wisdom. How in God's name could he ever cross it? Her body might be young again, but never her mind. Never her mind. And then he had a flash of insight. Perhaps he alone could rejuvenate that mind. Certainly he could make her forget. Men and women would be aged at 30, but for this beneficent gift of forgetting. He could make the present vivid enough. He explored every nook of those personalities of his mind, determined to discover if he felt any sense of inferiority to this woman who knew so much more, had lived and thought and felt so much more than himself, whom he still visioned on a plane above and apart. No woman was ever more erudite in the most brilliant and informing declensions of life, whatever the disenchantments, and for 30 years she had known in varying degrees of intimacy the ablest and most distinguished men in Europe. She had been at no pains to conceal her opinion of their intellectual superiority over American men. He concluded dispassionately that he never could feel inferior to any woman. Women might arrest the attention of the world with their talents, change laws and wring a better deal out of life than man had accorded them in the past. But whatever their gifts and whatever their achievements, they always had been and always would be, through their physical disabilities, their lack of ratiocination, of constructive ability on the grand scale, the inferiors of men. The rare exceptions but proved the rule, and no doubt they had been cast in one mould and finished in another. In sheer masculine arrogance he was more than her match. Moreover, there were other ways of keeping a woman subject. Did he love her? Comprehensively and utterly? Clear thinking fled with the last of his doubts. And when a man detaches himself from the gross material surface of life and wings to the realm of the imagination, where he glimpses immortality, what matter the penalty, any penalty? Few had the thrice blessed opportunity. If he were one of the chosen, the very demigods, jeering at mortals, would hate him. And then, abruptly, he fell asleep. Chapter 30